Lee Hamble's life was a nightmare. She caught her boyfriend with another woman at the bar where she worked. Some jerks were always showing up, but one day, the girl got drunk and had a fatal accident on her way home. The next moment, she opened her eyes and realized she was alive. But when she looked in the mirror, she was a monster. She didn't recognize her room either, and then a maid explained that she was the lady of the manor, and her name was Alexa. She thought princesses were beautiful, and now she would be accused of being an imposter. Because of her appearance, she decided she was cursed. But she didn't understand why it was her, or why she hadn't been reincarnated into a normal body. The girl burst into tears, asking what was wrong with her face, repeating that it wasn't her face. Finally, Alexa gathered her courage, and looking in the mirror, she admitted she was a monster. The maid tried to deny it, but Alexa replied that she had eyes too, and asked her not to be scared. She promised not to do anything to the frightened girl, although she secretly thought she had lost her mind. Then the maid assumed her lady was shocked by the visit from Lady Ariel, Alexa's older sister and princess of the kingdom. The servant recalled that she had arrived days ago, and since then Alexa had been very sad and often cried in her room. But now her lady was more interested in why the princess was her sister, and she was not understanding that her appearance prevented it. Then the maid continued to explain that Alexa is the second princess of the kingdom of Felipe anyway. She is also the daughter of the concubine Camilla, who died when the girl was only 6 years old, and when Alexa turned 7 years old. At the Canetti mansion, she was cursed for kicking out a witch who asked for shelter on a rainy day. Before, she was very beautiful, and everyone considered her the second beauty after Lady Ariel, and she is currently 18 years old. Besides, the maid recalled that despite everything, Alexa is also engaged, and her fiancé is Marquis Herman Belford, commander of the Royal Army. He is so handsome they call him the flower of the empire, and is the most coveted bachelor of all. Alexa didn't understand why that marquis would want to marry her, and the maid explained it was an engagement by contract. That would probably be broken after all. Everyone knows that Princess Ariel and the Marquis are dating and that he hates Alexa. The maid explained it was because she was madly in love. She clung to him like a leech. She loved him so much, she even made a deal with her father, the king, and destroyed all the kingdom's enemies. Alexa was so strong they even called her the Guardian of Death. And if it wasn't for her, the kingdom would have lost its last war, but also behind her back, they called her a monster, a dirty rag and a man-stalker, Alexa. She understood that for now she couldn't do anything about it, but she still had to try to survive here. Time passed, but the girl still couldn't get used to her image and to her body covered in hair. In her previous life, she was a nobody. She had no special features or talents. But at the same time, she knew nothing about this Alexa. She didn't want to die a second time to get rid of this either. And then she came up with a great idea. Alexa called her maid Lily and asked her to bring a sugary liquid. She complied quickly, although she didn't understand what her mistress wanted it for, and so she decided to show her what she was going to do. She started applying the liquid to her arm and placed a piece of a cloth on top, and after waiting a few minutes, she pulled it off sharply. The maid was very scared when she saw this, and even thought her mistress had gone mad and was now trying to hurt herself. But then Alexa showed her an area of skin clear of hair and asked her not to worry. Then she asked Lily to do the same for the rest of her body, ripping the cloth off sharply so it wouldn't hurt. Still, the pain from this primitive waxing was felt, and after a few hours of endless pain, Alexa was exhausted, but then she looked in the mirror again and was happy that she at least looked like a person now. Lily was just surprised, as she didn't know before that hair could be removed in that way, and thought it was magic. Instead of explaining, her mistress just asked for all the employees to be called, and soon a small group of people appeared before her. Alexa was surprised to have so few servants, only 10 people. But she is a princess and needs more. The servants couldn't believe that was their lady. She used to have so much fur. They thought she wasn't the real Alexa, but she just asked for silence and explained she had called them to ask for advice. And then she asked who among them was the cook. A somewhat nervous man in a white uniform admitted he was, and Alexa asked if he was the one who had made fun of her. He immediately started to apologize, but the lady told him that all his dishes were too greasy. The cook confessed that Lady Ariel had advised him to. The girl found it a bit suspicious, but now she decided to change everything while the cook was still talking, saying that her sister was trying very hard. Alexa didn't understand why to that cook Ariel's words were more important than the orders of his direct mistress, as if he wasn't afraid of her. So she decided to teach them a lesson and show them who their true lady was. And then she ordered everyone to listen to her carefully. She declared that if she heard another objection, she would not forgive it, and there would be punishment. The servants had no choice but to obey, as they understood their lives could depend on it. Meanwhile, Alexa understood that being a monster has its advantages, and then she decided to tell the servants what they had to do from now on. First, she called her personal hairdresser J Jen and confessed that she was not made of stone. No matter how terrifying she looked, she is an 18-year-old girl and has feelings too, so she wanted people to see her as a person, not a monster at that moment. Lily also came closer and both maids apologized to their lady. For having been so prejudiced all this time, they regretted hurting their lady, and she advised them that to start, they should focus on doing their jobs well. They promised to do their best, so that Princess Alexa could become the most beautiful girl in the kingdom. They started by making their lady do physical exercises. She didn't like it very much, but she agreed, and from that day on she started to exercise and take care of herself with the maid's help. In 3 months, Alexa also learned to manage the estate and helped with the finances. When reviewing the documents, she noticed that the expenses were too high, especially for food. As if someone wanted to ruin her lady's health, she suspected it was her sister Ariel and was now trying to figure out her intentions one night. The highly respected princess was on her way to visit her sister at the Duke's request. He could not ignore the changes in Miss Alexa. She had lost her fur and was refusing food. Girton was worried, but didn't believe the curse was disappearing. And Ariel had to go check the next day while Alexa was training her opponent, the knight. Began to give up very quickly. The lady even shouted at him to get up, but he was not as strong as she was a beast. But he instantly covered his mouth, realizing his mistake, and Alexa decided to teach him a lesson. She attacked him again with the sword, but didn't injure him, just knocked him unconscious. One blow was enough, and she couldn't believe it. Then she realized her sword had magic. Now she understood why everyone feared Alexa, and decided to try something else swinging the sword. With one sharp movement, the sword's force split the statue in two. It could even cut through stone. She felt like a superhero, just as the servant announced the arrival of Princess Ariel. Alexa didn't understand why she was visiting so early. She usually came every 2 or 3 months. She suspected she was up to something and had to be careful. So she went to greet her cautiously first. She apologized for the wait, and Ariel, upon seeing her sister in human form, was left speechless. Alexa knew it was hard to believe, so she decided to introduce herself again, name and title included. She explained it was all magic, but Ariel still didn't understand how her sister had broken the curse. Alexa admitted it was a long story, but she confirmed the main point: the curse was gone. She was no longer a monster, but Alexa, the younger sister of Princess Ariel and daughter of the king, but the first princess still had doubts. She needed proof that her sister was who she said she was. And so Alexa shattered the cup with a light touch, saying that only she could do that. Now Ariel believed her and was overjoyed. As she was worried about her always being locked up and never going out, she even cried, but Alexa couldn't believe her tears. She still didn't know what their relationship was really like, and to win this battle, she had to build her defenses without arousing suspicion, and pretended she was also happy to see her sister. Then she thanked Ariel for her concern and expressed hope that they would now do everything together. Saying this, Alexa hugged her sister, but the latter still felt a bit uncomfortable, although she tried to hide it. And then, to show her goodwill, the princess proposed to her sister that they go to the castle together. A week had passed since Alexa arrived at the palace with her sister, but also since that day she has barely seen her. Ariel constantly made excuses, saying she was very busy with matters, so she didn't have time to meet, and the entire royal palace was working hard on the preparations for the king's birthday, which would be in 3 days. Meanwhile, the girl continued to train and relax, wondering if her sister would appear at the reception. At that moment, a maid with glasses, Rachel, knocked on her door and informed her that by Ariel's order, she would serve her from today. Also, her lady sent her clothes for the reception, and Alex had to choose what she liked best. The young woman carefully observed each outfit, and they all seemed to be from the last century. The maid noticed her mistress's reaction and explained that Ariel had selected all the outfits that are in fashion now. Then she also asked Alex that if she didn't like something, to simply choose something and thank the princess without grumbling. Jen and Lily intervened, telling the maid not to dare behave so rudely with her mistress Alexa. But the maid with glasses not only didn't calm down, but also declared that the guests should address her courteously. In the royal palace, these words greatly angered Alexa, and Rachel even worried about what would happen to the palace. After her arrival at that moment, she received a hard slap for daring to speak in a rude and arrogant tone to her mistress. After that, Alexia hoped it would be enough to remind her who she was and what that maid's place was. She also ordered Rachel to convey to all the palace servants that they must respect both princesses of their kingdom. Soon the day of the party arrived, and Alexia put on a new dress for the reception that the tailor Jamie greatly appreciated. He admitted it was much prettier than those old rags, and she hoped it would be enough to get on. Ariel's nerves, the tailor even cried, as he couldn't imagine the lady could look so beautiful. And then he remembered their first meeting. Alexia approached him back then and explained that she was royalty, but that she didn't have much money, but if he sewed her a dress also with the best fabrics, it would greatly help boost his career. And now Jamie admired his work, while the maids called the lady to the hall, explaining that everything was ready when she entered. They solemnly announced her as Alexia de Pelagie, Dwight the second princess of the Kingdom of Philip. The guests were immediately frightened, thinking that a monster had arrived, but then they saw a very beautiful lady and were stunned. Alexa walked down the path and politely greeted His Majesty, wishing him health and prosperity from the goddess Demetria. The king was also greatly surprised, as he knew his second daughter was a monster, completely covered in hair. However, he quickly composed himself, and giving thanks, he declared that she looked splendid that day. The people in the hall kept murmuring that it was the princess, as they couldn't believe it was really her. But then the king clapped his hands and demanded silence, and then declared that his second daughter had been freed from the curse. He also explained that it was a blessing from the goddess Demetria and a sign that pointed to a bright future for their country. Alexa, meanwhile, noticed that the king, even in such a situation, had managed to use his daughter to turn everything in his favor, but without expressing her suspicions. She just asked her father for permission to approach her sister. The king allowed it, and just as she was about to leave, her gaze fell on a man who had just entered the hall. He was a tall young man with black hair and equally black eyes, and with a rather handsome face. She also noticed that their gazes met fleetingly. And from that look, she knew that perhaps they knew each other at that moment. Another blonde boy approached from behind and grabbed her hand. And quite forcefully, Alex shouted for him to let go. But he paid no attention and continued to hold her, trying to get her attention. Then the girl sharply pulled her arm to free herself. And on top of that, she got angry with him. The boy apologized and introduced himself as her younger brother Wilhelm, explaining that it was urgent. Then he nodded towards that dark-haired young man and explained that he was Duke Belkellon and that he was cursed. 30 years ago, the late king married the devil's daughter to keep peace in the kingdom, and although she was only half demon, she was executed for her cruelty and lack of mercy. And the duke is that woman's son, and no one is sure that he doesn't belong to the royal bloodline. Wilhelm explained that black hair and eyes belong to demons, and no one knows when the devilish side will dominate him. Alex realized she had only known her brother for 10 minutes, but chatting with him was easier than with Ariel. The young woman thought that the boy had an inferiority complex towards the Archduke, no more, no less. She also understood that her father only needed her for political purposes, since his younger son only dealt with fantasies and suspicions. Now only the biggest problem remains. Ariel, who hides her true essence, the first princess approached. And asking if her brother was finished, she decided to take her sister away. She explained that she wanted to introduce her to many people. And first she introduced her to her childhood friend, Manuela. Then more girls approached wanting to meet Alex. Knowing how much she had suffered from the curse, they also noticed she was wearing a peculiar dress whose cut they had never seen before. Alex, at that moment, felt like a monkey they had come to see at the zoo. Ariel whispered to her friends not to get so excited discussing the princess, especially her dress. The girl now understood that her sister wanted to ridicule her, and for all the aristocrats to make fun of her. And since she's at the zoo, the only thing left for her is to destroy her cage and escape from there immediately. She threw the contents of her glass at that girl who dared to laugh at her outfit. She immediately screamed, as her dress is very expensive, and its designer worked very hard on it, but Alexa hinted to her at that moment that without that dress, the girl was nothing more than a simple stick. Then she asked who that person was, and also showed off her own dress, which was really worth admiring. Alexa also grabbed it by the hem and instantly tore it a little, explaining that she has her power even without the dress. The second princess understood that everyone there was for the show, so she wasn't ashamed to act like that besides. She decided that people had to choose which side they were on, hers or the first princess's, and to that girl. Alexa asked her to send the bill for the stained dress to the palace and that she would pay her handsomely. Terrified, the girl begged them to stop. She got up and ran out of the hall. Also, Alexa noticed that her sister did not openly express her opinion, preferring to stay on the sidelines. Ariel is gathering allies and plans to attack her if the second princess doesn't defend herself. She will be out of the game. Alexa thought it was time to leave, but someone called the princess. Turning around, she recognized Marquis Belford, from the description the same fiancé she couldn't live without. And now she could see him in person. German was heading towards her, and she thought he was coming to her, but he walked past and approached Ariel, who was nearby. The first princess was happy to see him and decided to invite the Marquis to the last dance. Now Alexa understood that she had stolen the fiancé she loved so much from her younger sister. The relationship between them became clearer, and to survive in this world, The girl must protect what she now possesses. Approaching the couple, Alexa declared that she had decided to break officially her engagement with the Marquis this very day. The people in the hall began to whisper in amazement, and the second princess clarified that everyone knew those two complemented each other. So if she was an intruder in Marquis Belford's heart, it was best for her to leave regardless of the criticism. The aristocrats remained stunned. But Alexa was sure that now it was her turn to make a move. Approaching Ariel, she seemed to insist that she thought the same, but the princess was in no hurry to answer. Therefore, Alexa took her silence as a yes, and repeated that her engagement to Belford was cancelled. Then she added that everyone present would be witnesses to it, after which she decided to leave. It was only Alexa's first step. A long road still awaited her, but now she felt free. The girl left the hall into the fresh air and sighed with relief, as inside had seemed very stuffy to her. Then she leaned over the railing to look and realized that the balcony's height was considerable. Alexa thought that if she fell from that height, she could die, and remembered how it had happened last time. Then it occurred to her that if she died there, she could return to another world. But the girl was just beginning her journey, so she had to dismiss those ideas. Alexa needed to concentrate and became so lost in her thoughts that she didn't notice she had accidentally fallen over the railing. In that instant, she panicked and said goodbye to life, but then she noticed she wasn't falling anymore. Opening her eyes, the girl saw that Duke Belkellon had managed to grab her hand. Then he returned her to the balcony. Without stopping staring into her eyes, Alexa felt embarrassed by what happened, and after quickly thanking him, she ran out of there, stopping around the corner to breathe. She wondered how long the Duke had been there, and if he had heard her talking about herself in the third person, surely he also saw her gesturing and behaving like a pterodactyl, and now she hoped never to run into him again after the reception ended. Alexa returned to her normal life, while almost everyone was talking about the broken engagement. It was rumoured that Ariel and the Marquis hadn't even seen each other again after that. Besides, the first princess wasn't attending public events or hosting receptions. But Alexia didn't care about any of that. She only had one problem. She was so bored she was going crazy. Lost in thought, she hit her head on the table without realizing it, and Lily ran to put a cold towel on it. But the bump didn't worry Alexia. She was tormented by the memory of her embarrassing encounter with the Duke. The second princess even contemplated the idea of dying and being reincarnated in another world again. A few days later, a hunting competition was organized in which the Marquis and the Duke would participate. Alexia thought that would entertain her, but when she got there, she felt that life was playing another dirty trick on her. The young woman found out about the competition from Lily, her maid, who explained that it was a traditional event. The entire royal family and aristocrats participate, and men and women also attend to support them, and the team that brings the prey, largest and most valuable, becomes the winner. But that's not all. If a hunter doesn't have a woman to support him, he will be disqualified at that moment. To Alexa, this hobby seemed boring and pointless. But she decided to participate anyway, since she is part of royalty and simply has to do it besides. Lily and Jen worked hard to prepare their mistress for this day, getting her a special hunter's outfit. The young woman thought that these maids were sometimes annoying, but at the same time, they could be trusted. Soon Manuela noticed her. She still considered this princess not only peculiar, but also thorny. Alexa heard her murmur, and at first she confused her with Miss Raphael, who fled the banquet because of the ruined dress. Manuela did not argue with the second princess, and just bowed her head timidly. At that moment, King Raphael III solemnly declared the hunting competition open and announced that the Archduke would also participate. Alexa knew she had to meet him again. The king addressed Belkellon, admitting that his presence gave elegance to the event. Raphael wished the aristocrats that the goddess of Metria would help them achieve victory. This time the winner will get a sword and a monetary reward. Glorifying his name and that of his family, the king asked everyone to prepare, and the hunters began to choose the women who would support them. Just as Alexa was getting used to the atmosphere, Ariel appeared. She asked her sister who she would support. The second princess didn't know what to answer. She needed to compose herself to avoid an attack, so she counterattacked with a question. Asking who Ariel would support, Alex added that everyone knew, but that the human heart is terribly fickle. She heard that Mr. Larrys and Miss Lajuez had partnered up. It seemed that this year everything would go well in that instant. Guillermo, the king's son, asked him if royalty could also participate. The young man added that his noble archduke could also prove his worth. Alex was surprised because she believed that the royal men only observed, but King Raphael thought it was a good idea. He never liked royalty to be sidelined. The second princess looked at the prince, blinded by envy, and at the king, who stubbornly ignored him. The girl doubted that the duke would agree to participate, because surely no one would support him, although they say he masters fire magic. And she heard that they tied his hands so he wouldn't burn anyone alive. On the other hand, to the second princess, tying his hands seemed unfair, more like torture. And although Alex wanted to avoid the Duke at all costs, she couldn't pretend she hadn't heard that. While the hunters were choosing their partners, only Marquis Belford and Duke Belkellon were left without a partner. But when it was announced that the Marquis had to choose a partner, the girls expressed their desire. At the same time, Belford just looked at them in silence, and the announcer asked again who else wanted to support him. The girls got the hint and fell silent. Staring at the perplexed second princess, Alexia herself did not intend to volunteer to support her ex-fiancé. And after a minute of waiting, they assigned Lady Cecil, an aristocrat, to support Belford. Alexia expected Ariel to be assigned to him, but was surprised to hear it wasn't her. She looked at her sister, who seemed somewhat sad. But she didn't say a single word, and the second princess was glad she wasn't the only one hiding her true feelings. Then they called Belkellon Dwight Star, and the Duke was the only one left without support. All the ladies were silent, as no one wanted to be his partner, and the other suitors knew it. The girls remained undecided, fearing they would be punished with a rain of fire, and then Alexa offered herself as the Duke's partner. Surprising everyone, the king was shocked, telling her it was neither the time nor the place for jokes, and asked her to apologize. But she said she wasn't joking, although she had no idea why she was doing it. To confirm her words, the girl swore on the name of Dwight that she was sincere. Alexa thought for a moment that it was because she saw herself in the Duke's eyes. They were very similar. Belkellon was avoided and rejected, and everyone made fun of him. That's why she offered him her hand. Guillermo called her, but she asked her brother not to bother her and to mind his own business. The announcer also asked the Duke if he accepted Princess Alexa as his partner. He didn't answer, and she begged him not to think and to take her hand, or he would be tortured. And then Belkellon shook her hand and declared that he accepted the princess as his supporting partner. Meanwhile, the king decided not to resort, this time to the tradition of punishing some participants. After this, His Majesty Raphael announced the end of the partner selection and the start of the hunt, and when the king announced the start of the competition, the teams dispersed to prepare for the hunt. Alexa noticed again that the aristocratic ladies were heading towards her, something that had become frequent and irritating. Although she understood that she had to endure countless frictions as before, now she decided she would do things differently. The aristocratic ladies asked if she really didn't feel anything for the Marquis anymore, and she confirmed it with confidence. Moreover, Alexa indicated that she never felt anything, and that it was all a simple and crude calculation. Her sister, the first princess, couldn't decide on marriage so quickly, so she got engaged to the Marquis. Instead, the young woman explained that she had kept him reserved for Ariel, and then asked them not to bother her anymore, as she had to prepare. And when the others left, Ariel appeared and asked her sister why she didn't choose Belford. But she asked the first princess the same thing, adding that it seemed she was indifferent towards him. Ariel insisted on getting an answer. Why Alexa decided to choose that black-eyed boy, since he is cursed. Only the second princess saw nothing wrong with it. Since she was also cursed and she was also a monster, her sister replied that if that were the case, she wouldn't have brought her back to the palace. Then she turned around and left. Alexa didn't chase her, but went to her tent where the Duke was already preparing. She was completely ready, and she suddenly noticed that Belkellon now reminded her more of an obedient puppy. The Duke then decided to ask her why she had decided to be his partner. Then he explained to the princess that he thought she hated him as much as everyone else. Alexa understood what he meant, remembering that night when she ran away from him abruptly. Belkellon also believed that she was forced to be near him, but the girl flatly denied it. She understood that he lived surrounded by hatred, and now she begged him not to avoid her. But the Duke still felt uncomfortable. Then he got on his horse and announced that he had to leave. And just before he left, Alexa asked for permission to cheer him on and offered him her handkerchief. Belkellon held out his hand and she began to tie the handkerchief on him, but below the elbow, because his bicep was huge, but the handkerchief wouldn't even close there. Then Alexa had an idea, to tie it to his bow. The Duke thanked her for the gesture and asked if she always did that with others. The princess didn't hear him well, because he mumbled the question, and she asked him to repeat it. But Belkellon did not repeat his question. He just thanked her again very politely for her support. After that, he galloped away, and Alexa remembered the rumours that he was a cruel demon, although he seemed quite innocent to the princess. Besides, she thought the hunt in the competition must be something pleasant. Her spirits were lifted by today's sun and the fresh breeze that revitalized her. She also loved not wearing a tight dress and being able to wear comfortable pants. The princess was in an excellent mood and didn't need money or a sword as a reward. The only thing that would make her even happier would be to see the king's astonished face upon winning with the duke. While riding her horse, she heard a whisper in the bushes and instantly aimed her bow. A young deer peeked its head out. It was so adorable that she was unable to shoot it. Crouching down, the girl extended her hand and whispered to the animal not to be afraid that she wouldn't kill it. But Alex also knew she didn't want to waste an arrow on that fawn as she was aiming for a bigger prize. At that moment, her horse snorted and took off running. But the young woman didn't understand what was happening. After the horse, the fawn also bolted. Alexia was left alone, and now she had to continue on foot. Soon she spotted a huge tree and decided to climb to the top. Up there, she felt much freer. The view from the top was incredible. Why hadn't she thought of climbing up sooner? How silly! She also decided to take a look to see if she could spot any valuable prey and spotted some boys not far away. She realized they were setting traps and one was boasting that an expert blacksmith had taught him. Besides, the boys were saying that the Duke would pass by there, and they were worried it wouldn't be easy to get rid of him. They even thought someone else might fall in, and they thought it would be funny to see what happened. How sadistic! Alexia understood that those guys were planning something shady and decided to teach them a lesson. They deserved it. Instantly, the boys saw the princess's boots before them, with which she knocked one of them down. Immediately after, she stood over the terrified boys and demanded they explain themselves. They introduced themselves as Lord Ivancel, Lord Alcuin and Lord Helfonio. But the princess didn't plan to chat much with them. She just wanted to know if they knew who the Duke was with. And one of them blurted out that she wouldn't get away with it even if she was a princess. The boy, still on the ground, added that his father was Count Manuela and that he wouldn't tolerate something like this. Alexa realized that this young man and her sister's friend were relatives. They even looked alike, but the girl decided not to let it go and to intimidate the insolent boy by pulling out a dagger and throwing it at him. The dagger stuck in the ground near his head, and the other two, frightened, promised the princess they would tell her everything. They confessed that there were more traps near the northwest of the forest, but they didn't know where since they hadn't set them. Alexa was surprised that they wanted to trap the Duke without knowing where the traps were. But the boys also confessed that they sent a spy after him and that the servant accompanying him was actually a lord. So the princess set off in search of the Duke, not caring if she fell into a trap herself. She just prayed that everything would turn out all right. And she realized she was worrying too much about him, even though Alexia didn't even know the Duke well. But still, what was happening worried her a lot. The girl thought for a moment it was because she liked him, but she quickly began to convince herself otherwise. She explained to herself that she simply didn't want to put her partner in danger. As she moved forward, the princess felt a little more rested and didn't give up her search for the Duke. And suddenly she felt her foot sinking into something soft. And then the other one too. Alexia realized it was a swamp and that she had fallen in. She had really messed up. She tried to get out with her sword, but her weapon quickly disappeared into the viscous liquid and she herself also kept sinking deeper and deeper. At that moment, Alexia didn't understand the point of reincarnation since she was supposed to find the trap, but she fell into it herself. Now she felt not only like a beast and an outcast, but also unlucky. But when the swamp reached her neck, the sinking stopped. In that position, the girl spent about an hour devising thousands of ways to get out. Still, she understood her helplessness, despite having overcome the worst situations alone. Suddenly, she spotted a silhouette in the distance. But the sun behind it prevented her from making it out. And when the man's silhouette got closer, Alexa could see it was Marquis Belford. For a moment, it infuriated her that of all people it had to be her ex who found her. Anyway, she explained to the Marquis that some lords had caught her in a prank, and now she was trapped. Belford just stood there silently, and in her eyes he looked like a complete idiot. Then she asked him directly to help her out and promised to compensate him for his expenses, hoping he would help. The princess saw him turn around and knew it was hopeless. Alexa shouted that she knew he didn't love her, but that leaving her there would be a huge mistake. She also added that no matter if they treated her like a beast, she still carried the Dwight surname. After Alex's sentence, she shouted the Marquis's name out loud, and only then did he stop and turn towards her. Then, Belford asked the princess to wait a bit, and immediately cut a branch, and Alex thought he would give it to her. But the Marquis explained that it was just ground magic, and if they destroyed the source, the magic would dissipate. Then the princess remembered how he himself had said that magic wouldn't work, and now she didn't understand what was happening. Belford also explained that the traps placed there mixed several spells and simple magic wouldn't have worked. Afterwards, he extended his hand to the princess and asked her to hold on because if it absorbed her any further, it would be hard to get out. Alex still saw some trickery in all this and tried to understand what that man was up to, as she had heard before that he didn't like to touch her. And now she decided to just wait without his help. Moving away for a moment, she felt the Marquis grab her and quickly pull her out of the swamp. Now the girl was even more convinced that Belford was up to something and demanded that he let her go. The Marquis realized that he had held her in his arms for a moment, but he put her on the ground. Alexa explained to him that his help was unnecessary and asked him to continue hunting. At that moment, she heard the Duke's voice trying to understand what had happened there. The surprised girl was even a little scared and simply shouted his name. Then she explained that she had been worried about him as a partner, but now she was glad he was all right. Alexa also noticed that the Duke's companion was not with him. Belkellon explained that he had sent him on an errand, and the princess offered to find out where he was. She thought it wouldn't be right if one of her partners got into trouble. Waiting for Alexa to pause, the Duke explained that he had realized that the princess had something wrong with her. At that moment, Belford approached and greeted them brusquely. The girl noticed the tension in the air. She immediately began to explain to the Duke that she had fallen into a trap set by others. Then she added that the Marquis helped her out and that nothing more serious had happened. The Duke thanked Belford, but the Marquis grumbled again that he didn't need his thanks, and Alex decided she should be the one to thank her saviour, which she did instantly. Afterwards, Belkellon mentioned that he had seen a stream on the way and suggested the girl wash up. He also decided to show her the way, and Alex followed him, wishing the Marquis a good hunt on the way. The princess mentally scolded herself for falling into such a silly situation and leaving her bow there. But upon freshening up with the cold water from the stream, she felt a surge of energy which comforted her. The Duke was waiting with his back to her and asked if she had been injured. The girl assured him she was fine, confessing that she lost her sword. And then she noticed that the arrow had also disappeared. Belkellon thought she had dropped it in the river and immediately decided to help find the arrow. Alexa realized this and asked him to stop, since the spot where he was about to step was very slippery. But it was too late, and losing his balance, he flew towards her. Although the princess managed to catch him, they fell into the water. The girl found the situation awkward and immediately backed away, apologizing and asking if the Duke was okay. He admitted he was fine, thanks to her catching him, but Alexa understood that the whole thing looked quite silly at the same time. She wondered why she always wanted to show Belkellon only her best side, but if she got embarrassed and ran away again now, the Duke would misunderstand her again, and she didn't want any misunderstandings. So she decided to confess that in their first encounter, she had looked foolish because she was embarrassed. It's just that the Duke didn't understand why she had decided to bring up the past, as there are many people who dislike him. He knew that facing him was not pleasant, so he understood the princess's discomfort, but didn't make a big deal of it. Getting embarrassed is normal, and Alexa thanked him for it. Although she knew that for a cursed monster, what was normal for people was just absurd comfort. She chose him for jumping into the water for the arrow, and with harsh words he knows how to comfort people. She also admitted that on second thought he was fascinating, and the Duke remembered that she called him Belkellon. The princess blushed again and confessed she was so happy to see him, she couldn't help it. But the Duke didn't mind. He liked that she called him that, and that surprised Alexa. And to be fair, she also asked Belkellon to call her by her name. Then she held out her hand, offering to help him out of the water, as if he planned to stay there all day. The Duke took her hand and thanked her, calling her by her name too, and she noticed a faint smile. Then Belkellon noticed his clothes were soaked and would take a while to dry. The princess understood that because of her he was uncomfortable taking off his clothes to dry them, and she turned around immediately. She even closed her eyes, assured him she wouldn't look, and suggested he take off and dry his clothes. Alexa confessed she could wait for her partner and would never turn around so as not to embarrass him. But in a second, the clothes were already dry, and the princess thought he knew how to use magic. Belkellon confirmed it and explained it was because demon blood ran through his veins. But he didn't want to tell her. The Duke understood that if he just hinted at it, it would raise unnecessary suspicions in Alexa. Now the girl understood that behind his eyes hid exhaustion and loneliness, and not a single emotion remained. There were only traces of countless trials and distrust, and they were both so similar and different. At the same time, Alexa fought non-stop to change, and Belkellon was afraid to change and continued to self-destruct. Besides, she understood that her mere existence was already valuable just like the Duke's, and he at that moment noticed that today was such a good day, it was almost blinding. Afterwards, they moved on, and Alexa understood that the hunt failed because of her, but the Duke declared that it was enough that they both were safe, but the princess didn't want to arrive empty-handed. This was her chance to see the king's wrinkled face. She also understood that she only received help from the Duke under the pretext of being partners, and she proposed inviting him for tea later. And chatting with him little by little, Alexa realized that talking to him was easier than she thought. Contrary to expectations, Belkellon turned out to be a talented storyteller and conversed easily on any topic besides the Duke. Didn't believe in the stereotypes about monsters and demons, and the girl realized he had become her good friend. Suddenly she noticed something flying towards them, and she immediately pushed Belkellon so it wouldn't hit him when the object got closer. They saw it was a winged ball with lots of teeth like a small monster. Alexa didn't flinch and cut it in two with her second sword, but that little monster wasn't the only one the Duke spotted. Another one drew an arrow and with lethal aim instantly pierced the undesirable creature. They were both sure they were monsters. Belkellon begged the princess to hide in the forest. They were only after him. The Duke also realized there were many more than he thought, and again asked Alexa to hide. But the girl wasn't going to hide. If there were so many monsters, the main hall must also be dangerous. She didn't understand why there were no knights anywhere, and proposed going to the hall to investigate the situation. Belkellon whistled, and instantly a horse came to his call. He asked his partner to leave immediately. He also suggested she take his sword, as he had other weapons, so she shouldn't worry about him. The young woman promised to return quickly and begged the Duke to be careful. And after saying goodbye, she set off. Belkellon went alone to explore the area with the firm intention of annihilating as many monsters as possible. He thought that his partner Alexa was a strong person, and not just because she was a monster, she was strong in heart and soul, and that's why he trusted she would return to him. He, for his part, would do everything possible and prepared to exterminate those winged beasts, while other knights fought against the same monsters. Trying to keep them away from the groups to evacuate the wounded, the monsters were attacking from all sides, and the knights were afraid, but the Marquis shouted for them not to give up. The vice-captain of the Royal Knights, Garin, also ordered them to find His Majesty as they needed reinforcements. But they explained it was too late, since as soon as the monsters attacked, His Majesty had left the hunting grounds. Then the knights used their weapons against the monsters again, but it seemed the arrows did nothing to them. The captain ordered an urgent evacuation and believed the king had not abandoned them. The Marquis understood that Garin was right, and this battle was useless, but he had to do something for the soldiers who followed him. But Belford didn't know what to do in that situation, and while thinking he didn't notice the attack from behind, the vice-captain shouted a warning about the danger and lunged to take down the attacking monster. But suddenly he saw an arrow flying towards the beast that could also hit the Marquis. The arrow only pierced the monster, and Belford and Giron saw Alexa approaching. The girl shouted at the Marquis to focus that they were on the battlefield. The other knights, upon hearing her voice, turned around, not understanding how the princess had arrived to the Marquis. It seemed that girl looked like a monster on the battlefield again. Afterwards, Alexa shouted to everyone that she thanked them for their will to fight until the end. But she also couldn't say their tactic was correct, and suspected they wouldn't succeed this way. Giron shouted at her that his men were doing everything they could, and that it wasn't the fault of any tactic. But just then the Marquis approached and asked him to stop complaining and listen to Alexa. Then the girl confessed that she understood the monster's attack pattern and requested command. Garon still didn't understand how she could ask for that when the soldiers' lives were in danger. Alexa explained that even if they pushed back the monsters, they would keep coming endlessly. These creatures move in a pattern from east to west and vice versa, creating chaos. There are more and more of them, and they can group together, becoming a huge monster. People shouldn't just defend themselves, but split into two groups, Western and Eastern, and that's how they will be stopped. Alexa didn't care what it took. Even with her monster power, she was still the student Lee Hamble. Therefore, she must learn everything, because in this world she can only trust herself, and so she will. Alexa saw the Marquis was having a hard time deciding, and as commander of the royal army, she ordered the people to divide. Garon was surprised by her words. She wasn't the commander, but she seemed like one. It was just a made-up nickname, but still the captain had to obey her while the Marquis was thinking. Giron ordered the soldiers to obey the commander. Alex ordered the 1st and 2nd divisions to go west, the 3rd and 4th to the east. She would go with the 5th. She added that they weren't fighting for the royal family, but to protect those they loved. King Raphael III, fled the battlefield during the monster invasion. He was no different from other kings, although he was third in line to the throne. He became king after a civil war. The first Prince Alexis and the second Prince Franz died fighting for the throne. Thus, Raphael became ruler, but one couldn't say the position suited him well. The Chancellor Ibanka took care of the nobles. The royal knights and Ariel were in charge of defending the kingdom, creating doubts about the candidate for the throne. Prince Wilhelm royal blood and the Archduke did not get along, and one carried demonic blood, and now, while the knights fought against the toothed creatures, a huge dragon also appeared. Garin was scared, but Alexa ordered them to regroup. Then she launched herself at the dragon and decapitated it in one blow. This girl was different from her relatives. She had the strength of an archduke and the courage of 200 knights. Now she shouted at Garin that she had not ordered him to die and demanded that he get up and fight. The vice-captain understood that maybe Alexa had always been a monster, but now she was leading them forward. He obeyed her order, and now he was sure that this girl was the one who deserved the royal crown. Shortly after the dragon, another gigantic monster appeared resembling a vampire bear. The knights, although they were brave soldiers, couldn't hide how terrified they were. But then they saw that monster was also defeated, and as its body fell, everyone saw Archduke Belkellon, and all the next monsters that appeared met the Duke's sword fighting with all his might. The knights noticed his skills were amazing, very different from theirs. Just when it seemed everything was over, Alexa decided all that was left was to finish them off. But right behind her, another monster appeared, and when she turned to fight, the Duke also attacked it. While Belkellon was wiping his face after this, the Marquis appeared worried next to the princess. She, at that moment, had even started daydreaming while looking at the Duke. And now Belford ruined the mood. She didn't understand either, why he had suddenly become so kind, and she immediately rejected him. The Marquis explained that he was only trying to protect her, but she declared she could do it alone. Besides, she is the one who knows the most about the battlefield, and Belford didn't understand why Alexia was reacting like this now. In any case, they defeated all the monsters, and all the knights now praised the commander and Captain Belford. While the others celebrated, the Duke only asked if the princess was okay and if she had been hurt. The young woman assured him she was fine, although she knew that the Duke, even though he arrived late, had done much more, and it bothered her that all the glory went to the Marquis because people don't recognize the help of someone with demonic blood. Then she turned to Marquis Belford and asked him why he didn't know how to be grateful, because she was more than sure that someone else deserved the gratitude for this battle. Now she understood what it meant to save their lives, but then the knights stirred and understood that Belkellon had done a lot. They realized that if it weren't for him, they would have been swept away, and everyone would have died. But with his help, they were able to defend themselves. Instantly, shouts of praise echoed towards the Duke, and everyone wished him a long life. Belkellon was even embarrassed and explained to the princess that she shouldn't have done that, but she refused. Soon the knights also proposed they return to the palace, since they were already finished here, but the Marquis decided not to return, and also acknowledged that everyone worked hard today. Then the Duke lifted the princess onto his horse, and she felt her heart beating wildly. Belkellon also asked why she agreed to leave with him, since she could have stayed and celebrated with the soldiers, but Alexia understood that although they had won many lives, had been lost in the process. Therefore she saw no reason to rejoice, but to herself she understood that now she was lying to herself and to him. On the way they met Mile, who was the Duke's servant, and Belkellon asked why he was in that place. He admitted that Saladin sent him, and upon noticing the princess he thought the two were on a date. The Duke felt a little embarrassed in front of the princess, and explained that his servant has no manners, but the girl assured him that everything was fine, since Mile is very young, very cute, and she forgives him. At that moment, the boy also noticed that his master smelled strange, not as usual. Alexia immediately guessed the smell came from the monster's blood, although she couldn't perceive. Anything the boy assured them, the smell was unpleasant, and then bravely searched through his master's things, finding a small pouch. The girl was very surprised she hadn't even noticed it, and started asking Mile if he knew what it was. The servant explained that the small pouch contained a mixture of herbs that strongly attract monsters. They create a strong scent that beasts can smell from miles away, and if a person has it, it will go very badly for them. Now Alexia began to suspect why her heart was beating so fast. Apparently deep down he was still a monster, but the princess also didn't understand why the Duke had that small pouch, and she thought that he knew the properties of those herbs. Belkellon didn't know what to say to the girl, and she even started scolding him for being silent. Alexia demanded an explanation about why the Duke hid that from her, and especially why he went hunting with that small pouch. He still couldn't find the words to answer, and now the princess was even a little angry with him for it. Then she said she couldn't trust someone who plotted behind her back deep down. It hurt her very much to think that they had gotten closer only for this to come up now. Then it seemed to her that Belkellon reminded her of her past self, and she decided to soften her tone. She just clarified to the Duke that he could remain silent, but that their conversation ended there. And she said goodbye to him, but Belkellon didn't want to let the princess go and instinctively grabbed her arm, asking her to wait. He also confessed that he could tell her everything, as long as she wouldn't be angry with him. Alexia agreed, and then the Duke explained that he was worried about her safety. He also asked her to answer, who would she have gone hunting with if she hadn't chosen him? Or if he didn't participate, the girl found it a silly but honest answer. And now everything was starting to fall into place for the princess she really saw in the Duke Lee Humphrey, who would do anything for someone's love. Then Alex confessed that she didn't want him to suffer, even though they had met so recently. She also admitted that Belkellon was important to her, and she said it with heartbreaking sincerity. Suddenly the girl's expression changed radically, and she declared that they should get revenge on that scoundrel. The Duke nodded, and the princess smiled again, and then asked him to escort her to the castle. Quite some time has passed since Alex arrived in this world, and she's starting to assume she won't return, but despite everything, now she felt happy and even experienced a strange pleasure in it. She will no longer have to deal with work problems, nor rush during lunch hour. She won't have to be an outcast because of her poverty, nor feel repulsion towards love and friendship. Now she only fears that all of this is a dream, or that the real Alex returns unexpectedly, and if she forces her to give it all back. But after all, she achieved all this by her own means. The real Alexia lost her chance. But the reincarnated one doesn't care if they call her a monster. Now, she herself is a monster, but at least she got a little revenge for the previous princess. Then she heard the maid Lily calling her, and she answered immediately, asking what was wrong. But she was just worried because her lady had suddenly disappeared, and Alexia explained that she was thinking. Then Lily confessed that there was news about the seller her lady had asked about a while ago. She managed to find him and explained that he was a travelling merchant, and now he has probably already left the kingdom. The princess understood that finding him would not be easy. Since he could be anywhere, Lily also asked why her lady needed that cellar. Assuming she didn't like the small pouch, Alexia actually wanted to find the cellar sunny for Belkellon, but she didn't confess it to the maid afterwards. Lily also admitted that the king sent another person, even though she said her lady needed to rest. But the princess suspected it. The king's escape during the hunt unleashed popular fury. Now it was obvious that someone was planning to overthrow the king and was not going to let this chance pass. That someone, Stephen, leader of the aristocracy, supported Alexia as commander of Philip's army. And since the princess is involved, King Raphael cannot ignore what is happening. He had already avoided this meeting 5 or 6 times. And the truth is, it was already tiring her out this time. She decided to go telling Lily that it wasn't polite to keep avoiding him like that. A while later, Alexia in a beautiful dress arrived at the palace and went to the meeting. The king became a little uneasy upon seeing her, but he received her calmly, hiding his nervousness. The princess bowed. Not understanding why His Majesty was acting as if they were close, he approached her and asked how she was. Like a worried and loving father, she confessed to feeling better. And just at that moment, Duke Philip Manuel and Count Gerard Abigail entered. Alexia couldn't believe her eyes. She was in front of the most loyal men in the kingdom. The king admitted that thanks to her, they had managed to defend the kingdom. The princess felt an impulse to hit him. He was the first to flee the hunt, but she held back and decided to observe what was happening, stating that it wasn't only thanks to her, but also to Duke Belkellon. She reminded him that the king entrusted an entire kingdom to her, the Archduke, and the soldiers. And then she asked him why he fled. Alexia mockingly suggested that he did it for the honour of the royal family, or to seek refuge. Raphael acknowledged his gratitude towards the Duke, but she got fed up and asked him directly why he had called her. Then the king explained that the monsters had reappeared on this western border, and although he sent troops, it was useless. The lords need help, but no one can help them, and now they are in serious trouble. Then Raphael gave a smile and added that they need her, that she is their last hope after all. As always, Alex must defend the kingdom. But this time, she didn't rush to accept. Now the girl knows how to manipulate people. The previous princess lacked attention. Since abandoned by her family, she simply lived as a lonely child. And that's why she wouldn't resist such words. While the girl was thinking about it, the king demanded her attention, asking why she was silent, and then he suddenly declared that he had omitted an important detail. and added that Marquis Belford would also be there. Raphael explained that they would be there together for 1 or 2 months, and then he remembered that the Marquis was in a meeting at that moment. He also allowed Alex to leave for now, but she asked for an explanation, why His Majesty was mentioning the Marquis in their conversation. Besides, the girl remembered that she had officially broken off the engagement, and that means she doesn't need that man, so the king suggested that if they spent some time together, Belford might change his mind. Raphael noticed that the princess had changed lately and urged her not to miss the opportunity to get closer to the Marquis. But Alexa flatly refused and explained that she didn't plan to follow His Majesty's orders. He couldn't understand what the young woman meant and suggested she might have health problems. He also asked the princess to stop complaining about everything and demanded to know the real reason for her refusal. In that instant, Alexa confirmed that when something doesn't go the king's way, he reveals his true colours. But now she had to come up with a convincing answer and declared that at that moment she had lost her magic. The princess explained that before the king's order was an honour, and that she even thought she would be a monster forever. But now that the young woman was free from the curse, she only longed to truly fall in love and live happily. Alexa reminded His Majesty that he had always pitied her, and that despite everything she was still his daughter. She also understood that his father's heart only wanted the best for her after all. But she is no longer a monster now, she is a normal person like everyone else, and she no longer wants to see her ex-fiancé. The princess also clarified that she doesn't want any more uncomfortable situations, but the king insisted that the Marquis could change his mind. Alexa was fed up with hearing the same thing, and now she was furious. She even yelled at her father, repeating that she doesn't want to see Belford. Then she asked if His Majesty noticed how the Marquis treated her, but he thought his daughter had misunderstood everything. Besides, the king promised the princess that he would speak seriously with her ex-fiancé without fail, but the girl just repeated once more that she doesn't even want to hear about that man. She is sick of this, and the Marquis's face is odious to her. No one can imagine how much she hates him. This time Raphael got angry, declaring to his daughter that she was starting to cross the line, and when he noticed that nothing affected Alexa, he decided to propose another option. The king promised to introduce her to any aristocrat from Felipe if she accepted his request, but the princess declared that it wouldn't change her decision, and he no longer had the strength to argue or be surprised. Then Alexa also explained that true love must come suddenly, like in a fairy tale, and she will wait for her destiny. The young woman also asked if her father would support her in this, understanding that he no longer had any arguments. His Majesty Raphael actually agreed with her, and his loyal servants couldn't believe it. The princess had already forgotten about them. And then she demanded an explanation from the two of them as to why they were meddling in her conversation with the king. They began to explain that they had to protect Felipe at all costs and reminded her that she could not abandon the state. Then Alexa demanded they remember when she had ever betrayed the state. She called them shameless and declared that they had no conscience, since they dared to say that the princess also recalled that while they slept in warm rooms, she fought monsters on the brink of death. The aristocrats went to banquets while she risked her own life. The Count and the Duke excused themselves, saying Alexa had superhuman strength, but she replied that she was no longer a monster. It infuriated the girl that they always counted only on her, and she advised them to go and manage on their own today. The princess seemed strange to Manuel, and he asked her to calm down and speak peacefully. He himself doesn't know the full complexity of war, but before Alexa always obeyed them, and now she has changed. But she again declared they didn't understand their fault, and that she had just been freed from a curse. Besides, they are sending her to war again, even though they are not ready to take responsibility. If she doesn't find her love, Duke Manuel reassured her again that she had nothing to worry about and remembered how much she had done for the state. He also didn't doubt that the princess could find a worthy man for herself now. Alexa was beginning to understand that they were giving her the opportunity to choose anyone, and Manuel confirmed it. He promised that everyone would obey her, and the girl liked that, but she suspected something was wrong, and then she declared that she chose that duke's son, which left him in shock, instantly unable to believe what he heard. The princess explained that in the hunting competition he didn't do badly at all, and that's why she had decided to choose him. The duke even turned pale and began to beg that his son was not good enough for her, but Alexa replied, "Well, nobody is born great. And besides, she likes boys like that young man." Hearing this, the king was ready to agree, but the Duke, Manuel, didn't want to give in and asked the Count for help. And then Gerard Abigail proposed to the girl to resolve the matter in another way. Since that choice seemed selfish, he asked her to understand how dangerous this could be for the kingdom, because that way she was simply granting a favour. But Alexa got furious again and called those two aristocrats arrogant, and told them not to dare call her selfish. Their state now rests on the girl's shoulders, and that indicated their country was very fragile besides. She demanded they explain what they were doing there, and that if they wanted to do something for the country, they should also work. The king saw his daughter explode and tried to calm her down, explaining they were only giving her valuable advice, but Alexa didn't consider it advice, and besides, she reproached her father for ignoring her all this time. She even declared that those people were a big problem because they were brainwashing His Majesty. The Count and the Duke immediately fell before the princess and asked for forgiveness, admitting their mistake. Raphael also tried to explain to his daughter that those people were citizens and useful in case of a tragedy then. Alexa asked him why he had called her if he trusted those aristocrats so much, and the king declared he only feared she would reject them, and he begged her to understand his feelings after this. The young woman pretended to calm down, but added that they shouldn't forget she was watching them closely. The Count and the Duke trembled with fear at her anger, but they promised to remember their lesson and obey. Afterwards, Alexa decided it was time to leave. But the king asked what to do about the monsters. He explained that no one else had her talent and begged his daughter to help them one last time. The princess was silent for a few seconds, then agreed but stated she had one condition. Alexa acknowledged that her selfishness was dangerous for Felipe, and the well-being of the kingdom was worth the battles. The girl also had no incentive to fight, and now she demanded a hefty payment for her services. Raphael didn't quite understand, and Alexa clarified that she wanted money for the work done Count. Gerard was surprised, and the king reminded her that it was her duty to the country, not a business, but the princess wasn't listening. She remembered the past, and now she wanted recognition. She also reminded her father that money is the best form of gratitude. That's why she wanted to be paid. If her work was valued, the aristocracy would understand its importance. Now she demands 2,000 gold coins per monster, and in wars each monster will be counted separately, and she stomped so hard that the floor cracked. Warning that next time she wouldn't be so kind, the terrified Count and Duke nodded, convinced it was the most sensible decision. The king also gave in, and the girl, determined to leave, stated that she would send the bill for the hunting competition. Raphael didn't expect it, and Alexia finished threateningly that if there were any doubts, she would meet him in person. After her departure, Raphael trembled, thinking of the price. 2,000, the annual salary of a soldier demanding such a sum for a single monster, was almost like refusing to obey an order. Raphael understood his daughter was blackmailing him, but he found it hard to believe she was so cunning. His Majesty didn't understand what was happening. Why everything was going wrong and getting out of control meanwhile in the castle near the capital. Duke Belkellon called a servant a knight, and Salavin asking why the master was delayed. The Archduke explained that he had personal matters, but the servant insisted as they needed to know how to manage the place. And the Knight Abril only declared that he will always obey the Duke, which disappointed Saladin a little. At that moment, Mael entered the room looking for his master, and the butler reminded Mael that he should knock. He explained that he had an urgent letter from Princess Alexa, and immediately held out the envelope to the Duke. Selwyn had never seen that girl. He had only heard of her, and now feared it was a threatening letter. He even guessed it might be a challenge to a duel, since the servant saw no other reason to send a letter. But little Mael objected and explained that the princess was simply inviting Belkellon for tea. The Duke opened the envelope and confirmed it was so, and Alexa expected a reply by tomorrow. Belkellon decided to answer her right then and there, and began to write while Salavan was amazed by the Duke. He had always been as serious as a rock, but now it seemed he had fallen in love with a monster. Then he imagined how all this could end, and in the end, their relationship would culminate in a wedding. In a couple of days, Belkellon arrived before the king at his invitation, who explained that he needed his help with the monsters. Raphael added that the beasts were heading to the Duke's estate, asking him to be very careful. Then Belkellon confessed that he had to stay in the capital, surprising the king, since he had already finished his work. The Duke explained that it was a personal matter, but His Majesty declared that this did not allow him to refuse orders. But upon noticing Belkellon's threatening gaze, the king immediately admitted that he could stay without giving an explanation. His Majesty also decided to postpone the matter of the monsters, although he had previously insisted it was urgent. Raphael explained to the Duke that they had no group leaders. Not even Alex accepted, so it made no sense to send people. The king also acknowledged that he couldn't find a responsible person in the kingdom who could handle the situation. Belkellon then suggested to His Majesty to send Prince Wilhelm. Since that would help him rule in the future, Raphael understood, although he didn't want to send his son. But he still didn't know what excuse to make to oppose it. The Duke declared that he had to go train, and the king knew he no longer controlled him or his daughter. After a while, Princess Alexa fell asleep in the garden, and in her dreams she heard someone calling her. She slowly opened her eyes, but upon seeing Belkellon in front of her, she shuddered, and shot up still half asleep. The young woman tried to understand what the Duke was doing there, and how he knew where she was. He explained that he had arrived a short while ago, and that the maids told him that their lady used to visit the garden. The Duke also thought the princess was tired, but she said she was fine. She just went to bed late. In reality, Alexa had a duel with Lord Esenher, but she couldn't confess that to her guest. The young woman proposed to continue their conversation at the tea table, and then led the Duke to the gazebo. Alexa asked why Belkellon arrived so early, if they were supposed to meet after lunch. The Duke confessed that the king had summoned him to the capital, and the princess guessed that her father ordered him to kill monsters. Belkellon did not rush to answer, he just kept holding the girl's hand, which embarrassed her a little, and when they reached the table, the Duke confessed that the Prince Wilhelm would take care of the monsters. Alexa even got a little worried, as she knew that boy was as stingy as the king. Then she asked Belkellon to tell her all the details, and why His Majesty had decided to do that. At the same time, Alexa understood well that her father was furious because of her, and was trying to find any solution. The Duke explained that it was because he had refused to participate in the war. Since he no longer had any public duty, the princess understood her friend and then asked when he was planning to leave. But Belkellon didn't rush to answer, and the girl regretted that they had met this way. However, the Duke, seeing her confusion, declared that he planned to stay in the capital for a while. The girl was immediately happy, unable to hide her feelings. But then she composed herself afterward. She also asked for the reasons why Belkellon decided to stay there. The Duke admitted that he loved the flowers of the place and wanted to see them up close. Alexa did not expect that answer. Those words left her stunned, and she looked at her guest with doubt. The girl understood that even if Belkellon liked flowers, they didn't fit his serious image still. She now saw him as very sweet, and proposed to see the flowers in the royal garden. She also clarified that they didn't have to do it right away, understanding that the Duke might be busy, but Belkellon declared that he was not busy, and that he would love to see the garden with blooming lilies. At that moment, Alexa felt her heart beat faster, and a blush appeared on her cheeks to start. She offered the guests to finish their tea, hoping that her excitement would calm down. A little later, as they were heading to the garden, Alexa asked the Duke what his favourite flower was. He couldn't answer yet, and Alexa began to suspect that the flowers weren't the reason he hadn't returned to his mansion. Noticing the girl's doubts, the Duke explained that he just looked at them and evaluated them a bit, but he didn't know their names. This reassured the princess, and she continued telling him that the flowers here were mostly from other regions. She also heard that they are difficult to control because they are not yet known, which means they are from other countries. Alexa even stopped as if thinking about something, and Belkellon, noticing her gaze, became a little uneasy. The girl understood that that word better explained her existence in this world, and that she was a stranger here. The Duke pulled her out of her thoughts when he took her hand again and turned her towards him. And then he decided to confess something. He judged her garden without thinking, and now he was asking for forgiveness if that made her feel uncomfortable in any way. He also wanted to offer her his official apologies and proposed that she go with him to the festival in the capital. Alexa felt a little confused, not knowing what to think, as it seemed like he was asking her on a date, but she didn't take long to answer, and accepted, confessing that she would look forward to it with joy. At that moment, the first princess called to her as she appeared. Suddenly, and declaring that she was happy to see her sister Ariel, admitted that she was just planning to visit her since she had been too sick. Alexa explained that she felt much better now, and Ariel, upon seeing the Duke, confessed she didn't expect to see him there. Belkellon in turn just greeted her politely. Then Ariel asked him why he hadn't returned to his estate yet. The second princess interrupted, explaining that Belkellon planned to stay in the capital for a while. Since he had unfinished business, then Ariel's maid decided to remind her that Alexa should address the Duke by his title. Even being of royal blood, she explained that only the lower-class aristocracy addresses someone by their first name. Alexa considered that girl named Giselle a pathetic coward, who only felt brave next to Ariel. But the Duke intervened and clarified that he himself asked the princess to call him that so the others should watch their words. Then the maid bowed and offered Alex her apologies for having offended her. The second princess thought at that moment that she had now found someone completely opposite to her ex. Then she herself expressed her indignation to the maid, explaining that she had also offended the Archduke. At that moment, Ariel herself decided to ask for permission to apologize for Giselle, and offered tea as compensation, but the Duke refused and stated that she should apologize not to him. But to her sister, the princess did not resist and apologized, explaining that her maid only wanted to help. And to her surprise, Alex declared that everything was fine and that she and Belkellon understood everything. Ariel found it strange that they both called each other by their first names and understood that they had become very close. She also explained that she was glad. Since she was worried that her sister was alone and friendless in the palace, Alexa understood that she was trying to make her look bad again. And that infuriated her, but the first princess continued saying that she was happy about her sister's friendship with the Duke. As it meant she was getting used to palace life, Ariel also confessed that she felt a little envious, as she wouldn't have minded either. Getting along with the Archduke for Alexa, this was too much. Her sister was really testing her patience, and Ariel continued saying that she had never had the opportunity to meet the Duke and that she was glad they were all there today. Then she mentioned tea time again, and Alexa asked if she was also invited. Ariel did not rush to answer, but the second princess felt like she was about to explode, and as she looked at her sister angrily, Belkellon declared that it would be an honor for him to have tea with her at the same time. He explained that he couldn't stay there for long, and Ariel thought that he didn't like the garden, so she suggested using her drawing room, but the Duke interrupted her. He turned to Alexa and, explaining it was time to go back, offered to escort her to the palace. She was a little surprised that it was time to leave, as she was sure her sister had a lot to say. The Duke apologized to Ariel for not being able to join her for tea. The first princess did not object and suggested having tea another time if he was in such a hurry. Then Belkellon pulled Alexa away, and she barely had time to say goodbye to her sister, saying they would talk later. Staying where she was, Ariel watched them walk away for a while as many thoughts swirled in her head. Belkellon was walking very fast, and Alexa thought he was in a big hurry and that he really had a lot to do. Then the Duke slowed down and suggested they walk more slowly, which surprised the young woman a little. They stopped right next to a rose bush, and Belkellon decided to pick a rose, the most lush of all. Then carefully he placed the flower in his companion's hair and explained that for her he always has time. Then he stared at the princess, noticing that her beauty was dazzling. In that instant, she caught the hint about the new ornament in her hair and modestly admitted its appeal. The next day, Alexia met with Ariel, who offered cookies to go with the tea. The firstborn knew of her sister's love for those particular cookies, and she thanked her for it. Ariel inquired about her meeting with the Duke, and Alexia assured her that she had behaved with propriety, so her sister shouldn't worry, as she had done nothing to embarrass the royalty. However, Alexia sensed that their meeting was no coincidence, and that Ariel planned to get between her and the Duke. Ariel insisted on the cookies, even offering to remake them if they weren't to her liking, but her sister, the second princess, refused. She also noticed her excessive kindness and sweetness when they were alone, but in the presence of others, she suffocated her subtly but relentlessly, a true viper. It's hard to see tenderness in that behavior, and the girl considered Ariel a complicated person. On the other hand, Alexa preferred not to get involved in all that and leave things as they were. But she planned to get revenge for the Alexa of the past anyway, and reclaim what was stolen from her. She didn't want more, as Ariel is cruel and unpleasant, so it's better not to get more involved. The first princess asked what Alexa was talking about with the Archduke, and she didn't understand her interest. Sensing that her sister was hiding something, the second princess confessed that they planned to go to the festival together. At that moment, Ariel declared that Alexa could not go with Belkellon to that festival, but she didn't understand why she didn't need her permission. And then the first princess explained that Day's celebration is for the entire royal family, and as Alexa is a member, she must be present. But she said she wasn't referring to that specific day, although she didn't plan to give more explanations. Ariel was enraged at the thought that her sister was hiding something from her and demanded an answer. Alexa just remained calm, sitting down, and asked her not to get upset. It wasn't like her, so the first princess restrained herself and apologized for raising her voice to her family member. She explained that she was upset because she decided to hide something from her. But Alexa opposed that idea. She also clarified that every person has secrets meant only for themselves, and now the young woman can't tell her sister absolutely everything, like they used to as children. Alexa also didn't want anyone else to know about her plans with Belkellon. That's why she keeps that information to herself. Then she reminded her that Ariel hadn't told her about her relationship with the Marquis either. Belford, then the second princess, advised her sister not to waste her time with her. But with the Marquis, Ariel at that moment had such a strange expression that it was hard to tell if she was happy or about to cry shortly after Alex arrived at the meeting with the Duke, who was surprised that she came alone. He explained that it could be dangerous and asked her to have one of her servants accompany her next time. But the girl didn't see herself as someone who needed help at all. Belkellon even got a little annoyed as that wasn't what he meant, but she said everything was fine. Then Alex suggested they leave. Since they had to hurry if they wanted to see everything there at the same time, the girl couldn't believe she was spending her first festival in the company of Belkellon. Soon she noticed how they were preparing chicken skewers and offering honey liquor, and Alex wanted to try everything. Just as she was about to approach, the Duke stopped her, explaining that she could get lost in the crowd, but the girl didn't consider herself a child, although she loved that Belkellon worried about her. Then she decided to remind him that after all she was a monster, so he shouldn't worry so much. At that moment she heard them announce sweets that fascinated her, and now she longed to try them. The Duke knew his companion wouldn't stop and chose not to argue and let her go. Alexia thanked him, and her face seemed so adorable to him that his heart skipped a beat. He also sensed that she liked him too, but he didn't want to ruin the moment by asking. He decided to enjoy it, especially because he loved holding hands on their date. Alexia was lost in thought for a moment about what could happen, but she reacted immediately. Then she noticed the Duke was in front of her with the sweet in his hands, and she asked him how he had gotten it so quickly. Belkellon explained that the other people had let him pass skipping the line. The princess thought he was untouchable and even tried to imagine how it had all happened. The Duke offered her the treat, which looked appetizing, and the young woman suggested they sit somewhere. Belkellon remembered there was a fountain nearby, and the princess begged him to take her there immediately. The dessert seemed delicious to Alexa, and for a moment she felt like she was in paradise. She confessed to the Duke that the taste was unbeatable and suggested he try it too, but he refused, explaining that he wasn't hungry, but the girl insisted and was already bringing a piece closer to him. At that moment, when Belkellon agreed and she put the spoon in his mouth, he seemed adorable to her again. Then she understood that he didn't like sweets, although the Duke accepted her feeding him. Alexa admitted she just wanted to joke around, but Belkellon noted that it had been too childish. Then he added that he didn't mind at all, and the girl was very surprised again by the Duke. He also confessed that this time he wanted to give his companion some sweets and held out a piece to her. Afterwards, they continued on where everything seemed different to Alexa than what they had seen before. Belkellon explained that guilds and mercenaries gathered here, so it was better to be alert to avoid little problems, and then Alexa saw a yogurt in the distance. And by her face, the Duke knew she wanted to try that too. So he asked the princess to wait while he went to get a serving, and went to get in line. Alexa noticed there were a lot of shady people around and guessed it had to do with the weapon stalls. The girl decided to take a look while she waited for Belkellon and headed towards one of the stalls. That shop seemed interesting to her, and she thought that valuable jewels were often hidden in places like this. Alexa leaned towards a table and saw a small elongated object that caught her attention without a second thought. The princess decided to buy that thing and made her request to the old saleswoman. She explained in a harsh voice that it was a pen and that it wasn't common, and asked her to think it over, but Alexa was sure of her choice and repeated that she wanted to buy it at all costs. Just at that moment, Kylie and Ergay appeared, saying he would buy that pen no matter what. Alexa instantly questioned him about who he was and why she should give him the object. The young man declared to be someone with more knowledge about that trinket, and snatched the pen. The girl, furious at his rudeness, grabbed Kylie by the arm, trying to get her precious object back. She didn't care about his supposed knowledge. She saw it first, and therefore she would get it. But Kylian replied that since she hadn't paid yet, she was just another observer, not the owner. Alexa understood that the guy wouldn't give in easily, but she wasn't planning on giving up either. The princess squeezed his hand with such force that Kylian felt she would break it at any moment. But she claimed to be a fragile and defenseless lady, and people might get the wrong impression. He called her crazy and beastly strong, which infuriated Alexa even more. She squeezed his hand even harder. And then Kylian decided he would have to deal with her in another way. At that moment, his father called him and explained that he couldn't behave like that. Since they were at a festival, the young man claimed that he had nothing to do with it, and that this girl was the first one to try to break his wrist. In doing so, he called her scum, which enraged the princess even more, who already wanted to explain to him who she really was. At that moment, Belkellon approached and asked Alexa not to wander around. As he thought something had happened, the girl apologized and explained she was just looking around, but then she was bothered by an annoying fly. After that, she argued with Kylian again until his father asked his son to stop. Then this young man's father apologized to his grace and begged him to forgive such behavior. The Duke said that everything was fine, calling him Count again, and Alexa understood that she knew that surname as her mother, Camilla, came from the house of Ergen, which owns one of the largest trading companies. Now she guessed that the insolent boy's father could be her uncle, Duncan Ergen. Meanwhile, the Duke turned to Alexa and told her that the pen she wanted to buy was cursed. The girl was instantly scared. Belkellon understood that she didn't know and decided to tell her the story. A greedy demon cursed it, decreeing that whoever touched it would lose their magical power. Keelan explained that he only wanted to prevent her from losing her magic, but she treated him like a thief Alexa did not know, and now she decided to confront the old woman who was selling the pen. But when she turned around, the princess noticed that the old woman had disappeared a while ago. Kylian added that Alexa must not have lost much magic, but he asked her to be more careful. He explained that magic stolen by a demon never returns to its former owner. The princess couldn't believe that such a harmless object could be so dangerous now thinking about it. It seemed strange to her how obsessed she was with the pen at first, as if someone had planned it all. Meanwhile, the old count addressed his son and explained that he had to take responsibility for his mistake. Kylian must now apologize to the Duke and also promise that he will show due respect to the princess in their next meeting. The boy returned the pen to Belkellon and he asked Alexa to be more sensible before taking things like that. The girl just nodded in silence, noticing at the same time how her friend was crushing the pen in his hands. Afterwards, the Duke said goodbye to the Count, who in the end apologized once more for the trouble caused. When they left, Kylian noticed that Belkellon looked like he was about to incinerate him right there. Then he turned to his father, telling him it was also time to leave, noticing that he was deep in thought. He murmured that he couldn't believe he would meet Alexa again. He also commented that the girl was now an exact copy of her mother, Camilla, moving forward. Alexa wanted to know why the cursed pen didn't affect the Duke. He explained that those demonic objects don't work on beings like him, so it's fine. And even though he's not a full demon, the demonic blood that runs in him hasn't lost its power. Alexa thought about the irony that united the son of a demon and a human. Irony that united the son of a demon and a human. And a princess turned into a monster. Now she understood why a connection arose between them and that they saw one another as a reflection. Then the girl admitted she wanted to ask Belkellon something else, but she was a little embarrassed. Still, she asked about her yogurt. Since the Duke went to get it before the feather incident, he explained that he was very busy looking for her everywhere. So he left it and apologized for that. Belkellon offered to buy her another one immediately, but the girl confessed she was just kidding afterwards. She asked the Duke to forget about the yogurt and suggested they keep exploring the place shortly after. The king called Alex and questioned her about why she planned something right before royal affairs. He explained that the entire capital would criticize her irresponsibility, but he noticed that his advice did not matter to her. The princess understood that if His Majesty knew about her escapade, Ariel was involved in this. The king insisted that Alex must be in the palace and accompany the Philia delegation. He also demanded that for her own good and that of her companion, she become faithful to her duties. Ariel intervened, assuring her father that her sister would now reflect on her actions. Then the king decided to stop there, but promised he would not take his eyes off Alex. Ariel saw that her sister was furious and understood it was because she had told their father about her outing the first princess. Admitted she did it only because she was worried about her sister. She was not only concerned that Alex knew little about the capital, but also about her being with that Duke. Although he is royalty, above all, he is a cruel and ruthless demon. Alexa snapped that Ariel was being too harsh, reminding her that she had invited him to tea. The second princess cut the conversation short, saying she had lost her trust, but Ariel called her a liar and clarified it was not about trust, but the Duke. She understood he was so important to Alexa that she would obey the king for his sake. The elder princess also did not understand why that man was so crucial to her sister. Alexa just said irritably that she did not expect her sister to be bothered by something like that. Ariel insisted on an answer, but Alexa said that she herself knew it well. But she also clarified that amidst so much cruelty and selfishness in the palace, he supported her. Alexa finished by saying that if this continued, her sister would only push them further apart. The second princess left, even though her sister begged her to stay and talk a little longer. Days later, Alex received an unexpected visit, but decided to receive the mysterious guest at that moment. The maid, Lily, knocked on her door. Also announcing the arrival of this visitor, the princess ordered him to be escorted to her, and upon entering, she asked the reason for his visit. It was Count Ergen who confessed during the conversation that he was happy to see Alex was well. He also admitted he should have met with his niece sooner and apologized for not doing so. But Alex responded coldly, insinuating that he must have been too busy with family matters. Ergen also revealed that he had heard rumors that she would be accompanying the Philia delegation. The young woman was amazed at how fast rumors traveled. While her uncle asked about the preparations, Alex confessed that not being familiar with matters of state, everything was more complicated than expected. She thought she had been given that responsibility on purpose. Just to annoy her, the young woman stated that because she was confined to the estate, she had not received news of that delegation's bad reputation, and despite the power of the empire that backed them, they were also sadly famous for their arrogance and rudeness. The Athilics looked down on their kingdom with contempt and were ready to criticize the slightest mistake. Alexa saw them as a ticking time bomb in her hands. One false move, and she would unleash the fury of the royals. The girl also noticed that the members of that family had not been kind to her from the beginning, and now, to her surprise, Ergen decided to offer his help. Aware that dealing with the Athilic Empire would not be easy, the Count explained that his merchant organization would provide the princess with everything she needed. They would also teach her all the subtleties of politics and protocol and everything else she might need. Ergen also clarified that if Alexa managed to overcome this challenge, she could strengthen her position. The princess thought she knew this man wanted something in return and asked what he needed. The Count needed to know first if she could handle the task, but she asked for the price beforehand. Ergen noted that she was excellent at making deals, and she explained that the blood of the best merchants still ran in her veins. The Count had forgotten. He even laughed a little and then admitted that he was pursuing a single objective. He wants the princess to help him to secure his family's official position and hopes for her help. The young woman understood that her uncle planned to use her for political purposes and declared he had chosen the wrong person. She explained that unlike her sister, she does not have enough power, nor any special rights in politics, but Ergen began to explain that he was not referring to politics and power at all. He simply did not want Alexa to keep living like this. He reminded her that she lost her mother very young, then was exiled to the palace, which gave her an oppressive past. The princess still did not understand what her uncle meant, and he explained that she had become too fused with her role as a victim. Besides, Ergen declared he only wished the best for his niece and begged her to listen to him. Then the princess decided he had only come to talk about that subject, that she no longer wanted to continue. The Count understood that Alexa was afraid of being the center of attention and wanted to live in peace. He would do the same in her place. He also confessed that there was something else she did not know and explained that in any case, she could not go unnoticed, and regardless of whether she wanted to or not, the princess would have to take part in this. The young woman really only desired a peaceful and quiet life, which she lacked, and she did not think it was too much to ask. Afterwards, she asked what was required of her, and the Count explained that she had to become the one who would represent the Ergen family. Then he added that they needed to get back in the game, because after her mother's death, they had been excluded from the capital society. Nobody wants to associate with the family of a concubine who committed suicide. That is why they are treated this way. Upon hearing this, Alexa was extremely surprised. Since she did not know how her mother had died, Camilla took a long time to die, and the Ergens took a very long time to establish themselves in politics. When Camilla gave birth to Alex, who was seen as a monster, the Ergens spread rumors that spread like wildfire. It was their family. A concubine and a princess were born there. She did not believe those rumors would affect them, but suddenly she thought something else was hidden. Behind those rumors, someone powerful had spread them. It was just a hypothesis. But Alex also remembered how the king tried to control the princess, so she decided to ask her uncle directly if the royal family was behind all this. The Count did not know what to answer, and Alex insisted, "Is His Majesty Raphael involved in this?" Ergen was extremely surprised and warned her not to mention the monarch so lightly. The young woman nodded, but did not understand why he was so worried. If they could not take everything from her, Alex also understood that Count Ergen longed for revenge for his family, and now he wanted her to become stronger. He confirmed it and also wanted an aristocratic faction. To support the princess, she still believed it was madness to bet the family on the long-forgotten second princess. The Count thought Alexa was afraid to confront them, but she flatly denied it. She remembered when she was in front of a truck feeling useless, completely helpless now. She feared losing her present, her happiness, her comfortable life, and that fear paralyzed her. Alexa warned that there would be a price for the confrontation, and she would be the only one to pay it. But the Count, Ergen swore that his family would support the princess. Although she feared losing everything, the Count was confident that Alexa was invincible. His family does not engage in battles they could lose. If she refused, the royal family would strangle her, slowly tightening the noose around her neck. The Count urged her to move forward, accepting the costs, and after listening to him, Alexa became thoughtful. She knew the royals would punish her even more, and the Count Ergen was right that battle was inevitable. Then he proposed to start preparing the reception for the Ed Filia delegation. The girl did not know what the real Alexa was like, but now she had no thought of backing down. Although she did not know how well she could do it, Changing her decision was now impossible, and before starting, the princess hesitated constantly. Fearing losing everything and living as she did before, however, none of that was hers anyway, and she thought that the real Alexa was now cursing her for such selfishness. But the girl had not wanted to come here. She was not going to be Alexa. It just happened for some reason. At that moment, the maid informed her that the count had left, and noticing that her mistress was rushing off somewhere, she asked where Alexa did not go into the detail, just briefly explained that she was going to get some fresh air. Upon going out to the garden, the girl found a place under a large tree and began to wonder what would happen if she failed. She did not want to blame herself for her weakness, but feared becoming vulnerable again, absorbed in her life and mission. She did not notice Duke Belkellon approaching. He noticed she was crying, which alarmed him, and he begged her to share her sadness. Alexa was a little bewildered now. She worried about why she was almost always like this in front of the Duke. Belkellon saw her bewilderment and hugged her in a friendly way, asking who had visited her. She just asked him to stay a few more seconds, and he, trying to comfort her, assured her that everything would be all right in his arms. The princess felt relief and did not want that moment to end later. Once she was calm, the Duke insisted on knowing what had happened and who had made her cry. Alexa hesitated to tell him she only asked her friend to repeat that everything would be all right. She also admitted she had been wrong, but now she hoped there was nothing to worry about. She again asked Belkellon not to ask anything, just to confirm her hope. Then the Duke extended his hands toward her face and gently kissed her forehead, affirming that everything would be all right. He also added that she had nothing to worry about, that she was safe and that no one would hurt her. Alexa simply melted with happiness at having someone by her side who was so easy to be with. But she also feared that this warmth might leave her, and she would not be able to overcome that emptiness. She hugged him again and begged him to stay by her side and not go anywhere, barely holding back tears. The Duke promised that he would stay by her side and would not leave, and so they spent some time in the garden. Afterwards, the princess fell asleep from the agitation and exhaustion, and the Duke decided to carry her to her room to put her to bed. When he knocked on the door, a maid opened it and was a bit startled to see her mistress in such a state. She was also surprised that Alexa was being carried by Duke Belkellon, who asked her to speak more quietly because Alexa had fallen asleep. Lily opened the door wide for the Duke to enter, and he went straight to the bed and carefully laid the princess down. He gave her a gentle kiss on the forehead so as not to wake her, and wished her good night. Then he left, and at the door, Lily thanked him for his concern for her lady and bowed respectfully. But he was curious about who had visited Alexa, and he decided to ask the maid. She confessed that Count Ergen had visited her, and the Duke realized he had been looking for her since they met at the festival. Lily Beltran told him that the mistress was upset after her chat with the Count, and he wanted to know what happened at that meeting. The Duke knew that the Ergen family was moving away and thought that it might have affected the princess in some way. Sometime later in the Duchy of Belkellon, he awaited a visitor in the garden standing before a portal. He was summoning someone, ordering them not to be late. Instantly, a man who looked very much like the Duke emerged. He noted that nothing had changed and called him brother. Belkellon disagreed, but the other clarified that they were brothers from the same father. But the newcomer was a full demon, and unlike him, the Duke was born from a human womb. He also added that Abraxas himself considers Belkellon his brother and that he should appreciate it, but the Duke snapped that if he was here to talk nonsense, he had better shut up. However, the demon begged him to take it back, because if their relationship was spoiled, their late father would be very displeased. But the Duke did not want to hear anything about that from the one who killed his father and decided to leave. But then the demon asked if he had been seeing the princess much lately. He even described her appearance in detail, noting her dark hair was just like theirs. The demon also noted that his brother really liked that girl, as she looked a lot like their mother besides. He thought it would be fun to turn her into a demon as well, and recalled that their father was very romantic. The demon remembered how he captured the human girl he liked and transformed her into a demon. Like them, he never imagined the infamous Beelzebub would be capable of something like that. It was even a bit sad, since her body was human, and despite their efforts, she did not last long. Then the demon noted that Princess Alexa possessed the same magical power, and with a body like that, she would last a long time. He then supposed that in that case, unlike their mother, she could become the perfect demon. Belkellon could not stand it any longer and grabbed the demon by the neck and threatened him to stay away from Alexa. The demon noted that at that moment, the Duke looked very much like their father, and admitted he was the Demon King's son. Then he began to assume that King Raphael still thought he and the Duke were of the same blood. But in reality, there was not a single drop mixed, although thanks to humans, everyone believes Belkellon is a royal descendant. The demon also asked his brother to think about it. Regardless of how much demon blood he had, he could afford to date a monster girl after this. The demon declared that he would be a more worthy heir to Beelzebub and pushed the Duke's hand away. He assured him that a half-breed could never defeat him, as their strengths were not equal then. He began to bind the Duke with magical threads and claimed he would take care of the princess himself. It enraged the demon that their father loved that half-breed, and that he named that pregnant woman Queen. The boy for being born like that was considered royalty, and the activation of the Asmodean seals was prevented. Now the demon saw an unperturbed and pathetic face before him that did not even have its own place, but as the older brother, he decided to change the ways of Belkellon and tightened the magical threads even more. Nevertheless, the Duke gathered all his strength and broke the threads, but the demon would not give up so easily, and prepared to attack Belkellon, also prepared to counterattack. And the next moment, he shot a beam of energy into the demon's abdomen. The blow was so strong that he even bled from his mouth, and he realized the Duke was not as weak as he had thought. Belkellon reminded him that he had warned him, and the demon did not understand how he could do it. The Duke repeated to his enemy not to dare touch Alexa, or next time he would not be so merciful. He also explained that his strength is mana, but the demon stated that demons cannot use it, that it is the opposite. But Belkellon was only half demon, and now he was curious if he could use both powers together. Then he threatened the demon again. If he did not touch Alexa, he would not use his power against him either. Then more fiercely, Belkellon declared that if because of the demon, a single hair from the princess's head were to fall, he would kill him. Then the demon asked why the Duke did not kill him now. Assuming he felt affection for his only relative on Earth, he also added that he could not do it, and that the Duke was someone who could not stop being human. The princess, in the meantime, was practicing her etiquette lessons, although it seemed to her that no one used it anymore, but the teacher affirmed that Ariel was well-mannered and Alexa should not listen to advice from little children. The second princess doubted that this old man was Felipe. The best etiquette teacher, the count who was present for the lesson, confirmed what Alexa had said, adding that Coach Cece trains royalty after 20 years of service and retirement. He teaches at the academy and educates young children in etiquette. Alexa looked suspiciously at the teacher as he asked her to hold her dress elegantly. Cece noticed her tension and suggested she relax, saying that even a log would do it more elegantly. The princess giggled, although she really wanted to teach the master a lesson. The count noticed and pleaded for her patience if she did not want to show her weaknesses to the enemy. Alexa did not reply, aware of the necessity. She put on a confused face, which pleased the teacher. After 3 hours of class, the princess had to go to her second lesson in 3 minutes and 47 seconds. That was the time her next teacher gave her, and he snapped that she was 32 seconds late. He tried to explain that every second counted and could be a huge problem. When on an important mission, the girl explained she had only stopped for a glass of water. But she apologized and promised not to be late next time. This man, Archimalai OD, was the wisest teacher in Felipe, and he would teach Alexa the history of the continent. Now he declared that as a punishment for being late, the princess had to learn the entire imperial history book by the next class. This seemed like too much to the girl, and she had never studied like that, not even when she was overworked after another class. She returned to her office where Kylian was sitting. He noted that Archimalai had scolded her again. But Alexa did not want to argue with her family member and just asked why he was here. He explained he just came to check on her, thinking that even a simple teacher would be too much for someone like her. She answered curtly that even if he was Archimalai's only student, it would not make him the country's princess. Then Kylian decided that if she was going to speak like that, he would not address her as Princess Alexa, caught the hint, and instantly corrected her speech, adding the proper words from her etiquette lesson. Asking him to leave her room, Kylian stated that this was what people were talking about, and just then a maid knocked on the door, informing that she had prepared the snacks, and noticing the atmosphere between the two, she assumed that the lady would be delayed. Due to the conversation with the guest, the young man kept insisting that the princess wanted to be treated unworthily and asked how her lesson had gone, and then he noticed that Alexa's mood dropped, and then she stood up and started to approach him. He didn't have time to ask why she was doing it, when in the next instant she had already grabbed him by the neck and had thrown him to the ground. The maid, seeing such a scene, got really scared and didn't know what to do, understanding that she could also be harmed at that moment. The princess looked at her and, just with a tone, calmly asked the maid to leave them alone. She didn't reply and left the room immediately, and Alexa was determined to have a serious talk with her relative. She didn't care that he was insensitive, but she demanded that in the presence of people he treat her like a princess. After that, she let the boy go, and he understood that it wouldn't be fun at all if he continued to be insolent. Instantly, the count entered the room and apologized for being late, and upon seeing the scene, he thought they were arguing. Alexa let out a small laugh and explained that she hadn't been fighting, but was just changing a habit the count didn't insist on the topic. And the girl confessed that she wanted to ask him something important shortly after they sat down at the tea table. And Alexa handed her uncle a small bag. He was surprised and started to ask what it was, and the princess explained that it was a monster pheromone. The count was even more surprised, not understanding where his niece could have gotten something like that. As it is very rare then, she explained that she found it on the day of the hunt, when the monsters attacked, and the king fled from there. And now the girl explained that this little bag was the cause of all the chaos, that it was what attracted the beasts. She explained that someone had secretly put it in the Duke's bag. And that day the monsters went crazy and chased him. After her own investigation, Alex has found nothing for now. The princess believes the count will find out, and that's why she brought the bag. She wanted to know who bought the item. To find out why they put it on the Duke, her uncle agreed to investigate, but the princess thought of something else that seemed strange in the battle. The monster's skin was so strong that it couldn't be compared to anything the count was interested, and Alex suggested going hunting again to collect more skins. She explained that these skins would go between the armor and the underwear. The count thought it was a great idea, and he was going to notify his trusted men Alex would cover the material and expenses and propose to split the profits when they start producing. She clarified that it would be 6 for her and 4 for him. With the princess taking the larger share, the count was a little surprised and proposed that she receive 80% of the profits. The girl understood that he wouldn't have much left, since those skins are not easy to find and will cost a fortune, but the count asked that with that 20% he wished to obtain the publishing rights for the product. The princess loved the proposal and accepted, especially because her uncle manages the trade in Felipe. Before that, the count wanted to know something else and confessed that he was very interested in Alexa's relationship with the Grand Duke. The princess didn't understand her uncle's interest, and he explained that their relationship didn't seem like a simple friendship. The girl was in shock. After all, she had been through a lot with Duke Belkellon, and now she didn't even know if she could say, based on certain moments, that she liked him. Her feelings for him were sincere and not out of sympathy or friendship, but she still didn't know how to answer the question. The count noticed her thoughtful state and even worried if she was okay, but she admitted that she didn't know. Her uncle understood her feelings, but he asked her to be more cautious in the future, reminding her that the Duke is a demon. Although he personally considered him an excellent young man, the world doesn't see the truth with its eyes. The girl understood that the count was right, but she couldn't reject the person who had extended a hand to her. And for now, she asked her uncle to find people who were not affected by prejudice. She declared that she and the Duke were similar, and if they couldn't accept the Grand Duke, she wouldn't be accepted either. Besides, the princess added that Belkellon is someone of great importance to her. Then the count remembered that Camilla, no matter how many people stood in her way, never let anyone go at the same time. Ergin hoped that his niece would not become like her late mother. After that conversation, Alexa remembered the rumors that the Count and Camilla had different points of view and secrets. And while walking thoughtfully down the hall, the young woman ran into the Duke, who had come to visit her, Alexia. She was so happy to see him that she couldn't contain her emotions, but then she composed herself. She confessed to Belkellon that Lily had recommended a new coffee shop, and now she proposed to the Duke that they go there together. He didn't resist. On the contrary, he liked the proposal and invited Alexia to his carriage. Later, they visited the Count's garden, which the princess found more magnificent than the royal garden. The Duke confirmed that this family is the best in matters of trade, and that many rare flowers can be seen here. The young woman began to observe them, and she had really never seen many of them before, and she considered them very beautiful. Alexia also confessed to the Duke that she loves flowers, and at that moment she turned, and their eyes met. Alexia immediately remembered her uncle's question about what kind of relationship she had with Belkellon, and now she decided to ask the Duke himself for an answer to that question, hoping that he would help her understand. Alexia also explained that they had never talked like this before. Without caring what others might say, the Duke was lost in thought, and even lowered his head, which didn't bode well for the princess, but she kept waiting. Then she asked Belkellon if he thought they were special, but he was still in no hurry to answer. The young woman realized she was starting to get nervous when those moments of silence came, but she wanted to believe in the best. However, realizing that she would hardly get an answer, she decided to leave. But the Duke took her hand and stopped her. But Alex, now with a more serious face, asked him for the last time to tell her what he thought of them. Belkellon feared that the princess couldn't understand him since he was the reason they couldn't be together. That's why he can't decide to start a relationship. But that answer only saddened Alex, and she realized she was wrong. She thought he was like her and let go of his hand. Shouting in the hope that the Duke wouldn't get into trouble because of her, he begged her not to say that, not to call him Duke and not to address him as a stranger, but Alex couldn't control her heart. No matter how many times she had been through something similar, now she had no choice but to leave the Duke alone and walk away. Since then, Belkellon visited her without ceasing. She heard him in the castle and in the Count's mansion, but she never saw him. Alexa believed that there was nothing left between them and she just wanted to belong to him. After visiting her uncle once more, he started the conversation by saying that the lilacs in the garden were beginning to wither. He supposed it was because it was getting colder and suggested to Alexa that they take a walk in the garden. The princess then remembered that the lilacs were also blooming during her last meeting with the Duke. The young woman felt terrible, but she knew she had to get over the separation and move on. Alexa even thought that she should just be content with the relationship they had, and suddenly she heard Belkellon's voice behind her, asking her to stop and talk to him. The princess's first impulse was to run away. After all, he had made that decision, not her. Alexa thought that if she didn't run away right now, she would look like a complete fool. And she didn't want that. She also understood that there should be no false hopes in their relationship. But she couldn't get rid of them. And then she didn't realize how the Duke caught up with her and immediately hugged her. Holding her tightly so she wouldn't escape, the princess tried to free herself anyway. But the Duke begged her to give him a chance to explain everything the next instant. She managed to break free and declared that she didn't need that, because what he said last time was enough for her. She was sure that if she kept listening, she would feel terrible. But Belkellon insisted anyway that the princess listen to him, as it was very important. He pleaded that even if she couldn't forgive him, she would at least listen to the story, and he would do whatever she wished. The Duke explained that he doesn't want to be a stone in her path. But as long as they are in an undefined relationship, everything is fine. However, if that relationship goes further, he would become the princess's weakness. Belkellon also knew why she was in Ergen's hands, but he could not go where she was heading. He explained it would be harder if she kept him close, but the girl disagreed with that idea. Alexa reminded him that she is a monster like him, the Duke. He acknowledged that they were quite similar, but Belkellon clarified that they are not the same, that he is a half-breed, not even a complete human being. He added that the more the princess knows, the more they will hate and despise her. Prepare for that, Alexa did not understand why the Duke judged things that had not happened and thought he was just afraid Belkellon admitted to being weak. That is why he let her go. And also because she is still ignorant of many things, he explained that if Alexa chose him, he could not reject her, and he would become her greatest weakness. Then the Duke kissed her hand and declared that the decision on how to act was hers alone. Only she decides. Alexa noticed his embarrassed face and his lowered eyes, and understood that he was hurting just like she was. Then she herself moved closer. She wrapped her arms around his neck and kissed him softly. Showing that she did not want to reject him, she wanted to choose someone who would only look at her, and from whom she could never stay away. It was beyond her ability, and Alexa no longer wanted any misunderstandings between them. The Duke was in shock at that moment, understanding that she had chosen him, but also happy about it. The princess confirmed her choice, and Belkellon declared that now she could not escape, as he would not let her go. Alexa understood that her friend understood what she was trying to say, that she did not care about others' opinions. Now the girl felt better than ever because she loves the Duke. And now they are finally together. From that day on, they became a couple in love, and they did not worry about what others said or thought. Shortly after, Belkellon called Salavin and asked him how many spies the king had sent after him. The servant reported that there were many, and that they knew all of them, and the Duke ordered them all to be destroyed. But Salomon contradicted him, thinking that even if they carried out a purge for the king, it would not be the best course of action. The servant suspected there was a special reason. But the Duke had to make sure that Raphael only worried about him. Then Belkellon advised the servant to have his wife come to the capital as well, and as soon as possible. The Duke now understood that his stay there would be very long, and that he needed to take control of the situation soon. The princess arrived and he went to greet her himself. Asking if there had been any trouble on the way, the girl assured him she arrived safely and that nothing bad had happened. And then the Duke invited her inside. They went to the garden where they later sat at a tea table. And the maid asked Alexa what tea she preferred. Belkellon himself decided to order apple and mint tea for both of them, and Alexa liked that he knew her tastes. Now she wanted to know what he liked, but Salomon interrupted their conversation, admitting he was looking for his master. Then he noticed the Duke had a guest, and Belkellon introduced the servant to Princess Alexa upon hearing. A name, a chill ran down Salomon's spine. It was said that this girl was a monster. She noticed the servant's look of confusion and asked what was wrong, but without showing a trace of anger, he bowed deeply and began to apologize for his initial behavior, then introduced himself to Her Majesty. Alexa was also pleased with the meeting and understood that the servant was surprised she did not look like the monster they said she was. He explained that he did not think so, only that he did not know the princess was coming, which is why he was perplexed. The young woman declared that Salom's eyes were quite beautiful, and he thought something strange was happening to him. The Duke interrupted and explained to the servant that they would discuss business later, as he now had a meeting with Princess Alexa, and Salomon took his leave. While the girl noticed that Belkellon's entourage was a lot like him, then she told the Duke that he was very sincere with that servant and even chose his words in a particular way. Belkellon thought the princess did not like the way he spoke and offered to change his tone if necessary, but then he realized she was just bored and asked for her patience, calling her little one, but Alex begged him not to change his tone. She thought it over and declared that she likes the current Belkellon. The Duke even blushed a little at this because he felt a bit embarrassed. After the princess's words, Alex asked him not to worry and assured him that in any case, he was still very sweet to her. In a few days, the princess had a scheduled meeting with the Prime Minister, Louis Duancaron. The young Count Ergen explained that all the youth of Philip frequent that place and begged her not to act foolishly. Kylian also explained that this Louis is the cornerstone of national politics. He introduces nobles into the political world, often giving them the opportunity to share their knowledge. Now Alex and Kylian had been invited, and he begged the young woman to focus on participating in the debates. And as the princess entered politics, she understood this would be very tense. Kylian decided to tease her a little, hinting that he was worried about her ignorance, but Alexa reminded him that the Count asked them not to fight, so he should calm down. Kylian also remembered his father's words about mandatory attendance, but he did not expect such a disaster. He explained that in these debates they had to demonstrate two things. First, the dignity of the princess, not a monster. There also had to be a determination to participate actively in politics. Although he did not expect Alexa to win, the young woman knew that some nobles looked at her with contempt, and now she asked what to do. If she got confused, Kylian understood her fear of being insulted, but he asked her not to worry. About the nobles who would be hovering around, Alexa did not expect to hear that from her relative, who explained that she could be at ease. At his father's request upon arriving at the meeting place, Kylian also asked the princess that they pretend not to know each other. But Alexa did not understand how to do that, and smile if they were entering together anyway. Then the boy explained it was a personal matter and begged her to pretend not to know him. The princess did not understand why, especially since Count Ergen had not warned her about this. She thought it might be something dangerous, but she obeyed Kylian anyway. And soon they entered the debate hall. Many aristocrats immediately noticed the princess and began to murmur that she must be a monster. But the girl tried to ignore them, and Kylian soon pointed to a man and explained that he was the Prime Minister. They immediately approached him, and the young man introduced himself properly, and Louis greeted him in response. The Prime Minister also noticed they had an unexpected guest and gestured towards the princess with his gaze. She gave her thanks and stated that she was delighted to join such a prestigious discussion. In response, Louise also wished her fruitful debates, and Alex noted to herself that this man was like a snake that strikes treacherously. The Prime Minister also explained that they still had time before the debates began and invited them to enjoy their refreshing drinks. Then he suggested that Sir Ergen escort the lady, and he asked the princess to follow him. After a short time, several aristocratic ladies approached Alex and expressed their joy in meeting her. The young woman knew she was Countess Isabel and greeted her politely, though the Countess was surprised that the princess knew her. Alex explained that he remembered her from the day she also participated in the house competitions. Isabel was astonished again, as she never thought Her Majesty would be able to recognize her. Another aristocratic lady who was nearby began to flatter the princess, claiming that she was becoming more beautiful every day. It was Lady Kiel, and Alex explained that she was exaggerating, though she admitted she was pleased to hear it at that moment. Ariel appeared before her, realizing that her sister had also decided to participate in the talks. Alex explained that she had not told her, thinking she would feel uncomfortable since they should have arrived together. She also hoped it was not a priority for royal etiquette, and asked if Ariel wanted to tell their father. Isabel interrupted, pointing out that the meeting was not planned, so there should be no problem. She added that the first princess's manners are impeccable, something Lady Cecil also confirmed. Then Ariel declared that her sister was not at fault and regretted not being around lately, even though they always argued. Alexa stated that she was busy. Preparing the reception for the delegation, she explained that she did not want to disappoint her sister and father and was doing her best not to fail. The second princess admitted it was the first time she had done something like this, so she was nervous. Isabel recalled that she had not been in the palace for long, but being entrusted with this was very important. But Manuel approached and objected, saying that Isabel was implying that Alexa surpassed the first princess. The second princess replied that if so, she could bear the heavy burden of the royal family, but they still call her a monster. Alexa, even so. The members of the delegation must respect the country's laws, and the girl dropped the bombshell. She is also royalty and will stand up to them, finishing by saying that in Lady Manuela's eyes, she will always be a palace monster. Then the second princess stood up. The debates are about to begin. It's time to go now that they're settled. The Prime Minister thanked those present for attending the forum and clarified that comments were allowed, but accusations are forbidden. This is a space for free opinion. Enjoy the debate. Then Luis announced the topic, the current situation in Felipe and the imminent visit of the Atilio Empire's delegation. The imperial delegates are arriving to forge bonds of friendship between both nations. Given Felipe's current situation and speaking of the most dangerous areas, the empire cannot be ignored now. Felipe is on the empire's side. Has something been given in return to be prepared? Then the Prime Minister asked those present what they thought of the kingdom's choice. Alexa heard that public opinion was dominated by radicals, but it was also just empty talk from idiotic nobles. Then she heard someone point at her and call her a monster, which left her stunned. A young Sir Payne addressed her and declared that she could stop the heteros, as had always been the case. Other people also began to exclaim for the second princess to stop them and defeat them. But Alexa herself didn't understand why they decided she agreed with that war, and she asked the young man that question. He explained that she had always been on the front lines, and another agreed that as a royal she should defend the country. Alexa confirmed that as a royal she should handle this situation with more care, but Payne interrupted her, saying it was no time for delays, and understood that the princess didn't know the details. He also added that right now the empire was crumbling and the time had come to destroy it. Alexa clarified that those were old rumours and that there was now economic growth. It was Count Ergen's key secret. With that info you could pressure anyone. The young man countered, saying she believed rumours like a scared princess. Alexa proposed talking about currency and stated that the empire's currency was strengthening, all under the excuse of tribute. Then she recalled the rapid export growth, and thanks to a secret law, citizen debts are reduced by 30%. Alexa thought it was crazy to declare war on a country on the brink of collapse. Another aristocrat suggested investing in military power, and that way they would have a chance. But the princess replied, "We cannot judge success or failure by strength alone. If we break diplomatic ties, Felipe will end up completely isolated. Besides, if you invest everything in military might, your kingdom will face many other problems." Then Alexa frankly asked how many families would go to the front, and the young man replied that they couldn't participate. He explained that they are the heirs, and Alexa confirmed that only the fathers would participate in combat then. With some sarcasm, she declared that the young men were brave enough to send their fathers to war. She also didn't want to crush the indomitable spirit of the youth, but saw a high probability of them losing the war. And then after the defeat, King Raphael's life would be in danger. Mainly then she remembered again that she is a member of the royal family, and they cannot go to war for the king's safety. After all, the girl expressed her opinion, saying she had framed it constructively. Why she was opposed? Then they announced a recess, and Lady Cecil suggested the princess have some tea during that time. But she refused and declared that at that moment she preferred to get some fresh air as she was heading there. Alexa thought she hadn't done poorly, but she doubted if she had acted correctly in the second part of the debate. A light story was planned, so the girl thought she could relax. Suddenly she heard a strange sound that boded ill, and immediately looked in that direction. She saw how in another room, two young men were shamelessly harassing Kylian. They told him that if the beast hadn't intervened, Sir Rabanaron might have noticed them. The young man who argued with the princess was attacking, also claiming that Alexa didn't obey at all. Then he reminded Kylian that he couldn't avoid them anyway, even if he left the academy. Then Hippane shouted that if he couldn't kill the monster, he would kill the young count and his father. But Kylian replied that if that aristocrat so much as touched his father, he wouldn't let him be. That one in turn kept claiming that with those bruises he couldn't even touch him with a finger. Hipain confessed that seeing the monster made his hands itch, and Kilian would be his punching bag. At that moment, Alexia opened the door and called out, irritating the aristocrats with the interruption, but they immediately felt a chill run from head to toe. As it wasn't a simple visit, they saw Alexia enter asking if she had understood correctly about the monster. Both trembled, instantly explaining it was a misunderstanding and that they weren't talking about the princess. But Alexia didn't believe their excuses and instantly lunged forward, punching one in the stomach. The main aggressor begged the princess to forgive him, but she saw no reason to, as he had called her a monster behind her back, and now like a coward was begging for mercy. Hipain explained it was a silly joke between heirs, that he didn't mean to offend anyone. Alexia understood they were joking to annoy Kilian, and grabbing him by the neck, she lifted him into the air. Then that aristocrat threatened to tell his father everything, but Alexa replied he wouldn't even dare to speak to him. Kilian intervened, asking her to stop, but she didn't understand why he didn't want revenge. Since those two had beaten him, the young count assured her they weren't worth it, that they weren't worth getting her hands dirty. And then Alexa pushed Hipain aside. Alexa also remembered that Kilian was good with his magic and didn't understand why he just stood by. He confessed it wasn't the first time, that at 11 years old he'd already had his first terrifying experience. Although a long time had passed since that day, the memories lingered and fear still gripped him. The boy understood he was trapped in the past, but the princess declared it wasn't so. But then the familiar promised him that the revenge that he would plot would be slow and painful. Now the young woman understood why, after the fall of the Urgens, because she was a monster, they were banned from politics and the count dedicated to restoring his family. Couldn't afford to take care of little Kilian completely alone in the academy, he also hated her passionately. But he interrupted her thoughts. The boy asked what to do with those two, pointing out that Parich had fainted, and Hipain was about to cry that Bully begged the princess once more to forgive him just this once. Still trembling, Alexa then declared to him that Kilian wasn't seeking revenge, and he was quick to rejoice, believing he had been forgiven. But she couldn't accept that they had insulted her, and remembered they called her a monster. Damn it, Hipain immediately justified himself, saying he was only repeating what Parich said, and that he didn't hate the princess. He also declared he didn't understand how anyone could hate her. When she was so beautiful and intelligent, then the girl approached him and, leaning in, asked him to repeat it. Pretending she hadn't heard him, she also asked him to confess. Although he didn't understand what exactly he had to confess, Alexa wanted all the ladies and gentlemen to hear his confession that he loved her. The aristocrat was stunned, but the next moment the princess decided to teach him a lesson for offending an innocent girl, just as she grabbed him by the neck. The boy confessed he had a fiancé, but Alexa didn't care at all. She demanded he confess his love for her in front of everyone, or something worse than his worst nightmares would happen to him. The aristocrat was so terrified that he agreed to her demand just so she would leave him alone after their agreement. The princess decided to send him to his friend, and with a slap knocked him to the ground. Hipain lifted his comrade and began to drag him out of the room, while Alexa hurried them along to top it off. She also advised them not to offend people for fun, and hoped they had learned their lesson well alone again. Kilian declared to the princess that he could take care of revenge whenever he wanted, but then she decided to ask him if he hated her. A lot when he was little. The boy couldn't say no, but he also admitted not as much as she imagined. Kilian added that despite everything he had a family, which is why he didn't hold a grudge against the princess. Then he confessed that the abuse he suffered was in the past, and he asked Alexa not to worry about it. The girl wanted to say something more, but the young count suggested they go back. As it was time to hear Hipain's confession, they soon returned to the debate hall. And take their places, only one aristocrat was missing, but soon he appeared himself in a pitiful state, as if he had been forced to come under threat of death. The Prime Minister reprimanded him for being late, and then asked him to take a seat. At that moment, Alexa couldn't help but ask Sir Japan why he looked so unwell, and he couldn't get the princess's threat out of his head if he didn't comply with her demand. The Prime Minister reminded the aristocrat again that they should begin and begged him to take his seat, but Ibanez asked them to wait and declared that he needed to say something very important. The people in the room were stunned, understanding that he was being rude to Sir Dwayne Corn. Prime Minister Luis also didn't understand what the aristocrat was doing and demanded an explanation. And Payne was hesitant, but he gathered his courage and shouted to the entire room that he loved Princess Alexa. After this, the people in the room were even more shocked. No one expected something like that. Manuela couldn't take it anymore and asked him why he was saying that, since he had a fiancé and Payne didn't know how to explain it, and just repeated again that he was in love with the princess. Alexa, the princess herself, couldn't believe that the aristocrat had actually fulfilled her demand. She saw a great opportunity to annoy Manuela and Payne. He continued saying that his body and soul belonged to Alexa. He also declared that he would not look at any other woman until he became her man. Then an aristocrat asked if Payne, even with an official fiancé, was going to make the princess his concubine. He also stated that if they broke the engagement, the lover's family would be ridiculed, but he insisted. Even if his family were cursed or destroyed, he belonged completely to Alexa. To Manuela, it didn't seem like he had been forced, and she couldn't believe he would decide to tarnish his family name lost in her thoughts. Her gaze wandered across the room and met the gaze of the princess there. She understood that she was behind everything and accused her openly. Ignoring Ariel's warnings, Manuela shouted that Alex had threatened Payne, but Isabel asked her how much longer she was going to despise the princess. She just kept repeating that Alex was a wolf in sheep's clothing and added that that monster had turned her brother into this, and the princess just rejoiced that that lady had fallen for such an absurd provocation. She considered Manuela and her brother to be crazy, and she was sure that after this they would be expelled from society. While that lady was shouting that she wouldn't let it go, Alex turned to Prime Minister Duancaron. She asked him to lend her his soldiers for a while, and he confirmed that he could do it without a problem. Suddenly Manuela shouted again, claiming that the princess was deceiving everyone, and she didn't understand why no one saw it. Their gazes met again, and in that instant, Alexa ordered the soldiers to arrest the culprit, Julia Manuela. The soldiers immediately began to carry out the order, while the lady just screamed for them to let her go. Alexa then declared to her that she had dared to criticize the royal family and verbally insulted the august personage. She also explained that Manuela, with that, could cause political unrest with unfounded rumors. Now her actions are considered a humiliation to the royal dynasty and a violation of the national security law. For this, Manuela will go to prison. But she objected that it was not her, but the beast princess who should be in prison. But Alexa reminded her again that the beast she was talking about was the daughter of the ruler of the country that her father served. However, Manuela did not give up and kept shouting that the princess was a beast and that she doubted she was the king's daughter. Then she began to insult Alexa's mother, saying she was a fallen woman and that's why she committed suicide. The second princess couldn't take it anymore and slapped the screamer, who immediately asked Ariel for help. But the first princess had nothing to say in defense of her friend, not even if she was sentenced to death, and then the Prime Minister ordered in the princess's name for Lady Manuela to be imprisoned. She asked Ariel again why she wasn't defending her since she had done everything for her, even as she was being dragged away. She kept shouting insults at Alexa after she was taken away. The second princess was trying to understand why her sister had not defended her while she was being insulted. At the same time, she noticed that Ariel was avoiding looking at her and dodged her gaze at all costs. Alexa understood that something strange was happening and that her sister was behaving very strangely, but besides that, all eyes were on them. Then she announced to everyone that it had been a very intense day and proposed to resume the conversation at another time. The princess added that there were many talented people gathered and she didn't want to disturb the order for a couple of flies. The Prime Minister agreed and proposed to summarize today's discussion. Thanking everyone for their attendance, he also expressed his hope that next time they would have a good time. And with that, he concluded the meeting. Kylian approached the princess and offered to escort her to the carriage. But she noticed that Ariel was no longer in sight. The young count also realized that the first princess was not to be seen in the room after what had happened. He thought she had returned to the royal palace. But Alexia didn't believe that her sister had simply left. She was worried about her reaction. As she left, instead of refuting Lady Manuela's words, what strange behavior now Alexia decided she needed to know more about Camille's mother. But just then, the Prime Minister approached her. He admitted it was the first time the princess had visited them, and he was embarrassed that she had gone through that situation. Alexia assured him that she was fine and that it was not his fault. Then Luis proposed they have a cup of tea together. He explained that he had some first-class tea from China, and he would love for the princess to try it. The girl did not refuse to accept, but she understood that it might make Kylian uncomfortable. Luis guessed that Alexa had arrived in Count Ergin's carriage and stated that he would provide her with another one later. The girl noticed that this man wanted to meet with her alone and understood that something was not right. At that moment, Kylian told her that everything was fine and that she could go with Sir Dwayne Corn. Then he said goodbye. and the Prime Minister suggested the princess follow him during tea. He recalled that the debate had been quite interesting today and asked what Alexa thought about it. The girl agreed that it was true, and that there were many interesting comments. Louise explained that it was because they were all energetic young people. That's why it was so easy for them to express their thoughts. At the same time, the Prime Minister noticed that the princess did not like them talking so easily about the war, but he praised her for being quite brave. He also suggested that if Alexa had power, she would easily keep them on her side. He also recalled that she came from a remote place, but her behavior changed drastically upon arrival. He then added that her statements were shocking, and thanks to those objections, many changed their opinion about the war. Louise thought that at least the young people would no longer speak of war so frivolously. That's why he was grateful to the princess. And he also understood how much she cares about the country. The girl explained that it is this way because of King Felipe's inaction, and any royal family would react the same way. The Prime Minister didn't know what to say to that, but he noticed that Alexa didn't want to tell him the truth. Maybe because she didn't trust him, the princess explained that they were meeting for the first time today, and it was natural that she had no trust. But even though it was their first meeting, Louis admitted that he had been watching the princess all this time, and he was intrigued by how much she had changed since she was in Connecticut. And if people could change so much, the Prime Minister felt that another being inhabited her body, and now he was intrigued to know who had occupied it. The princess didn't know what to think. It seemed to her that he knew her secret, but she had no idea how he knew now. He was asking for her opinion on what he had just said, and she asked why he thought she was not Alexa. The young woman understood that if she answered without thinking, she could find herself in an unfavorable situation. She also decided to find out if the Prime Minister had felt anything when witnessing Lady Manuela's punishment, but Louise just asked the princess not to evade his words, and he became convinced that it was not her in the debate. He stated that Alexa is a different princess, although he admitted that he did not know the real one, only her appearance. The young woman still didn't understand why the Prime Minister had become interested in her, so he decided to explain it another way. Louis declared that he was convinced that the throne should be occupied by the one who was sent by the heavens. The king's place is the highest position in society, but also a heavy burden necessary to preserve the country. The Prime Minister doubted that Prince Wilhelm would rule, but Alexa defended him as the heir. She believed in his success in surpassing the current king himself. Did he see something others didn't? Louis saw him differently. Wilhelm only wanted the throne out of tradition after his brother's bloody fight. The third one never dreamed of power, but fate, or someone else cut the lives of the two of them short. For the Prime Minister, it was no longer chance. He began to doubt the infallibility of divine will. The evidence screamed accident. But after 20 years, the kingdom was sinking into its worst crisis. Alexa, with a sharp edge to her voice, asked if the Prime Minister feared punishment for offending royalty. He confidently said he knew the limits, knowing his words, though harsh, didn't deserve such a punishment. The furious princess demanded silence. Every word from Louise enraged her more. Louise stopped and asked why the king feared her so much. He knew it wasn't because of her monstrous appearance. He also explained that if Alexa chose the aristocracy to protect herself, it was a bad decision. The Prime Minister added that what a hunter fears most when facing its prey are its fangs, capable of severing a neck, and in that case the hunter kills its prey to save its own life. The princess couldn't take it anymore, and declaring the conversation over, prepared to leave. She understood that this man wanted her to betray them, and that he had a dangerous but clear objective. He shouted as she left that Alexa had the strength and skills to take the crown, and he didn't understand why she didn't want the throne. The princess explained that it wasn't the position she should desire, though she knew the real reason was different. The girl is not the real Alexa, so she has no desire to fight for the throne. She also understood that the Prime Minister was interested in what a person who feels no affection for their mother should do, as if he could see how she, being in another body, felt alienated from her parents. Louise explained that the king didn't beat around the bush, and that he knows how to rule because he has watched others. Then he confessed he suspects Lady Camilla tried harder than anyone to place the princess on the throne. Right after the Prime Minister asked Alexa if she wanted to know what really happened to her mother, and if she was interested, Louis proposed a deal, as he had sacrificed much for this valuable information. He claimed that the princess could know the whole truth about Felipe, and also the whole truth about her mother Camilla. The girl replied that she wasn't planning to join any rebellion, but the Prime Minister said he wasn't referring to one yet. Alexa continued to refuse, seeing his true intentions, and decided she would find out the truth on her own. Then Louise blurted out that she could also find out how she came to be in that place. This left the girl in shock, and she stopped. The Prime Minister clarified that the reason she came into Alexa's body and took her place is not so simple. He also guessed the princess knew how he knew all that and added that he's the only friend who knows the truth. Alexa thought the man was threatening her, but he clarified it was a choice regarding Felipe. Then he insisted that Alexa was more formidable than Prince Wilhelm and deserving of all support. The Prime Minister gave her time to think and asked her to let him know her decision. The princess left the Prime Minister and entered the office with several aristocrats and the Count. They were surprised to see her and the Count. Ergen dismissed the others postponing their talk. Alexa turned to her relative, sensing he had something important to say, but he only told her she had been victorious in the debate and had nothing more to add. But the girl wasn't there for small talk and told him she met with Sir Dwayne Corn as he wished. The Prime Minister also told her about her uncle's plans, and now she was thinking a lot about that talk. She understood that by sending her to the debate, the Count had used her to infiltrate the aristocratic faction. She then grabbed the papers from the desk and furiously threw them across the room, asking if the Count was planning a coup. Her uncle seemed somewhat stunned as Alexia insisted on an answer and for advice on what to do now. After all, he always claims he does everything for his beloved family. But that doesn't change that he used his niece. He then said everything was for the princess, but Alexia didn't believe him, which infuriated her even more. She thought he only cared about her to get to Dwancorn and start a rebellion. The young woman confessed she never thought she would be betrayed this way again. She was a cursed monster. She had gone through terrible magic, but she never imagined her uncle would deceive her. The girl grew so furious that she didn't realize how everything around her was starting to fall apart. The Count begged her to stop, but the princess was enraged at being just a puppet. And if her uncle wanted power, she would give it to him. He again begged her to stop or her life could be in great danger. But Alexa thought it was better to lose that power and stop being a puppet. The princess was ready to destroy her life and her magic and begged the Count to take that power and leave her in peace. Now the girl was certain her uncle had never truly cared about her. The Count pleaded with her again to stop and listen, confessing it all began with his greed. This calmed the princess slightly, and she agreed to listen to his story of innocence. The Count didn't want to justify his actions and understood that he alone would pay for them. He stated they wouldn't just let the princess go, but Alexa didn't understand what he meant. He assured her that in the chaos of a rebellion, they would only achieve death. She also didn't know if the Prime Minister had planned it, but Ergen couldn't meet with the king, despite his status. Even if they gained his support, the princess wasn't sure their alliance would be strong enough. The Count asked his niece to wait a little, but he knew they couldn't speak calmly in such disarray. Then Alexa stated that even her mother didn't want her uncle to go down that path. This surprised the Count somewhat, and he assumed the princess didn't remember her childhood. Then he asked if Alexa knew the choice Camille had to make for her daughter. The young woman didn't understand what he meant, but he simply stated he had nothing more to say. But the princess continued to insist for her uncle to tell her his thoughts and what happened to her mother. Alexa longed to know what choice her mother had to make, but the Count just advised her to return. He only added that he and Camille had a special relationship as siblings. But now he realized he had said too much. Alexa started insisting that he couldn't hide the truth regardless, since she would learn it someday, but the Count stated that the princess would hear nothing more about Camille from him, though one day she would know the truth. And Ergen would try his best to hide it and delay the moment Alexa finds out everything. He truly wished his niece could genuinely smile in this hell for as long as possible. The young woman felt desperate, not understanding why her uncle hid the truth from her. He explained that it was his life's purpose, and if he failed, he could not be reunited with Camilla. He also assured his niece she would be safe, so she had nothing to worry about. The princess will be in the care of Sir Dwayne Corn, who will be able to protect her, and he will do what he must. The Count was going to leap into the abyss like a moth to a flame. And those words deeply unsettled Alexa. The next day, the young woman reflected on the events of the day before, and it worried her that no one spoke of the reasons. This was all hard to process alone, so she decided to discuss it with Duke Belkellon. Alexa was going to tell him her secret, but she was terrified he wouldn't stay with her afterward. The young woman wanted to know if he would still love her. Once he knew she wasn't Alexa, but Lee Hamble. The princess didn't want to be abandoned or relive her pathetic past life. She didn't know if it was selfish, but she yearned for the comfort of Belle's arms. She needed him. When she arrived at the castle, she asked Salamin for the Duke. He explained that he was in his office and the princess headed there at once. She wanted to see her beloved as soon as possible, and she soon found herself in his office. The Duke wasn't expecting her, and without saying a word, she threw herself into his arms. Belkellon asked why she was there so early, and Alexia said she just wanted to see him. She felt like she was walking on thin ice, fearing his reaction when he learned she wasn't the same Alexia. She wanted to tell the Duke everything, but her lips wouldn't move. She didn't know if Belkellon would accept her betrayal and her situation, but she wanted him to trust her. And for now, the girl only managed to say that she loved him very much, but he didn't fully hear her. Alexa realized she had rushed and corrected herself, asking if the Duke liked sweets as she was suddenly curious. But Belkellon still didn't answer. Instead, he kissed his beloved again. The princess took it to mean that the Duke loved her with all his heart, and he began to ask what was wrong. The girl didn't rush to answer and instead asked him to reply if he liked them or not. Belkellon hesitated again to answer, but admitted he felt bad when she acted this way. He understood that he was the reason for her condition, and maybe that's why she won't want to see him anymore, but Alexa stated that the Duke has no reason to worry, and he confessed that he's so happy that now he's afraid. He also wanted to make the princess happy, but if he fails, now he's not sure he can let her go. Belkellon also feared that his selfishness could put the girl in danger, and he apologized for those words. Alexa assured the Duke that everything was fine and asked him not to be sad, hugging him again. Then he asked again what was worrying her, and the young woman thought she was tiring him. The Duke assured her that wasn't the case, and that when she is near, he becomes the happiest man in the world. And so Alexa decided to carefully ask if Belkellon would stay with her no matter what she was like. Still, she was afraid to confess that she wasn't the real Alexa, knowing it might scare him. The Duke explained that he wasn't the one who decided that, but the princess insisted otherwise. Then Belkellon reminded her that in their relationship, everything depended not only on him, but also on her. And for him, nothing mattered except the future where Alexa might push him away. He could never give up the princess, and he swore that was the absolute truth. At the same time, Belkellon also expressed his confidence that no matter what happened, they would always be together. 3 weeks later, Alexia arrived at the Duancorn mansion with the firm intention of speaking with him. The servant told her that the Prime Minister had been looking forward to their meeting for a long time. And there she ran into Marquis Belford, who also seemed surprised to see Alexia. The princess scolded him for forgetting to greet her properly. What manners! He reminded her that she herself had asked him to call her by her name, and now she was demanding her title. Alexia started to remember, but also declared that was a long time ago when they were on the front lines. Now the Marquis had to be more perceptive, and Belford, without arguing, greeted her properly. Then the young woman allowed him to raise his head, and explained to the servant that the Marquis would accompany her. Then she turned to her ex-fiancé and asked him to show her the way to Sir Duancorn. On the way, the Marquis noted that they hadn't spoken in a long time and asked why Alexia was visiting his master. She replied by suggesting Belford ask the Prime Minister directly, assuming he'd be delighted to tell him everything. The Marquis understood he wouldn't get an answer from her and just warned her that he wouldn't support her if she did anything foolish. The princess still couldn't trust Sir Duancorn, so she felt his pupil didn't need her explanations. Shortly after, they arrived at the office, and Alexa thanked the Marquis for showing her the way. Then she went in, and the Prime Minister greeted her, immediately admitting he had been waiting a long time for the meeting. He also confessed that the longer Alexa took to decide, the more nervous he became, and now he was glad she had come, before the delegation arrived. The princess immediately explained that she had decided to accept his proposal. At the same time, the young woman also wanted to discuss the terms of the agreement and stated that she wanted to know about the Kingdom of Philippi as well. Alexa wanted to know about her mother, and with that, all the secrets related to her curse. The Prime Minister agreed, and the princess added that she had no intention of following his plan if it wasn't stipulated in the contract. Alexia then clarified that their contract would end once she mastered all the skills useful to the king, no more, no less. Then Louis supposed that as a princess, she should already know everything necessary to rule the kingdom, though he found it a bit strange that this girl intended to stick strictly to the basic terms of the contract. Alexia reiterated that she had no intention of participating in his plan, but she did agree to be a collaborator. The princess's condition was to learn more than just the basics, and she was determined to put all her effort into it. The Prime Minister was pleased with her willingness to cooperate, so he also agreed to yield a little. Alexia's next question was about her curse, but Louis admitted he couldn't give her a clear answer. Hearing this, the girl hesitated to sign the contract. She couldn't trust him knowing that someone else knew the truth. After this, the Prime Minister declared that a lady would visit the princess. She knows everything, and it's better for Alexia to find out from her. The young woman was surprised, and Louis explained that a concubine had cast the curse on her many years ago. He also said that woman was born to wander the world, which is why he can't give a precise answer. But the princess replied, demanding that he make that lady come to her, and as soon as possible. Alexa reminded him they had signed a contract, and now the Prime Minister had to follow her orders. However, the contract was signed on terms of mutual benefit, and if the princess needs something, she must also fulfill her end of the bargain. Louise didn't understand if Alexa was giving an order or asking for a favor, and she clarified that it was something in between. The Prime Minister also explained that he has many talented students studying heritage, so there was no one else she could tell her secret to. Alexa understood this man wanted to emphasize her desperate situation, to have an advantage over her, but that didn't mean the girl was willing to give in to his provocation, and declared that if his pressure became too much, she would take extreme measures. The Prime Minister interpreted her words as a threat to get rid of him, and she added that those threats only work on the fearful. She also added that the candidates Louise cherished the most would probably get scared. Alexa also confessed she had some suspicions that they don't want revolts over issues of origin. She knew very well that all candidates had to be heirs of a noble lineage and compete with Wilhelm. The Prime Minister still doubted that the princess could find them all, but she reminded him of a person who fit as a candidate and whom she knew personally, Alexa, named Marquis Belford, and declared that she could punish him as he deserved without even blinking. She understood that to Louise, the Marquis was just as good as she was, and that he was an important figure. Besides, the princess assumed the Prime Minister was planning to hold her until she shared his views. Seeing the look on Sir Dwayne Corn's face change, she proposed they end on good terms, and asked if he would bring that woman. Louise then agreed and promised to relay the princess's proposal to her, and that he would then inform Alexa of the result. Afterwards, he handed the young woman a small locket and explained that she would be informed of the place and time for each class. Alexa thought it would also be good to continue her lessons with Count Ergen. At that moment, Louise added that the king was also interested in the preparations for the delegation, but she had to attend the heirs' classes. The girl then admitted the conversation had been a success. She thought of revenge and decided to offer some advice. She explained that the king would flourish with constant care and that thanks to that training, Louise would become a subordinate of the new monarch. After the meeting, the minister sent no news for some time. But many things happened in the kingdom after Alexa demonstrated her abilities at the meeting. Count Manuela and his family were exiled for their insults. Not even the king's right-hand man was spared. But it wasn't the first time Raphael III had remained silent about what was happening. Just like his concubine Camilla, they suspected their daughter was a demon. And over time, people increasingly believed the rumors. Later, Raphael III executed everyone involved, justifying his actions by saying he would not tolerate such treatment of his second concubine and daughter. It was a veiled warning. With the sudden elimination of the Manuela family and so many rumors circulating one day, the Duke unexpectedly approached the princess, so much so that she was a little startled. Belkellon went to her hoping she would tell him something, but the girl didn't understand what he was referring to. The Duke saw that something had happened recently and noticed Alexa had been wanting to talk for some time. The princess pretended to deliberately not understand what he was talking about as she carefully chose her words. Belkellon believes in her and needs her, and now Alexa was bewildered, not knowing where to begin. Should she tell him about the contract with the Prime Minister or confess her true identity? She still couldn't decide. For now, she just explained to the Duke that she hadn't rushed to tell him because it wasn't important. The girl thought it was too soon, and she didn't want any misunderstandings to arise between her and Belkellon. The Duke noticed that the princess was trying to avoid the conversation and asked her not to pretend she didn't understand. Alexa, not knowing what to say at that moment, simply threw herself into his arms, hoping it would help her avoid the answer. But she instantly admitted to Belkellon that she was terrified to tell him, and he excused her from speaking, but if she did not, he would become suspicious that Alexa was hiding something important. Then the Duke reminded his beloved that in their relationship he was the more dependent one, and at the same time begged the princess not to worry, as he would never leave her since everything she did excited him. The Duke also admitted that he would not be so distressed if he had more security. Belkellon also confessed that the princess was like a ray of light in the darkness for him. Alexa also admitted that he was the closest person to her, but he replied that for her it was different. That is why Belkellon was not entirely sure. And the more he loved her, the more he feared losing her. The princess caused him to have contradictory feelings, as he was happy that Alexa belonged to him, but he greatly feared that she would leave the Duke, also feared that his problems and misfortunes could be his fault, and that terrified him, but the princess assured him that would never happen, and that she would never abandon him, although the young woman did not know if she could convince Belkellon that he could trust her. Alexa also swore that she never had problems because of him, and then confessed that she loved him very much. The girl was willing to tell him everything, hoping he would listen to her and not hate her. It was difficult for the princess. She felt they were always arguing, and she was always afraid and would run away. But her heart also blossomed with love, although a lump grew in her throat. Belkellon's confession destroyed all the girl's fears and doubts in an instant. His confession also provoked strange emotions in Alexa, but she was still ready to talk. She must reveal her secret to him. Although she still worried if the Duke would stay after that, the princess begged him not to despise her. And then she said that she was actually another person. Belkellon did not understand what that meant, and he begged his beloved to explain it in more detail. The girl then confessed that she was not the Alexa he knew, but the Duke still did not understand her words. Those barely spoken words vanished like sand through her fingers. Quickly and irreversibly afterwards, Alexa also added that she was not from this world, and that in her previous life she had died in an accident. And when she opened her eyes the next moment, she realized she had become a beast, but she did not want that either. The young woman began to explain that she had somehow arrived in this world and knew nothing about it, as she repeated again that she was a person from another world named Lee Hamble, without knowing the language. She became a beast covered in fur and muscle, and that is why everyone avoided her. Alexa felt the injustice and hated it, but she did not want to be in this life at all. She did not want it even if she could live better than before, when Lee Hamble's life was full of suffering. The princess also confessed her helplessness, and now her fear intensified even more. However, she did what the previous Alexa could not. Wishing this life belonged to her now, she felt selfish, but she was tormented that Sir Duancorn was also aware of everything. She also did not know how she had gotten there, where the real Alexa is, and what happened to her. She could not imagine how to continue living as Alexa. And then she received a proposal from the Prime Minister. He proposed that she lead the rebellion, and after thinking about it a little, she decided to accept the offer. Alexa did not want to be used by Sir Duancorn, but it is her only way to hide her secret. She made Alexa into who she is, now thinking there is no other option but to return this body to her when she comes back. But now she cannot let go of Belkellon either, and she can no longer keep lying to him. Then the princess burst into tears and begged the Duke to forgive her. She knows it is wrong, that she should not do it, but she can no longer live without Belkellon. She confessed that it was hard to tell him, but she no longer knew what to do with her secret. Her secret. It became too heavy to keep silent, but she feared losing the Duke. Then she apologized again for always crying, but she also begged him to understand her, because thanks to Belkellon, she achieved what she has now, and she is very grateful to him. Alexa also thought the Duke was strong, incredible, and independent, and she hugged him again then. The girl explained that this was the whole truth she had longed to tell him. She also pleaded with the Duke not to hate her, although she would understand if he ended up hating her. Finally, the princess felt a weight lifted off her shoulders after confessing and telling everything. To her surprise, Belkellon apologized for forcing her to tell such a harsh story. He thought his greed had overwhelmed her, but he did not want to make her cry again. The Duke admitted that he understood her completely, and she reminded him that she was not Alexa. Guilt still tormented her for trying to take the place of the true owner. Then Belkellon hugged her, asking her to calm down and not to worry. That he understands everything. The Duke added that it did not matter to him, as he loved her just as she was, as she is now. She still felt it was disgusting, as she was using someone else's name and taking Alexa's place. The Duke explained again that he felt no hatred or contempt for it at the same time. He confessed that he was glad the princess could not let him go now. Belle also thought that she hated him, and he did not care. Even if she was not Alexa, he tried to pronounce her real last name, but he did not remember it at first, and she corrected him. The Duke admitted that he loved that name. Just like Alexa, he knew she would continue to be herself. The rest did not matter to Belkellon, but the girl insisted she was a bad person. She believed she was selfish because she did not want to lose what she had, although she tried not to be so greedy. Alexa worried that if the Duke stayed by her side, he would become as horrible as she was. Belkellon again begged his beloved not to think that, as he would always stay with her even if she harmed the real Alexa to stay, and even if he had to abandon everything. He reminded her that she did the same for him, but the girl did not believe he was capable of doing it. The Duke repeated that Alexa was his only love and light, and that he would not give up on her no matter what happened. Now the girl was melting with love and threw herself into his arms again and began to thank him. After a while, the princess calmed down, but still felt a bit strange. She explained to Belkellon that everything that used to weigh her down had now disappeared, and she is glad that he is with her. Now it seemed more like a fairy tale to the girl, and she could not believe it was real. Everything she had feared so much vanished in an instant. And after all, the Duke stayed by her side. He just apologized to the princess again for forcing her to tell him everything. He understood that she felt terrible before Belkellon also confessed that he would apologize for it over and over again. But Alexa assured him that everything was fine because they are together. But considering all this, she also feared she would never be good enough for her beloved, and the Duke asked her that instead of saying that she should just come closer and kiss him again. For a moment, Alexa felt a small shock, and Belkellon explained that it would be beneficial for both of them. Now the princess thought he was just teasing her and felt a little embarrassed, but the Duke assured her that was not the case. Although at the same time, he was very happy to be able to make her laugh and was willing to do anything to achieve it. At that moment, there was a knock on her door, and out of surprise, Alexa jumped. Startled, it was Salween who arrived, and after apologizing, he reported that Count Again had sent an escort for the princess. The young woman remembered the professor's words: if she was late again, she would have to write until her wrist hurt. She realized she had completely forgotten about today's class, and now she became even more distressed. Belkellon, meanwhile, ordered the servant to inform the coachman that the princess would be ready and would come down soon. Alexa explained to the Duke that tomorrow she had a lesson with the Prime Minister, so she could not miss class. He assured her that everything was fine, and he sat the princess on his lap again, which made her nervous. Then he confessed once more that he felt very sad when they had to part, as he wished to spend more time with her. The Duke admitted that he felt the exact same way, and that he also got very sad without Alexa. Now she did not know if she could just leave, after having complained so much lately, but Belkellon reminded her that she needs to study, so she must go to class and not worry. He asked his beloved to do whatever she wished, because what she needs is also important to him. The princess promised she would do her best and understood that everything is fine now, and she will be able to face anything soon. Alexa arrived at the Royal Library without understanding why this time the class was scheduled right here. The girl also assumed that the Prime Minister would have brought her to this place before. At the same time, she noticed he had not arrived yet, and decided that she was the one who had arrived early. Alexa decided to wait for his arrival and took out one of the books. To pass the waiting time, by reading suddenly, she saw the Marquis in front of her again, and immediately began to ask him what he was doing there. Belford explained that he came to pick her up. Since she did not arrive at the agreed time, she reminded him that they told him to be at 1 o'clock in the Royal Library, but the Marquis corrected it to the second-floor hall. The girl got a little angry, not understanding why they didn't explain all the details to her. From the start, Belford also pointed out that she was 30 minutes late, but still asked her to follow him. His attitude rather irritated the princess, but she didn't want to argue and followed his lead in the hall. The girl saw the Prime Minister, who admitted he was worried, thinking he wouldn't see her for an hour. Alexa confessed that she simply got the meeting place wrong and promised to be more attentive in the future. At the same time, she was very intrigued to know why Marquis Belford had also come today, and then she noticed that he was sitting at the table she had occupied, and she didn't understand why he was doing it. The Prime Minister noticed her displeasure, and Alexa asked him to explain why that young man was there then. Sir Dwayne Corn explained that the Marquis would also be attending the classes, and that she had to accept it. But the princess didn't want to do so, even though she understood that she couldn't decide anything herself now. The Prime Minister also explained that she shouldn't be surprised, and that it would be easier for her to get a good result with a good rival, and Louise considered that Marquis Belford was a rival worthy of a princess. He then added that motivation arises when you compete with someone similar to yourself. The Prime Minister also supposed that they could both be good partners, but the two of them didn't think so. The girl decided to accept, although she expressed doubts that the Marquis could be a good rival. He just remained silent, and Louise, noticing that the princess was full of energy, proposed starting the lesson. After the lesson, the girl went to see her uncle, and there she met Killian and shared her impressions. He asked Alexa why she thought Belford hated her, and she explained that he always argued with her. When the princess expresses her opinion, the Marquis always opposes it, even if he agrees at first. Now she didn't know what to do, but she also didn't want to see her ex-fiancé near her, so Killian wanted to know how the Marquis showed his interest, but Alexia asked him not to talk nonsense. He explained that he had known him for a long time and knew that Belford never argued just for the sake of it. That's why the young count thought the Marquis was surely showing his interest that way. The princess replied, remembering that Belford didn't like her, even when they were engaged. Besides, she thought she had bad luck before. But she was sure that's not how you show affection. Kylian also remembered that the Marquis wasn't her fiancé anymore, and it seemed strange to him that he didn't care why he acted that way. Alexia didn't know why, but she couldn't ask Belford directly either. As it would seem strange to him, Alexia was intrigued why she could only talk about this with Kylian and Belkellon. The young Duke was very surprised to learn that his relative had told her boyfriend everything. Alexia didn't understand why he reacted that way, and he thought she had acted like a fool. He explained that even if they are both honest, the Duke shouldn't have said that Kylian also clarified that Belkellon would be bothered by his girlfriend studying with her ex. Alexa was embarrassed. She thought Abel wouldn't be affected, and she felt like a novice in relationships. Kylian added that if the Duke didn't say anything, it's because he was afraid of seeming petty. Knowing the Grand Duke, it wouldn't be surprising, but Alexa confessed that she's worried about the Marquis. Kylian had an idea. If Alexa thinks Belford hates her, she should make him act on it after class. The Prime Minister proposed to the Marquis that he accompany the princess to the palace. Belford accepted. Louise said goodbye to Alexa and explained that he was heading to an urgent meeting. The girl didn't understand why the teacher wanted the Marquis to accompany her. When she could go alone, Belford noticed that the princess was distracted and in a bad mood during the lesson. Alexa replied, assuring him that she had been an exemplary student today. She also thought that the Marquis was still angry about that little joke. She didn't think he could get over such nonsense at the same time. The girl thought that if he didn't like something, he simply shouldn't have started it. The Marquis noticed that the princess looked different today, although he knew nothing had changed. Alexa continued saying that Belford would never admit his mistakes, although she acknowledged that she had gone a little too far. Then the girl reminded him that he himself started arguing with her, no matter what she said, and he admitted she was right. At that moment, Belford addressed her informally, and this outraged her. She demanded that he address her properly. Then the princess also remembered that her status was much higher than his, and she noticed his gaze again. The girl always thought that young man hated her, but when she treated him coldly, he seemed distressed. It was obvious that the Marquis regretted letting her go, but now he couldn't turn things back to how they were. On the way to the palace, Alexa, feeling tired, relaxed a bit and leaned against the carriage window. Then Belford decided to remind her of her manners, pointing out that such an unsightly posture was not befitting a lady. But the girl didn't think she had to behave like a lady in front of him. After all, they had broken off the engagement. And he in turn reminded her that before that, she followed him everywhere like a lapdog. To this, the princess replied that it wasn't her, but Alexa from the Cornetti villa, and that she was no longer that little girl. Then the girl asked the Marquis to end that chat for the day. Not understanding why he always started it, Alexa was sure that Belford knew he couldn't win an argument against her, and now she understood why he didn't want to accompany her suddenly through the carriage window. She saw her beloved in the crowd just walking down the street. The princess immediately shouted for the coachman to stop. Although she was ready to jump out while it was moving, the Marquis at that moment couldn't understand what was happening. And why Her Majesty was behaving that way, she just explained that she ran into an acquaintance, but promised she would be back soon. Belford objected, as the Chancellor had asked him to accompany her, and stated that it could be dangerous if she ran off, but the girl claimed she had an important matter besides. She knew how to defend herself very well. The Marquis still objected that she couldn't just run off to the commoners' market as no one knows what happens there. Then Belford understood that if Alexa threw herself headfirst into danger, it meant nothing had changed. But Alexa declared that the Marquis didn't like being alone with her either, adding that nothing would happen to the animal. Then he asked why the princess decided to bring that up, and she explained that Belford still treated her like a beast. Alexa also knows that is the reason for his hatred towards her, and then she prepared to leave the carriage. Leaving her ex-fiancé, the girl hurried into the crowd of people looking for the Duke. Very soon she caught up to him and immediately took his hand, and Belkellon, upon seeing her, was very surprised, hugging her beloved. The princess explained that she saw him from the carriage, and he reminded her that it's dangerous to walk alone in those places. But Alexa hoped everything would be fine now that she was here with him, and she missed him very much. Besides, Belkellon responded by asking the princess not to do that again, and that if she wanted to see him, she should just ask. He's worried something might happen to her and promised he would go see her anytime she wanted. Right after, the Duke asked why the princess was there at that hour, assuming the lesson had already ended. Alexa confirmed it and also decided to tell him what had happened that day, thinking he wouldn't believe such a thing. She confessed that the Marquis complained constantly, that everything irritated him a lot, and she just suggested they continue later. He started accompanying her to the palace, and the princess admitted that it made her feel very uncomfortable at that moment. The girl also remembered Kylian's advice not to go into detail and thought she had overdone it again. Alexa immediately clarified that it was the Chancellor who asked Belford to accompany her, and she couldn't refuse. The Duke felt jealous knowing they were alone, and she admitted she ran when she saw Belle. Hearing this, Belkellon felt relieved. He hugged the princess and congratulated her on a job well done. Then they took a walk. The Duke bought her sweets, and when she saw they were delicious, she offered him a taste. Alexa noticed that Belkellon didn't take his eyes off her and instantly asked him not to worry. She explained that she would eat it all, but the Duke leaned in and kissed her, leaving her very surprised. A blush appeared on her cheeks, and Belkellon commented that she had sweet lips. Alexa still didn't understand what he meant, and he just repeated that she was sweet to him. In that instant, the girl noticed the Duke had changed. He never did that. Although she liked it later, she returned to her lesson with the Prime Minister. But thoughts of her beloved flooded her mind. Louise thought the princess hadn't slept well, but she snapped out of her thoughts, assuring him that she had. Then the teacher wanted to know what had her so thoughtful, sensing it wasn't exactly his class, as Alexa explained that she's always thinking about something. But she promised to try harder and pay more attention. But she couldn't concentrate because of the Duke remembering that he had taken the initiative besides. Lately, he visits her a lot, and she suddenly understood that he's jealous and that Kylian was right still. The princess didn't understand how Belkellon could be so charming, even when he was jealous. The Prime Minister noticed again that the girl was distracted and asked her to concentrate. Scolding her again, the whole class went by like that. And when Louise again asked the Marquise to accompany the princess, she refused. The Prime Minister assumed Alexa had other plans, and she explained that she was going to see the Potters about the tableware. Louise thought it was for the preparations for the Aphilic delegation, so the Marquis had all the more reason to join her. The girl no longer knew what to do or how to refuse, not understanding what that old man was up to. The Prime Minister explained that the Potters are near the market, and it's dangerous to go alone, so the princess proposed that soldiers accompany her if he was so worried about her. But Louise assured her that soldiers would only draw attention and that it was better to take the Marquis. The young woman noticed that he was imposing Belford on her and declared that she was the beast of Alex, as well as a general of the army. Then she asked him to explain why he thought anyone would dare to threaten her. The Prime Minister gave in admitting he had forgotten after so many hours with her. However, he insisted that the princess take Belford, as he is responsible for her safety. While he was talking, Alex peeked out the window, hoping the teacher would stop persuading her, and suddenly she saw the Duke approaching on his steed. Like a saviour prince from a fairy tale, she instantly felt ecstatic and decided to run immediately to greet him. The Prime Minister asked for an explanation, but she was already rushing off, saying goodbye until the next class. The next instant she was running towards the Duke with the door open, not believing he had really come. Belkellon had already gotten quite close to the building, and it wasn't long before they saw each other. Alexa was happy to see him, but she also asked him what he was doing there. She hadn't told him she was coming. The Duke explained that since she was going to visit the Potters, he decided to accompany her personally. Now Alexa understood his words when he assured her that he would go wherever she was. Still, she was very happy to see him, and now that he had lifted her onto his mount, everything seemed amazing to her. Afterwards, they didn't delay any longer and continued on their way, enjoying each other's company, and the Marquis, upon seeing that whole scene, felt devastated. While Louise added that he had never seen the princess like this, the Prime Minister couldn't believe that the fiercest beast of the battlefield could be so tender for love. Sir Dwayne Corn noticed the Marquis's sombre gaze and asked him what he planned to do now. The Master understood that the feelings inside Belford were confused. His ex-fiancée chose another. The Marquis tried to remember the moment the princess began to behave like another person he thought it was, when her appearance changed. But then he understood it was something more than her appearance. He remembered when she joked about his speed, saying he would fail the exam, and she would smile for the Marquis. It was a shock to see her wide smile, and since then he couldn't stop thinking about Alex. In that instant he felt that time stopped, and her name was engraved in his heart forever. Meanwhile, upon arriving at the pottery shop, Belkellon declared that he liked everything and asked what Alex liked. The young woman explained that she wanted to choose something special, and soon they found something she loved. The Duke also noticed that the princess had a red face and supposed she might have a fever. Alexa also noticed that she felt very hot, but didn't understand why, thinking it was the atmosphere Belkellon offered to bring her something to drink, hoping that it would help lower her fever. The young woman liked his concern, and the Duke asked her to wait a little and stay there. Alexa also realised that he was very attentive and couldn't believe the infamous Duke could be like that, but she couldn't just stand by either, and decided to find out what could be causing her heat. The princess began to look around and soon noticed a red-haired woman not far away, who was nearby at the same time. She kept staring at Alexa, as if she were inviting her to come closer. Then this woman went to her carriage, where a boy with a very familiar face was waiting for her. Looking closer, the young woman realized it was none other than Marquis Belford, and this surprised her greatly. Alexa also noticed the coat of arms on the carriage, and at that moment the redhead and the Marquis had already gotten into the carriage, and it started to move. The princess understood that the crest was the symbol of the Duancaron family, and now she wondered how that woman was related to the Chancellor. Various thoughts crossed her mind. She also supposed that woman was his ally or informant, but what she found strangest was why Belford was with her. And at that moment, the Duke approached Alexa. He noticed that his beloved was preoccupied with something, while she continued to understand that apparently something strange was happening there. Soon the day of the arrival came. Of the delegation to the palace, everything was ready, from the dinnerware and the chandeliers to the carpets for the rooms. The princess decided to confirm one more time if everything was prepared as she had planned, and the maid informed her that everything was exactly so. Alexa was glad that everything was well prepared, and now she was determined to carry out what she had in mind. Afterwards, she went to the meeting hall, where they solemnly announced her name, and upon entering, the guests were amazed. They loved the young woman's appearance, and only the king decided to grumble. Because she had arrived a little late on the day of the delegation's arrival, Alexa apologized for her delay and explained that she just wanted to check if everything was perfectly prepared to receive the guests. She knew that on a normal day, her father would yell at her, but today he wouldn't have time for that. Besides, there were very many guests, and the princess, she even saw one unwanted guest. Suddenly, she became curious to know what had happened between the Marquis, Belford, and Ariel. After breaking the engagement, Alexa heard that the two of them no longer saw each other as much. But it's not her problem anymore. Now something else mattered, and the princess started looking for the Duke. The young woman hoped that Belkellon would be there, and soon she spotted him among the crowd of guests. But for some reason, he was next to Marquis Belford, and Alexa didn't understand why. Then their gazes met again. The princess was glad that her beloved looked at her in that instant. The king began his speech, thanking everyone for gathering there that day. While Raphael was giving thanks, Alexa felt uneasy seeing the Duke. Near the Marquis Belkellon seemed to be on edge, but she hoped it was just her imagination. Something told her that something was not right, and just then they announced the arrival of the delegation. After the affiliates, they were invited to enter, and the princess prayed for everything to go well at the head of the delegation. A portly and mustachioed man entered with a peacock's walk. The king began his welcome speech. Trying to show that everyone was friendly, the mustachioed man introduced himself with a bow as Count Sazon. Head of the Aphelian delegation, Raphael greeted the count and thanked him for such a long journey there. Sazon was pleased and expressed his hope that the gesture would bring the kingdoms closer. The mustachioed man added that his kingdom cares about other countries, not just Felipe. Then he said that relations between countries depend on how Felipe treats his delegation. In that instant, Alexa understood that if they were not listened to, they would tell everything to their emperor. She knew that for the diplomatic delegation, it was very profitable to damage Felipe's reputation. With those words, the king nodded and promised to keep in mind that their countries should aspire for the best. The princess also realized that if her father spoke like that, it was because he recognized the superiority of those guests. She also knew that the kingdom of Philippos knew whom to send, and she saw that they didn't take Felipe seriously. Then the young woman noticed among them a thin boy with long black hair, who seemed more decent than the others at that moment. Count Sazon decided to introduce the boy and explained that he was Father Gabriel. Belonging to the central part of the temple, Raphael immediately asked what a priest was doing there, and the count clarified that it was to extend the blessing of Demetra. Sazon added that Felipe unfortunately was too small a kingdom to have experienced divine power before, but their high priest took pity and decided to grant them that honor, and Alexa understood it was because the Aphelians had taken all the temples of Demetra. The princess understood that with every word they were trying to convince her that cooperating with them would be beneficial. Raphael, meanwhile, admitted that he was now in debt to the high priest, hoping that the guests would like everything. After the solemn reception, Alex went to her room where the maid Lily was waiting for her. The princess was a little surprised, as Lily was supposed to be attending to the delegation at that moment. Lily explained that the rooms seemed very small and shabby to them, and now they were demanding new quarters. This did not please the princess at all, who asked where Jane was. At that moment, Lily clarified that she was still trying to talk to the guests, but they refused, so she came to her. Alex knew she had to take care of the matter herself and set out to visit the members of the delegation. Already in the hallway, she could hear the guests' shouts, demanding that the person responsible for everything be brought to them. They were also upset because a mere maid dared to speak to them. Considering that she had no right to do so, Jen, meanwhile, was trying to calm them down, asking them to listen to her. Saison, unable to calm down, refused to listen to her complaining about his miserable room. He claimed that even gilded furniture would suffice. But their quarters were full of cheap trinkets. Immediately after, the Count recalled that there would be no agreement. If they were not treated as they deserved, another Ithilien appeared behind him, confirming that such treatment was an insult to the glorious Itelia. Just then the princess entered. Asking the reason for their displeasure with the rooms, Count Saison did not recognize her instantly. And Alexia apologized for not introducing herself earlier then. With pride, she introduced herself as Princess Alexia of Pelagian Douai. In charge of their visit, the members of the delegation were stunned, as they had always imagined this girl as a beast. Alexia, seeing their faces, understood their surprise and confirmed, "Yes, I am that hairy beast." Count Saison, still trembling, asked where all the wool had gone. Since she looked like a person, then the princess explained that her curse had been lifted. And then she returned to the topic of them not being happy with their rooms. Saison began to explain that it was only because they were tired after a long journey and had simply overexerted themselves. But then he thought that after all, he was a member of the delegation, so he couldn't give up at first afterwards. Shouted again that those rooms were a total disappointment and added that they were not suitable for such important guests. He also declared that they refused to stay there and then asked for a couple of the best rooms to be prepared. Then the princess apologized, explaining that her taste did not meet their standards. One of the members told the princess that she didn't have to apologize, but to simply change their rooms. But Alexa insisted it was her fault and immediately touched a nearby vase, causing it to shatter instantly. The young woman explained that everything in that room had been chosen by her a little earlier. Lily approached Alex and asked her if this was really how she should decorate the delegates' hall. The maid feared they wouldn't like it, but the princess explained that they had to accept it as it was. At the same time, she was not going to give in to their whims and declared that she was not afraid of any of them. Besides, Alex decided to have a little fun since the opportunity presented itself, and now she pretended to acknowledge her mistake. While in the Aphelios' room, she began to destroy everything there, explaining that it was in terrible taste. She blamed herself for having decorated their rooms with that junk that can be found in any old market. Then the princess drew a sword and continued to slash the rest with the sharp blade, also pretending to be furious. She acted as if she couldn't dare to offer them rooms or ask them to stay among those horrible things. Count Saison, seeing her mood at that moment, was paler than chalk and was afraid to say a single word. Alex then ordered them to pack their things, as she would move them to the Iris Palace and she would take care of them. The princess noticed they were still standing there and asked them again to follow her, but the Count surprisingly declared that they would not, that they would stay there. Then Alexa, with an angelic face, feigned surprise, not understanding why with all the chaos. She added that the maids would be busy preparing the banquet and wouldn't be able to clean everything up. Saison replied that they would clean it themselves, clarifying that it was the least they could do. The delegation huddled in a corner, but the princess insisted that she could not allow them to live in such ruined rooms. She added that people might misunderstand if the delegates cleaned their own rooms, but they said they would explain to everyone that it was their wish. And Alexa decided to accept their will. The members of the delegation bowed deeply to her and thanked her for her understanding. Then the princess decided to let them rest and said goodbye until the banquet. A while later, when the banquet began, everyone noticed how radiant Alexa looked. They commented on her work with the delegation. Sensing how difficult it was for her alone, no one could believe the beast was so talented. They considered Alexa exceptional. But the princess felt exhausted. She hated all of it. With every fibre of her being, she saw their attempts at deception. They always despised her and called her a beast, and now they try to ingratiate themselves as if she were a great princess. Pure cowards. Suddenly, Prime Minister Louis approached, noticing her visible unhappiness. She was a little surprised, and he explained that she was a constant topic of conversation. He added that Alexa had a gift for impressing people, something she took as a compliment. Then the Chancellor decided to give her some advice, asking to see her a little more relaxed. The girl didn't understand, and he explained that she looked very tense and nothing is more inappropriate than a host without a smile. Besides, the Prime Minister asked Alexa not to forget that the world she faces is woven with masks and contradictions. Now the princess was beginning to doubt if she could last long in that world, but Luis continued. He explained that it doesn't matter if she endures it or not, but if people see her uncomfortable, that will give them grounds for new gossip. Then he advised the princess to smile unless she wanted to supply them with ammunition. Only then could she survive here. And after this, the Chancellor left, and Alexa reflected on his advice. The girl understood she couldn't do it in a convincing way for now, and went to find a mirror to practice at the same time. She understood that the Chancellor was right, and that she had to do it to defeat them all. If Alexa wants to protect what matters to her and for her happiness to last forever, she must do it. Soon she approached the aristocrats and asked them if they were enjoying the evening, which surprised them. The princess also commented that everyone looked radiant today, especially Lady Elizabeth. Alexia swore they would never catch her showing weakness, so she would opt for a different strategy. She was tired of the small talk, but knew that several noble families already supported her. She just had to endure the delegation until their departure. Meanwhile, in the hallway, she heard a commotion in a room. A man was demanding a young woman go with him. Promising to make her a queen, her refusal and her playing dignified irritated him, so he intensified his threats against her. Alexia understood that someone dared to harass her maid, and she burst furiously into the room. Her suspicions were true. A maiden was begging the man to let her go, and he was astonished to see the princess. Upon seeing he was an Italian, she was pleased. An opportunity to warm up and use it against them while one of his men approached Sazon's man demanding an explanation. He promised royal treatment. He couldn't do anything. He didn't expect Princess Alexa to act like this. He claimed this didn't happen last year. Then a maid approached and apologized to the count and explained that the princess summoned him for an urgent matter. Sazon was surprised, and the maid added that Her Majesty had to notify him of something important. Immediately, the count was bewildered. He even thought the girl had reconsidered and would apologize. He didn't care about gifts he was going to make her, pay for the humiliation she had inflicted on him. But upon arriving at the indicated room, he was shocked to see one of his men in his underwear. It was Baron Shen harassing a maid, and the count demanded an explanation instantly. Alexa, watching from the side, just let out a small laugh. Happy that Sazon had finally arrived, he understood she was behind it all. Now he felt fear and anger at her behavior. Still, he begged her to explain, as Baron Shen is the most revered in the empire. But she decided to mock him. While they covered the insolent man with a cape, the count assured that the almighty son of Philia would be enraged to find out. But the princess replied, advising that they should worry about their own heads, that Baron harassed a maid of the royal palace, and if people find out, they themselves will fear the son of Philia. Their emperor is known for striking down even the birds that bother him. Imagine what he will do to those who embarrass him now. If Sazon wants to make it public, the princess is ready to come forward and testify as a witness. Then the count admitted that Baron Shin made a mistake, but tried to justify it by saying he was just drunk. Alexa couldn't believe that in their country, drunkenness was an acceptable excuse for committing such a crime. The girl became so enraged that she instinctively punched the bookshelf, saying she wanted to resolve it peacefully, but it seems not. Then she added that she is not as docile as the Baron when she gets drunk, and proposed they see what she is like when she's in a bad mood. Sazon knew that the Baron's sister was the ruler's favourite, and they had to act before Shen was locked in the dungeon. Alexa continued, warning that if the Italians did not cooperate, she would make it public. Then the count offered an apology for Baron Shen, but she wanted something more and held out a sheet of paper. It was a written promise that the delegation of Etolia would not commit more crimes in Felipe. Alexa could not ignore the Baron's act. That's why she demanded the count sign it. If he refused, Baron Shen would be accused of harassment and punished accordingly. The princess reminded them that her task was to maintain peace between their peoples, and that is why they had to cooperate. But if they refused, her peace of mind would be disturbed, and she would stop being so accommodating. The count did not want to strain the situation and immediately signed the agreement, and the princess announced she would send them the bill. Alexa explained that this contract included monetary compensation if any of their supporters acted incorrectly. She then ordered Baron Shen to be thrown out. She didn't plan on being kind to a criminal, ending the conversation. The girl said goodbye, wishing them a good evening at the banquet as she walked away. The princess celebrated having one less problem, but she noticed the priest was not there at that moment. Duke Belkellon intercepted him, asking why he was pretending to be a priest. The guest's real name was Abraxas, and he explained to the Duke that he simply wanted to meet him. But Belkellon was not in the mood for games and demanded to know what the hell he was doing in Felipe. Abraxas justified that he was performing priestly duties. Understanding he feared for his girl Belle was not going to beat around the bush with that demon, and furiously raised his fist to intimidate him. But Abraxas blocked the blow effortlessly, commenting that a demon's love was pathetic. The Duke warned him. If he laid a finger on Alexa, it would be the last thing he ever did. Then the demon assured him he was not there for her. But to give his brother some advice, he explained that Belkellon would soon have to choose, as his father had worked very hard to save him. Abraxas wished him to enjoy life while he could, and asked him to return to him when the time came. He also reminded the Duke. Although mixed with impure human blood, he was still a powerful demon he himself inherited instead of magical power. The purest blood of the demons. And soon the time would come when they would have to work together. But the Duke asked him to leave and explained that he had no intention of working with him. Although Abraxas understood his confusion, he promised that he could take care of everything if it involved that woman. Because that is what brothers of Belkellon could not take it anymore, and launched a cluster of energy at his relative, who was surprised that his brother was willing to kill him. The Duke explained that he was definitely not going to just stand there, listening to all that nonsense the demon proposed, declaring that this was the final warning Belkellon prepared to leave. And the demon just shouted after him that he would be back anyway. Abraxas also claimed that in this world there is no place for a half-demon, half-human hybrid. The Duke was no longer listening to him, and the demon understood that the princess was the only way to reach him. And now in his mind, he began to develop the plan to use that girl for his demonic purposes. Alexa, at that moment, was walking down the hall and heard Marquis Belford call her, explaining that he came on behalf of his assistant. He already knew that the princess had not only accused the delegation of a crime, but had also forced them to sign a contract. The girl confirmed it and also explained that she did it because they had crossed the line in an unforgivable way. But the Marquis still did not understand why his ex-fiancé was doing this, and demanded an immediate explanation. He decided that she had forgotten who they were, and reminded her that they would inform their emperor about what happened there. Belford also explained that if those people exaggerated a little about what happened, Philip would have to answer for the consequences. Alexa contradicted him and told him not to worry, and then prepared to go on her way. But right then, the Marquis grabbed her arm, telling her not to use force just because she was royalty, that she should think about every word and act. The princess could not believe it was he seriously defending them. They are just respected nobles from the empire, but demand better treatment than the royal party. What a nerve, then. Alexa confessed that they had harassed a maid, and she could not just stand by and do nothing. That girl would be in serious trouble if she did not intervene. Now he cannot act all magnanimous. That said, Alexa broke free and snapped that the Marquis was just as detestable as those delegates. She would not stay quiet in the name of peace. She is not like Belford, nor will she ever be, and she demanded that the Marquis not dare to impose his ideas of justice on her or the royal family. Then Belford blurted out that they could no longer go back to the time when she lived as she pleased, when he knew nothing and did not want to know. He thought that was totally impossible then. He added that if the princess did not pay more attention, she would fall into the trap of her own actions. If Alexia kept attracting unwanted attention, she would lose her support, her position, and her followers. Then the Marquis begged her again to stop exposing herself to danger. Unnecessarily, Alexia understood that he feared someone like Wilhelm, who wanted the throne, would threaten her. But she did not understand why Belford was so worried, and decided to ask him directly. The Marquis explained that he could not help her, but he still worried. Although Alexia interpreted it differently, she understood that she was ruining her master's plans, and that he did not really care about her safety. The young woman just said it was none of his business, but the Marquis insisted he was worried, and the Duke saw them. Alexia also saw Belkellon behind the Marquis and immediately bid him farewell. The princess ran to hug her beloved, while Belford glared at the couple for a moment. His gaze met the Duke's, who seemed to be mentally warning him not to get close to Alexa. Meanwhile, she began to ask the Duke where he had been, as she had gotten worried when she noticed he was not at the banquet. Belkellon explained that he needed to finish some business, and the princess suggested they go somewhere else to talk. Marquis Belford, at that moment, could not move from rage and the realization that he could do nothing about it. He just followed the couple in love with his eyes. Watching the Duke tenderly embrace the princess for a moment, Belkellon turned slightly toward the Marquis. As if sending him one more warning upon arriving at a small gazebo, the Duke asked Alexa what she had been talking about with Belford. She explained it was nothing important, just that she had done something interesting today. And the Duke became interested. Alexa began by saying that the delegation had caused a disturbance, and she punished them for it. And the Marquis then complained about it. Belkellon understood that he had missed a lot, And the girl also confessed that she was not thinking about political relations, so Marquis Belford went to complain to her about her recklessness. But she could not ignore the injustice, and then she became curious as to why the Duke was asking that he did not beat around the bush. He attributed it to simple curiosity and pulled Alexa closer. The Duke was also worried that the princess had been seeing that Marquis a lot lately. The girl immediately replied that it was not like that they were just in the same class, and she could not help it. She also knew that Belkellon did not like that, but she was seen with him even more. The Duke did not know how to justify himself and explained that he was just worried about her. That is why he acted that way. The girl was very moved by those words, and now she was beginning to understand why she had been reborn as Alexa. Then Belkellon confessed he had something for her, and the princess waited expectantly. Full of interest, she saw that the Duke was offering her a gold pendant and begged her to accept it. Alexa confessed she had never seen anything like it and asked where he had gotten it. Belkellon explained it was a Star family heirloom, and she promised to never take it off. Then the Duke asked her to spend less time alone with the Marquis. For her beloved, she was willing to do anything, even move to a deserted island. If necessary, she never thought knowing Belford would be so useful. But she was still worried about what he said. Alexa understood that when the Duke was not around, everyone started to flirt with her. So she begged Belkellon to stay by her side all the time, and he promised to do so. The Duke swore he would always be close and also asked the princess to stay with him shortly after the princess, back in her chambers, called Jen, and gave her a task. She had to find a noblewoman in the capital who had red hair and eyes of the same colour. The maid thought that with those features it would be easy to find the person she was looking for. Alexa explained that if that woman was not an aristocrat, she would be close to that circle. The princess wanted to find the woman she had recently met at the pottery shop. If she was with Belford, it meant she was someone special to Sir Dwayne. Corn Alexa did not yet know what their relationship was, but when she found out she would use it to her advantage that way, the princess could also take the upper hand in their confrontation. Then she asked Jen about Ariel. Since she knew nothing about her sister after the banquet, the maid said she seemed to be ill. As she was very pale at the reception, the princess remembered that Ariel fled the banquet without saying goodbye, which was unusual for her. Jen added that she had not come out since then, and the other maids knew nothing either. Alexia decided she should give her a gift, perhaps some food. To observe the formalities, her sister always brought her tea and cookies, so she had to think of something similar. Jen remembered that in Layla's castle they made a flourless dessert because Ariel hated even the smell of it. Alexia found it strange since she always invited her to try desserts, even though she could not stand the smell of flour. Now she thought maybe it was her imagination, but she decided to leave that worry to Jen. The princess was intrigued as to why her sister did that for her, and despite everything she now wanted to know the truth. However, the young woman had neither the time nor the confidence. To unravel the existing threads, suddenly she heard the maid calling her, repeating that they should send something to Layla's palace. She also noticed that her lady was tired and suggested she rest a little as she had been busy all morning. Alexia assured her not to worry so much and explained that she simply needed to take a walk in the fresh air. The princess went to the garden, and on the way she was met by the priest Gabriel of the Heterios, saying he was pleased to meet her. The girl did not expect to see him, and he apologized for not having formally introduced himself before. Out of courtesy, Alexa also feigned joy, although she thought he had come to inspect the garden, which he confirmed, adding that it was his favorite place in the castle and could relieve fatigue. The priest even compared her to the garden, and she did not understand why he was suddenly beaming so much. She just explained that she did not even tend to the garden, so it was more like him, the Holy Father. He asked to be called simply Gabriel and explained that he was only a servant of the goddess, so he did not need titles. Alexa objected. Since he personally received the love of the goddess, he should not downplay his merits. Gabriel also objected, saying that he was not the only one who received divine love, and he was now referring to the princess's magic, even if it was not a sacred force. It also counted as a small celestial gift from the goddess herself, before Alex thought that power was only to attract others. But she was beginning to understand that something strange was going on with that priest and decided to take her leave of him, apologizing. She explained that she had more things to do, and that was why she was in a hurry. Gabriel thought it was his fault, but the girl reiterated that she had only come for some fresh air, so since they had to part ways, the priest asked for permission to give her a final blessing. Alex did not object, and Gabriel, bringing his hand to her forehead, prayed to Demetra to bless her. He also pronounced the princess's full name, and she felt a strange sensation, then turned to him. Gabriel hurried to assure her that Demetra's blessing would always be with her, and Alex thanked him. Meanwhile, she tried to decipher that sensation she had, as if there was no divine energy in his hands. Afterwards, the priest also decided to take his leave, after which she continued on her way. Gabriel just watched her walk away, unable to accept that his brother would treat him like that over a person. In that instant, his hand was covered in blood, and he knew it was because of Belkellon. Abrakast never imagined that the Duke would interfere in his hunt, and that infuriated him. He was about to snatch all her power, but Belkellon decided to act on his own now the demon was surprised that his brother was so madly in love with that girl. The false priest decided it was time to accelerate his hunt and use more effective methods. If he is the key to the resurrection of the demons, Abrakast will not let him disappear just like that. Shortly after the Duke was preparing for their hunt with the princess, and he was checking his arrows, she thought it was unnecessary, explaining that the servants had already checked them before Belkellon was worried anyway, since she herself would be using them during the hunt. The girl understood that the Duke was much more meticulous than her and flattered him for it. Alex was intrigued as to why the ambassadors wanted to hunt so suddenly, and she tried to guess she knew that. Due to the monster invasion last time, the forest was not the best place to hunt, so there had to be another reason. And while she was thinking the delegates had already arrived at the meeting point, they apologized for the delay and explained that they had not been delayed on purpose, and also asked for understanding the princess did not argue with them, and proposed to leave before it got completely dark. This time, 8 aristocrats from Felipe would participate in the hunt, including Marquis Belford. The girl was glad to have Belkellon nearby, but the Marquis's presence still worried her. A soldier announced that on the way to the hunting grounds, there was a royal market where they could soon stop. Those in carriages took their places and departed, sending the riders ahead. The princess was also on horseback, and suddenly she noticed the Duke was not nearby, but a moment ago he was right next to her. Count Sazon approached and asked who she was looking for. Noticing that she was constantly looking around, Alexa assured him that everything was fine and that he should not worry so much. Although she kept looking around, she soon found him behind her, not understanding how he could have fallen so far behind. The princess did not beat around the bush and called him over at once, proposing they ride together. He thanked her for the invitation, but he explained it was not necessary. However, the girl kept insisting. The Duke continued to assure her that he would refrain. Although he was grateful for the invitation with all his heart, the girl decided not to argue further. Thinking that Belkellon was too worried about the opinions of others, Alexa knows that in public they should not be too close, so she understands his concerns. Besides being of mixed blood, the Duke thinks he is a hindrance to the princess. At that moment, the Marquis approached and asked her to order him to personally take care of Count Sazon. Alexa asked why he thought she should give those orders. Belford said that his mentor had instructed him to do so, and that he should give her his full support. The princess could not believe Sir Dwancorn ordered it, and the Marquis added that the ambassadors knew little of her, so Alexa had to demonstrate to the delegation how many people in Felipe support her. The wild beast that roams freely is hunted before anything else. The girl understood it, but she still did not like having the Marquis nearby. Although she accepted soon, they arrived at the royal market. Where there were many things unfamiliar to the foreigners, the princess decided to propose that the Duke walk with her through the market, hoping that this time he would accept. But Belkellon refused again, maintaining a very serious expression on his face. Belford immediately arrived, asking Alexa to stop, explaining that the Duke clearly did not want to talk, but the girl replied, after her, Belkellon is the next noblest person here. Besides, she thought that if he rode at the end of the procession, it would be courteous to accompany him. So the princess invited the Duke again, and this time he obeyed and approached. The Marquis was almost in despair. So many nobles hide behind the nickname of Monster if she associates with the demon. Even those who support her will abandon her. That is why, to protect herself and maintain her position, the princess must distance herself from the Duke a little later. The girl noticed that no one was near the Duke, so she could look around. Then she saw some local weapons, and supposed they would be perfect for Belkellon's training. The Duke tried to refuse, but the princess insisted that he at least choose arrows for the hunt. Belle begged her again not to do that, but the girl could not understand what he meant. He explained that all eyes were on him, and the princess should not spend time with him. Alexa asked him to stop worrying about it. She understood that he cared for her, but she in turn also cared for him, so she begged him not to worry about the delegation or Marquis Belford. Besides, more than anything in the world, she wanted them to spend time together today. Despite everything at that moment, the Marquis approached and asked the princess what she was doing. She explained she was conversing with the Grand Duke, and then demanded he explain what was wrong with that. He explained that it was more important now to devote time to the ambassadors, and they should not be neglected for a talk with the Duke at this. The princess pointed out that the Marquis had insulted Belkellon, but he replied that he was only speaking the truth. He also reminded her that Alexa herself had said they should attend to the ambassadors, even though the Marquis did not care about her personal life. He asked her to understand her position. Belford begged her to consider that her relationship with the Duke would ruin her future plans. This infuriated the girl, demanding that the Marquis stop allowing himself such comments. The Duke saw Alex's agitation and wanted to help, but she asked him to stop deciding he should not intervene in that conversation, and clarified to the Marquis that he had misunderstood something. Then the princess declared that the throne was not her priority, and her plans differed greatly from his and Doncorn's. Although they dream of deciding who will occupy the throne, she flatly refuses to participate in it. Belford tried to object, but Alex shut him down again, stating that she decides who accompanies her. Unlike them, the princess does not care about others' opinions, and advised not to blindly follow the judgments of others. Then the girl took her beloved by the hand and asked him to leave with her. Ignoring everyone else, the Marquis then understood that her words were so sincere, they instantly shattered the boundaries of his reality. They made Belford feel ashamed, and now he could only envy them as he watched them walk away. Shortly after, the entire group arrived at the hunting area, and the soldier began to explain the rules to the guests, then proposed that they divide into groups and begin hunting to clear their heads a bit. Alexa thought about choosing Belkellon, not because she believed he couldn't do it, but because of the Marquis's words. At that moment, Count Saison approached and hinted that they could get lost in unfamiliar territory. That is why pidió permiso para acompañarlo junto con Philip para que no les ocurriera nada desagradable. La joven se enfadó, porque esto podría arruinar su cita con Bel, pero decidió aceptar la propuesta. El conde Saison llamó a uno de sus hombres, explicándole que acompañarían a la princesa. Él entendió y de repente salió disparado sin más explicaciones, y Saison y la princesa no entendieron qué pasó. El conde se asustó mucho y empezó a clamar a Philip esperando que regresara de inmediato. Además le rogó ayuda a la princesa, pero ella permanecía impasible sobre su montura. Saison intuyó que la culpa era del caballo y preguntó por qué le habían dado semejante corcel a Philip. Luego el conde imploró que buscaran a su hombre, pues sería terrible que se lastimara en tierra extraña. Entonces la princesa fingió compasión, y pidiendo que esperaran a Lee prometió ir a buscarlo. Acto seguido espoleó su caballo y salió tras Philip, a quien pronto encontró sentado en la hierba. El joven estaba sentado sujetándose la mano y lamentándose del dolor hasta que vio llegar a la princesa. Ella le preguntó qué había pasado y Philip explicó que le dolía mucho la muñeca, pero que estaba bien, y entonces la chica le preguntó si debía dirigirse a él, llamándolo Su Alteza Real el Príncipe. Mientras Alexia partía, Saison pensó que no era el momento adecuado para dejarlos a ella y al príncipe solos, y cuando el duque se acercó, el conde empezó a murmurar que lamentaba lo sucedido y esperaba que estuvieran a salvo. Belkellon dudaba si el invitado lo ignoraba por completo, pero este lo aseguró. Aún así, el duque sentía que el plan lo habían tramado el conde y el señor Philip, y entonces concentró energía demoníaca que aprisionó el cuello de Saison, causándole dolor. El duque insistió en que las mentiras no le van a nada bueno, y esta era su última advertencia. Luego retiró el collar demoníaco y le aconsejó no acercarse más a la princesa. El delegado gordo carraspeó, dándose cuenta de que debían temer al duque, no a Alexa. Mientras tanto, Philip le preguntó a la joven cómo supo que él era príncipe y no un simple embajador. Alexa empezó a sospecharlo cuando Saison intentaba hacer todo el trabajo sucio por él, y cuando le rogó que salvara a ese tipo se dirigió a él varias veces como Su Alteza, pero también explicó que si se demoraban correrían rumores, así que debía apresurarse si tenía algo que decir. El príncipe etílico entendió que la princesa era más atenta de lo que pensaba, pero ella le pidió que fuera al grano, pero antes exigió que este joven fuera respetuoso con ella. Entendiendo que necesitaba algo de ella si va a actuar ciegamente en interés de su reino, que sepa que Alexa no tiene intención de ayudarlo. Felipe aceptó y la princesa estaba lista para escucharlo, pero con una pequeña condición. Ella exigió Explicaciones de por qué se montó todo este espectáculo y él comenzó un poco inseguro después finalmente. Explico que el imperio de Etilia ofrece asilo a la segunda princesa Felipe. Ante tales palabras la chica entró en un completo estupor porque no entendía por qué necesitaban eso. El hermano mayor de Felipe, el príncipe heredero, le pedía que le transmitiera que ofrecían asilo político. El chico le rogó a la princesa que pensara. Si un reino tan pequeño como Felipe podría mantener su posición, esto es posible gracias a ella, pero al mismo tiempo, Alexa no recibe el reconocimiento que merece. Incluso en el banquete algunos aristócratas la criticaron duramente. Dudando de que todos la consideren una heroína, es improbable que la princesa gane amor y respeto aquí, pero el hermano de Philip promete el título de duquesa si se une a ellos, pero la princesa interpretó la petición como una traición a su patria por un simple título. El chico le recordó una vez más que en esas tierras la juventud estaba constantemente bajo el control del rey. Alexia se dio cuenta de que él había analizado la situación antes de llegar, y pese a su apariencia inofensiva seguía siendo el príncipe de Etilia. Philip se arrodilló ante él allí. Reiteró que su imperio la ayudaría a brillar con luz propia. Prometió que si la princesa iba con ellos su vida cambiaría, pero ella lo consideró una petición indignante. Philip entendió su confusión y le pidió que lo pensara bien y luego se lo comunicara a uno de sus hombres. Entonces Alexia retiró su mano bruscamente y declaró que incluso si dejaba a Felipe no huiría por un título a otro país. El príncipe insistió en que era una petición muy importante y compleja, así que le daba tiempo para reflexionar. La chica se mantuvo firme en su opinión y su respuesta seguiría siendo negativa. Incluso arriesgándose a lamentarlo, Alexa no veía razones para aceptar esa propuesta. Luego escuchó el sonido de cascos y asumió que era alguien de los hombres del señor Sazón, pero al voltear vio que Belkellon se acercaba a ellos y parecía muy angustiado. Alexa no entendía por qué venía solo y él solo atinó a preguntar si ella estaba herida. La princesa aseguró que estaba bien, pero señaló que el príncipe Felipe se había lastimado la muñeca, pero al duque eso no le importó y solo le pidió a su amada que regresara, pues todos la esperaban. Alexa pensó que el duque estaba enojado por haber ido tras Felipe, pero Sazón se lo había pedido cuando regresaron con los demás. Se tomó la decisión de volver al castillo de inmediato. La princesa le pidió al duque que explicara qué pasaba, pues notaba que estaba furioso. Belkellon aseguró que no había pasado nada que mereciera la atención de Alexa. La chica sintió, pues ella tampoco quería arruinarle más el humor del que ya tenía. También prometió que le contaría todo lo sucedido más tarde. Cuando ella se calmara, el duque, al notar su enfado, repitió que no era nada grave, solo que alguien lo había sacado de quicio. Luego le propuso a la princesa pasear y ir al mercado, esperando que eso la ayudara a tranquilizarse. Belkellon casi rogaba que ella solo dijera algo y él haría todo lo que deseara y pidiera, pero a la princesa ya le daba igual y le explicó que llegaba tarde con sus propuestas. El duque ya no sabía qué hacer para que no se enojara. Incluso admitió que ella le importaba más que nada. Ante esto Alexa se sonrojó un poco y le pidió que no la halagara. Con esas palabras, pues sabía que no se resistiría. Entonces Belkellon notó que se sentía un poco mejor y la chica lo confirmó. Entonces Alex insistió en que no quería ocultar su relación, por eso le propuso salir antes. Ahora el duque entendió su error y si su amada lo desea tanto, él accede a lo que sea. Tras esto la princesa decidió perdonarlo, pero expresó su deseo de que no se repita. Bel notó que la chica sonrió y esperaba que esa sonrisa fuera solo para él. Luego avanzaron y los soldados murmuraron que eran inseparables y empezaron a sospechar de su relación. Solo el Marqués Belfort guardó silencio, pues comprendía que nadie entendería sus pensamientos. Ahora el príncipe Felipe también notó la cercanía entre el duque y la princesa y lo comentó con el conde. Le pareció muy interesante, porque dada la reacción de otros aristócratas parecía que no lo sabían. El príncipe de Filios esperaba que esto llegara a su favor y usarían tanto al demonio como al monstruo. Un soldado se acercó al marqués en ese momento y preguntó si regresaban y él lo confirmó. El mismísimo Belfort pensaba en los ojos y la voz de la princesa llenos de amor, tal como en sus recuerdos. El cariño que ella muestra sigue siendo el mismo. Pero lo único que cambió es que ahora hay otro hombre. El marqués recordaba cómo cuando la joven era un monstruo, ella simplemente le rogaba que la amara. También le preguntaba si podría mirarla a ella y no a otras, ya que ella lo amaba muchísimo a él. De las reflexiones del marqués lo sacó un aristócrata, que notó su estado y se preocupó por el Belfort. Aseguró que estaba bien, aunque en realidad se sentía simplemente fatal. Para que engañarnos, él entendía que aunque Alexa pareciera un monstruo, no debió rechazarla así como así tan a la ligera. Poco después, los rumores sobre el romance entre la princesa y el duque seguían extendiéndose sin control, y aunque su relación estaba solo en la etapa inicial, en la sociedad también surgían muchas suposiciones. El canciller Duancon no podía creer que la princesa se atreviera a hackear eso, pero ella fingió no entenderlo. Él exigió a la chica explicaciones de por qué exhibe su relación con el Gran Duque. Pero Alexa alegó que el primer ministro se imagina cosas y su contrato solo la obliga a sus lecciones. Por lo tanto, el canciller no debe entrometerse en asuntos ajenos. Y la princesa insinuó que esto le irrita, pero Luis le recordó su advertencia que el reino de Felipe la necesita urgentemente. Y para proteger lo que tienen y mejorarlo, ella debe crecer y demostrarlo al resto. Ante esto, Alexa declaró que no necesita el reino y que en realidad le importa algo muy diferente. Aclaró que asiste a clases porque así lo quiso el primer ministro Duancorn. Solamente por eso, por lo tanto, debe dejar de ser tan codicioso y dejar de darle consejos sobre relaciones. El canciller entendía que la fuerza y el estatus del gran duque podían ayudar mucho a la princesa, pero también en esta situación los rumores sobre su relación podrían volverse contra ellos mismos. Entonces Luis decidió que si a la princesa no le importaba su reino, él lo arreglaría. Llamó a su sirviente Horion y le ordenó traer a esa pelirroja urgente. The princess was returning, but at the castle Belford appeared again. She didn't expect to see him there. What could he want in such an unexpected place? The Marquis greeted her, but she ignored him and kept walking. What tension, he insisted, and she turned with an inquisitive look. What are you plotting now? She demanded to know if it was important. She wasn't going to listen to his nonsense again. Belford dropped the bombshell. It would have been different if he had acted differently. Alexa didn't understand why he was reminiscing about what wasn't, since it was all over. That Alexa no longer exists. He wasn't kinder, nor did he accept her as she was. But if he had behaved differently, maybe the old princess's life would have been very different. However, now the girl assured that their relationship would have definitely been different. She also didn't understand why he was stirring up the past. Explaining that nothing could be changed anyway, the princess thought that answer was enough, and she prepared to leave, while the Marquis felt even worse. He remembered how Alexa addressed the Duke with tenderness and love by his name, looking at him affectionately as she did so. Then Belford also remembered how she, when she was still a monster, also called him with tenderness. If the Marquis could go back to the time when she addressed him with such sweetness, they would be together. A few days later, the princess went to meet the Duke, and Salwan immediately informed her that delicacies had been prepared for her. He advised her to try them whenever she wanted, and Alexa sincerely thanked him at that moment. Belkellon had already come out to meet her, and she decided to go quickly with him to try them. The Duke noticed it was the first time they had seen each other. Since that hunting trip with the ambassadors, the young woman explained that she had been very busy and had many matters to resolve after that day. Belkellon asked what matters they were, and Alexia explained that many people were interested in their relationship. Yesterday, the princess also attended a tea with Lady Isabel, and there, everyone was commenting on her partner. Alexia regretted that many did not understand the Duke and considered him a bloodless, tearless demon. She didn't understand why they treated such a charming person that way, and decided she would dispel those rumors about him. Belkellon felt a little embarrassed, but he thanked the princess for her concern and initiative. She explained that she actually liked being the center of attention, but with the Duke it would be more interesting. Then she tried the tea, and noticed it was a new black variety that she liked very much, while Belkellon handed her an envelope and explained it was the reason he had invited her today. The girl was a little surprised, and the Duke explained that it was a wedding vow, after which she was even more surprised. Belle also explained it was so the vassals would support her. That's why he had drafted that document. He knew that in the capital they viewed him with suspicion, but on the border people were not so distrustful. The princess didn't understand why those people should support her. Then she noticed that not only were there vassals from the border, but also the Dukes of Astara Belkellon also explained that he would not allow Alexia to lose her position because of him, but she objected, explaining that the creation of such a document would only cause the king to reject the Duke. He just asked her not to worry and to just be grateful instead, and that would be enough for him. The princess still didn't understand why he would go so far, although she was aware that if the Astaras were on her side, it would be easier. But on the other hand, her mistakes could put Belkellon in danger, and she couldn't let that happen. The Duke kept asking the princess not to worry and assured her that everything would be fine anyway. Then the girl began to suspect that Belle was worried about the same thing she was, and that's why he was preventing her from leaving. Alexa understood that he now wanted to protect her like a child and realized the magnitude of his love for her. Besides, after discovering the Prince of Philia, Philip's plan underwent a small change. The Empire's delegation kept insisting on an audience at the Iris Palace with the desire to discuss matters of state, as the excuses to refuse were running out. Once again, the princess pretended to feel unwell. She, for her part, left for Count Ergen's mansion that morning. With the excuse of visiting her relatives there, she decided to play chess with Kylian, checkmating him, and he understood that today was not his lucky day. The girl just laughed, reminding him that centuries would pass before he could beat her. The young count refused to give up and begged her for another chance, hoping to succeed this time. Alexa didn't object much, and when they were about to start, Count Ergen entered the room. He looked at his niece and noticed again how much she now resembled her mother Camilla. The count even thought he had been too greedy in wanting to heal her wounds, and now he just wanted to forget his desire for revenge. Now he only wanted to enjoy the smiles of the princess and his son, and he was sure that then everything would be resolved. Kylian noticed his father's concern and thought something was wrong, but he explained that he was just distracted. Then the count reminded Alexa that they had talked about the business of using monster hides. He explained that many knights were interested in the idea, and no one doubted the origin of the hides. Alexa was glad that everyone liked the idea, but asked that they hide her involvement in the business for as long as possible, because if they find out at the palace, it's possible that the king might want to obtain the rights to control the business. The count understood her, but he also saw that her thirst for absolute control was quite frightening. Ergen explained that just as Alexa asked, he delivered her share in gold bars and hid it in Camilla's mansion. Then he suggested the princess take a look, since she was already there anyway. Kylian also supported his father, asking her to check it for herself, as it would be better for her and for them. The princess remembered that the previous head of the Ergen family had expressly left that mansion to Camilla. Now it seemed to her incredible that she finally had the chance to be there. Upon arriving there with her relatives, the young woman noticed it was much better than she expected. Kylian explained that many things were also left there and asked Alexa if she liked it. She was delighted, as she didn't think there would be so many things, and Kylian clarified that all of it was her inheritance. The princess was surprised again and still couldn't believe her mother had left all that for her, reacting afterwards. The young woman decided to take a look and began to go through room after room in one of them among gold coins. Alexa saw a child's locket with a drawing and understood it was something from Castle Philip. Kylian tried to object that there was nothing special about it, but the princess did not agree with him. She became very upset, but understood she had to calm down, especially because her young relative was also there. He at that moment suggested to Alexia that they go back, reminding her that she was still going to meet her boyfriend. Containing herself, the girl thanked him for his concern and clarified that she hadn't planned any dates for today. She also explained that Belkellon is now in the capital and needs to check the borders, so he will be gone for 3 days. Kylian didn't believe that the Duke would only need 3 days to reach the border and thought he simply lied to Alexia. But the princess believed that if he lied, it was only because of his great love for her, and she asked the young count to understand he decided he should also learn from her. Positive thinking, and she offered to tell him her love story with the Duke the next morning. The princess heard her maid Lily starting to wake her up and announcing that a gift had arrived. She explained it was a board game and books that are very hard to find in Philip. Alexa remembered Prince Eterio showing off something similar and assumed it came from his empire, but Lily clarified that it was from Duke Belkellon, and she was sure the princess would love it. The young woman began to examine the gifts instantly and couldn't believe her beloved sent all that, but she felt truly happy and immediately asked Lily to bring the materials to write a reply. The princess loved that Belkellon gave her a book, but she was still trying to understand why he was so thoughtful with the book in hand. She went to the garden, and then the priest Gabriel, reappearing again, caught her attention. Alexa was very surprised to see him and asked him how he knew she was there at that moment. He explained that his servants had told him everything, so he didn't have to look for her for long. Then he sincerely admitted that he had a serious conversation to have with the princess and begged her to give him some time. The girl agreed, and they went to a small gazebo. Where Alexa asked him what he needed, Gabriel began by saying that after the hunt, rumors of a romance with Duke Star began. The princess clarified that it was true, but she was intrigued as to why the foreign delegates were interested in that. Then the priest blurted out that they had to talk right now, and she made no objection. Gabriel got straight to the point. Duke Belkellon is the last descendant of demonic blood, but Alexa already knew that demonic blood runs in him. And that's why they judged the Duke so much for being different still. She didn't understand what the priest was getting at, and he explained that the powers demonic had been reactivated. Then he insinuated that the Duke was surely behind those forces. But Alexa thought it was just a theory the princess defended, that Belkellon did everything for the good of the kingdom. And she didn't believe he could harm anyone. Gabriel counterattacked, saying that demons are always inside, that they are pure darkness, greed and cruelty. He was insinuating that the Archduke, so criticized for that blood, would not risk everything for this kingdom. Belkellon is also willing to do anything for his goals, but not for Philip and his nation. The priest confessed something that terrified him even more, what Belkellon might do next. The Duke believes he is half demon, but in reality he is a full demon, and no one knows what will happen when he finds out the princess still didn't understand why the origin of her beloved worried the priest so much. He explained that even the strength of a half-breed is already powerful enough to destroy everything, and the power of a full demon for a human could have unimaginable and horrible consequences. Upon hearing this, Alexa assumed she was also dangerous, because on the battlefield they called her the monster of death. Gabriel declared that although she is strong, he feels in her something similar to the sacred power that he also possesses. The priest noticed that the girl didn't believe him and decided to prove it to her by asking for her hand. Cautiously, Alexa extended her hand, and as their palms touched, a reddish mist appeared instantly. The girl was immediately frightened and withdrew her hand. Then she supposed it was because of her magic. The priest corrected her, saying it was the result of the clash between her magic and his sacred power. He also added that her magic enveloped her body and created a protective barrier. Then he asked where Alexa had gotten that necklace. Clutching the pendant in her palm, the princess confessed it was a gift from the Duke, and that she cherished it very much. After this, Gabriel also confessed that the energy of that necklace was really very painful for him. Then he asked her to think about why the Duke would give her a necklace. That was impossible to approach with sacred power. The priest stated that the truth is very difficult to accept, but he also asked the princess to think it over carefully, while thinking that he should hurry before Belkellon was in the capital. But now he saw that this monster had easily fallen for his words. Gabriel hoped that the princess would now be afraid of him, for the weak always fear those who are stronger, and if the princess distances herself from the Duke, he surely won't be able to bear such treatment and will get angry. Then it will be possible to find the abandoned Alex and easily snatch her powers, thus restoring the demons. The priest warned the girl that the longer she was with Belkellon, the worse things would get for her. He even claimed they might consider her an accomplice of the demons. Imagine the consequences. Now he delighted in her suffering, because the man she loves could be the end for her and her nation. But to his surprise, Alex just laughed and declared that his words irritated her deeply. She also explained that such words were simply horrible, so much so that they even surprised her. The priest was amazed that she didn't believe his words, but Alex stated she had no reason to worry. Besides, the princess knows that the Grand Duke is the key to restore the former glory of the demons. And the girl also understood perfectly that because of their relationship, she might be hated in society. Alex understood that Gabriel wanted to surprise and scare her, and then she asked, "What is the problem if the demons revive?" Alexa doesn't believe that the resurgence of demons will only bring fear to her continent. The priest was surprised, since she is the princess of this country and should be aware of the future danger. But the girl really didn't see it as a problem, although she noticed that the Holy Father didn't understand her at all anyway. She won't be accepted anywhere, not in the kingdom of Philip, not even on the entire continent. She won't find her place anywhere. Therefore, the princess doesn't care if the demons revive and want to destroy the entire continent. Alexa is only interested in one thing, and that is her beloved Duke Belkellon, who also loves her very much. Gabriel insisted again that he might use her for his own ends, and he didn't understand why she wasn't worried. He also tried to explain why the Duke had given her that necklace, claiming that he was tying her down, and also everything else related to Belkellon, and Alexa will become just a bird in his cage with the title of princess. But the girl replied and explained that the gift was just a token of affection. Besides, she had no intention of escaping that cage. The priest insisted on the latent danger, but Alex only cared about herself, nothing more. The princess confessed that Gabriel seemed suspicious to her right after the blessing. She knew the necklace was supposed to protect her from bad people, and now she understood its effect on Gabriel. The girl's suspicions were taking shape. She was beginning to believe that the priest was the culprit. He couldn't believe that Alex knew and thought she had seen him use his magic. The false priest, furious at his failure, was ready to kill her right there. He was about to use his magic, but suddenly Marquis Belford appeared near them. He saw her talking with the priest and thought about coming back later, but she said they were finished. Gabriel could only ask her to reconsider his advice. As if they were Demetra's words, the princess thanked him for the warning and promised she would take it as valuable advice. After this, the priest said goodbye, and as he walked away, the Marquis watched him cautiously. Then he decided to warn Alexa that despite what was said, she should be careful with that guy. He explained that he knew the look of true servants of God, but Gabriel was hiding something else. The young woman promised she would listen to the Marquis and prepared to return to her chambers. But before leaving, she wanted to know why Belford was looking for her since he wasn't there by chance. The Marquis explained that a farewell banquet was being prepared for the delegates from Ephilia. Alexa assured him she would not tarnish Philip's reputation, and the Marquis, more at ease, hoped everything would go well. The princess didn't understand why the young man now had such a high opinion of her. He, in turn, reminded her that she had to look for ceramic tableware for the banquet. The minister recommended an excellent workshop to the Marquis, and he now offered to accompany Alexa, but she explained, hoping he would give up. That if the workshop was in the market, she could go alone, but Belford added that it was an order from Dwayne Corn. And there the girl noticed that the Marquis was very obedient. He understood the girl's disagreement, but he also couldn't disobey the order and begged her to allow it. Alexa still didn't understand what these sudden instructions were and why they concerned her and not the delegates. Afterwards, the Marquis went to the Chancellor and expressed his incomprehension as to why it really had to be the princess. Then he explained that in her whole life she had had to sacrifice so much and had barely freed herself from the monster's chains. She was also finally able to return to a normal life, and now she needs to approach the edge of the cliff again since she was a child. Alexa couldn't even join her peers' games, and now Sir Dwayne Corn decides to use the services of a witch. And he also wants to tell everyone the truth about her. The Marquis considered it was not a good choice, understanding that this could reopen the princess's wounds. The Prime Minister didn't understand why his student felt guilty. He hoped that Belford was far from those feelings. Then the Master declared that the Marquis should not have released the monster's bond and stayed to protect the princess. She was just a child at the very epicenter of the war, fighting with all her might to survive. Now Dwancourt begged Belford not to force him to see the country's future. From that little girl's perspective to this, the Marquis recalled that the Master knew well the unexemplary life the monarch and the Chancellor led. Wants to put the princess on the throne, forcing her back into solitude and exposing her to danger. Dwancourt stated that for him in service, the king's life didn't matter, but his nature did, and he asked his student to think about it. It pained the Prime Minister that the people lived under an incompetent ruler, but he believed that the Marquis would solve everything, and to ensure that the princess ascended to the throne, Belford had to suppress all his immature feelings. After that conversation, the Marquis went to get Alexa, and soon they arrived at the Pottery Street. The girl thanked him for accompanying her, but decided to continue alone from there. But Belford didn't plan on letting her go so easily. He clung to the edge of her cape, leaving her stunned. He explained that she could go back immediately if she wanted, and he would intercede with the Master. Alexa replied that receiving the delegation was not an easy task, but the Marquis wasn't in a hurry to work because of his own problems, but he corrected himself, clarifying that he meant if the princess didn't want to, they could go back. Then the girl noticed the Marquis was acting strange that day, and she demanded he tell her everything honestly. Belford let go of his cape and apologized for crossing the line, then asked her to forget what he had just requested. Alexa was not in the mood to argue and just suggested he return. If he had nothing else to say, then she went to the pottery workshop herself to see and choose products for the guests from Philia. At the shop, the salesman greeted her kindly right away and asked if she was looking for anything in particular. The princess explained she wanted to look around first, and the salesman asked her to call him. When she chose something, the young woman stopped before a dinnerware set with a unique design similar to the one sold on the Pottery Street. Then she moved on, and with the next set, she had the feeling she had seen that dinnerware many times before. The salesman appeared right away and explained that this dinnerware, although it looked like the one made in Chino, was much better. Hearing this, Alexa assumed it was a counterfeit, but the merchant assured her it was not, and that it saddened him to hear such things. The porcelain pottery was originally a masterpiece created by the hands of the master potters here in Felipe. But dishonest people from the Chino Empire stole this design and presented it all as their own creation. He also added that they had searched for a long time for the artisan who created the first sample of violet pottery. Then, with great difficulty, they signed a contract with him, and now the salesman suggested to the princess that she take a look at other items. The young woman hesitated, because if she displayed this fake at the banquet, the delegates would hardly be happy. It was then she heard a voice behind her. The woman believed Alexa liked the dinnerware. It was that red-haired woman who claimed the pottery was authentic, and was surprised that anyone would consider it a fake. Alexa remembered they had met before, and the other was surprised that the princess recognized her so quickly. Then the girl asked why she had come, assuming she had something to tell her, while Alexa remembered everything she had heard about that woman and guessed she was the witch the Chancellor had spoken of. The redhead confirmed it and suddenly began to criticize the princess's clothes, hinting at her lack of taste. Then she noticed the necklace and tried to touch it, but Alexa warned that it could be dangerous, but the woman wasn't scared, and explained that the jewel can only harm someone who wants to hurt the princess. It doesn't affect the redhead, and contains quite powerful magic, so it's a very valuable gift. This also means that the person who gave it, that pendant, cherishes the princess very much. Alexa didn't believe her at all and asked who she was to know such things. Then the woman introduced herself as Mawara, but it had been so long since anyone called her that almost nobody remembered her then. Alexa invited her new acquaintance to Camilla's mansion, hoping they would talk, and she would discover a lot. Mawara noticed that the hostess was more nervous than the guest, and realized the Chancellor had only given a superficial description of her. Then she decided to start talking about the possession. But Alexa didn't care about the topic, she just wanted her to tell her story. Mawara liked the princess's bravery, and she assumed the girl wanted to know how she had arrived there, and also if it was possible to return to her original world if she discovered the reason. But the princess flatly refused. This was unexpected for the witch, and she was curious to know why. Alexa didn't want to return since everything here was unknown. She could guess the reason. But the girl declared she only wanted to know the secret of the possession. She also asked her guest not to invade her personal space. Seeing how Alexa controlled that body, Mawara thought she had already adapted to life as a princess. Then she pointed out that the reason the girl wanted to stay was the man who gave her the necklace, and if Alexa no longer wanted to go back, she could rest easy because she couldn't do it anyway. The witch explained that the place the girl remembered was not the world where she was actually born. That meant she had been Princess Alexa of Felipe. From the moment of her birth, the girl couldn't believe it because she had arrived there after dying in a car accident. Then Mawara asked her to think about the guilt she felt for taking everything from Alexa. But in reality, that had belonged to her from the beginning, and it was Alexa who had lived a foreign life. Of course, it was not her personal choice, so the woman believed she was not at fault. Then the girl began to ask what exactly had happened, and guessed she had simply been swapped with Alexa. Mawara declared that the reason she came to another world and Raphael hated her is not because she is a monster. The woman explained that in the entire royal family, everyone is blonde without exception, and only Alexa was born with black hair. Then she asked the girl's opinion on why Count Ergen is trying to start a rebellion, using her the answers to all these questions. Begin with the owner of this place. The princess's mother, Camilla Ergen. Alexa couldn't believe it. But the witch confirmed that Camilla is not from this world either. She doesn't know how she got here, but she knows for sure that Count Ergen found her by chance. After that, she became a member of his family. And Camilla was always a cheerful person, and everyone loved her. However, this became a problem. The girl's mother fell in love, and that love was just like Alexa's with the Duke. Then Mawara asked the princess to guess who she fell in love with, and she guessed King Raphael. But the woman declared she was wrong, and now she can't even believe that Alexa considers her parents' enemy her father. In reality, the girl's father is someone very different. He is the firstborn son of King Litar Alexis Dwight. He is none other than the current king's older brother, Raphael III, and the main heir to the throne. This man is Alexa's father, who fell in love with Camilla. Although their love was extremely dangerous, and since Alexis was supposed to inherit the throne, rumors began to spread that Camilla would become queen. Then a man who was also secretly in love with that woman interfered in their romance. Raphael couldn't just stand by and watch as the woman he loved was about to marry his brother in the end. He decided to act and then coldly murdered his brothers who had cared for him so much. Alexa's father died in a carriage accident, and Franz II Prince died mysteriously in an accident. Since Raphael was not considered initially as a possible heir to the throne, not a hint of suspicion fell on him. Thus, he became the only surviving prince. And hearing this, Alexa asked what had happened to Camilla. Manhwa confessed that she fell into a deep despair, as the pain of losing a loved one is not easy to overcome, but Camilla had a special reason to get back up. And a very, very specific one. Alexa's mother couldn't afford to follow him because at the time of his death, the fruit of their love was already growing inside her. Camilla, left alone, became Raphael's concubine who, out of pure desire, was willing to accept even his child, but the king was the one who killed Alexis, and she, as his concubine, became a great contradiction. She neither accepted nor rejected Raphael, and the main reason for this was Alexa. The king, being possessive, wanted to make her his own to find peace. He was irritated by the rumors about the whole situation, and so Raphael announced Alexa as the second princess. He eliminated those who doubted her lineage, but he could never love her like a daughter. Over time, an intense hatred took him over. He couldn't stand seeing a copy of his deceased brother. The king also came to hate Camilla, whose attention was only on her daughter, and after much thought, Raphael finally found a solution, but it was terribly cruel. He wanted to replace the girl's soul with another child's, and if he could, their bodies too, but such magic does not exist in this world. So he found a girl who matched Alexa's characteristics. Raphael could only influence their souls, and that is how Alexa left Felipe forever. He also destroyed everything left of his brother, and only then did Camilla commit suicide. The guardianless girl was easy prey for the aristocrats, and it was Ariel who sent her to Connecti. The concubines and Raphael, consumed by rage after losing his beloved, attacked her at the same time. Ariel decided it was the only way to protect her younger sister. She understood that the girl, suddenly orphaned and banished from the palace, could not be okay. And since Ariel couldn't be with her every day, that girl felt very lonely sometimes. People couldn't sleep at night from her crying, and when Manhwa met her, she was very sad then. The witch decided to ask her what she desired most in the world. Interested in Alex's story, she asked what the little girl had answered. The woman confessed that the girl had wished for power so that no one would ignore or despise her. The girl wished for immense power, and the curse that turned her into a monster was her choice. But however insignificant the magic was, a god is merciful, and it was not a simple curse. The desired power could only arrive in the proper form, and she could only become herself again after living through the process. Alex thought the girl did not take the witch's words seriously, and just asked for power for herself. Then the princess got angry. The girl was only 7 years old, and the witch knew she would not be able to bear it. Manhwa repeated once more that it was not just a curse, that blessings and curses always go hand in hand. But the final decision depends on the person, and she could still explain why Alexa no longer transforms into a monster. This powerful curse is also a blessing, and under that grotesque appearance hides a gift. And if the girl had tried to lift the curse, like Alexa, then she would have been able to leave her beastly form. All she needed was courage, to stand firm and face herself, the ability to see what is hidden beneath the grotesque appearance, and that is the strength to love herself. But the little girl did not have that strength, so she gave up on her life. And according to the magic clock, with her death, both her soul and the princesses returned to their places. A slightly shocked Alexa asked how this woman knows what the girl was thinking. Manhwa explained that she once felt something similar for someone, but he also died at Raphael's hands. The princess was putting the pieces together, and Manhwa confirmed that Franz was the second prince, and she witnessed his death. But she was wrongly blamed for the murder after telling. Manhwa asked Alexa not to worry. The woman explained that she also returned to her place, and now everything will go back to normal. Then she confessed that no one else knows the secret she revealed to the princess. This means that no one suspects. That the real Alexa has returned, not even King Raphael knows afterwards. Manhwa assured the young woman that she could always count on her help. But attention! Alexa must decide for herself whether or not to take revenge on the current king after the conversation. The girl went out into the street in the rain, but she didn't care about the bad weather. She didn't know what to do now. The situation seemed desperate. She wanted to know what the other Alexa would do in her place. Now the princess calls that girl Lee Hamble because the real Alexa is herself. She also regretted those thoughts. She always believed she was taking that girl's place, but now she regrets that she suffered the same pain. And it breaks her heart that she was also alone. At the same time, the princess also deeply hated that girl, although she knew it wasn't her fault now. Even happy in this world, Alexa lived with the constant fear of being able to lose this life. And now the princess can't give up on either of them, because in the end, they complement each other. Then Alexa asked her mother for advice on what to do. If living here wasn't her choice, what could she choose? All her life, Alexa will be forced to live as others decide. She and the other girl at that moment, the princess, felt a strong urge to see Belkellon. He's always there when needed. The girl missed him even more than usual and mentally begged him to come see her soon. She wanted the Duke to ask her what was wrong and how she was, and then tell her that it was all nonsense and would be okay. Alexa felt so bitter that she fell to her knees and started to cry while she kept begging Belkellon, and suddenly she heard a familiar voice behind her, and turning around, she thought it was her beloved, but it was only Marquis Belford who was reaching out, his hand, and asking her to come inside the building. Alexa felt disappointed but still took his hand, and he helped the young woman to her feet. The Marquis then asked what the princess was doing there at this hour, and then declared that she was also putting herself in danger. He thought that Alexa should always say where she was going and what she was going to do, as this could be dangerous. That's why he had also previously advised her not to go to that estate, and he began to question her about what she had talked about with that woman. But Alexa declared that the Marquis knew from the beginning he knew and still sent her there, so he used her too. The princess also wanted to know why this only happened to her. She didn't understand what she had done wrong, as the young woman is only trying to be happy, but at the same time she can't even fight for her own will. She no longer knew what was real and cried again because of her helplessness in the situation. The Marquis saw how sad she was, and with the intention of comforting her a little, he decided to hug her. As he got closer, Belford noticed blood on her face and tried to wipe it away, but she pushed him away immediately. The Marquis was flustered, not knowing what to do, but in the end he confessed to the princess that he liked her. He also admitted that he had been foolish and ignorant before. That's why he couldn't realize these feelings before. But now, Belford understood how important Alexa was to him and hadn't even noticed how much she meant. The princess thought it was nonsense, and the Marquis, he also admitted that he only understood when she left him. The young woman still didn't understand why he was telling her all this after what had happened. Since nothing would change anyway, Belford continued saying that he liked her smile, but he also understood that he was not worthy of seeing her smile. Besides, the Marquis didn't want to admit that the princess didn't want to see him nearby, and that made him very sad, and although it was already too late, he still hoped that one day Alexa would look at him again. Then Belford touched her face again and began to declare his love for her, hoping that would help somehow. But the next instant his face changed, and then he fell to the ground unconscious. As if something had repelled him, the princess heard footsteps, and turning around she saw Belkellon approaching her. The girl was bewildered because for the first time she couldn't find the words, even though she had many ideas in her head. The Duke approached her and hugged her, and then she dared to ask what had happened to the Marquis. And Belkellon begged the princess not to look at him, but now she understood that he, the Archduke, had done something to Belford. He only repeated not to look at him or he might really kill him now. The girl understood that Belle had been watching them, but she didn't know since when or what he had seen. She also couldn't believe that the Duke had attacked the Marquis just because he had approached her Belkellon. He only uttered that he should have gotten rid of the obstacles from the beginning so that only he would remain. Now the Duke's words sounded threatening to the princess, and she even pushed the boy away from her. In that instant, she didn't see her belly. He seemed to have become the one everyone fears, a black demon. At that moment, the Marquis began to stir, and Alexia immediately became concerned about his condition. But then she saw that the Duke was going to attack his rival again, and she begged him to explain what was wrong with him. The girl also pleaded with him to stop and understand what he had just done. It was Marquis Belford. Alexia also reminded him that there were important people behind him, and that this was unacceptable no matter how angry he was. Belkellon prepared to leave, dragging her with him, and the princess couldn't believe he would let the Marquis die. The Duke just kept pulling the girl, and so fast that even one shoe came off her foot. Belford meanwhile coughed again, and Alexia began to beg the Duke to admit his mistake and apologize. She insisted that there was still time to fix it, while she kept looking to see if the Marquis was still alive, but Belkellon just kept moving forward, merely justifying that he hadn't killed the Marquis although he wanted to. At those words, the young woman felt a tremendous shock. She couldn't believe her beloved was saying that the Duke explained that he had only stopped because his beloved had wished it Belford should have died long ago. Belkellon spared his life only by the princess's grace. She explained that the Marquis was only trying to calm her down. The girl also confessed that she had had a very hard day and that she simply couldn't bear it alone. At the same time, she assured him that she didn't need the Marquis' only Belle, that she had been looking for him and waiting for him to arrive. The princess admitted she was thinking of him, even when Belford was in front of her, and she didn't understand why he didn't listen to her. Before, the young woman now thought that the Duke complicated everything and added that she missed him very much. At that instant, Belkellon stopped, and seeing Alexa's tears, he begged her not to cry. He also explained that he didn't care what happened between her and the Marquis, but his opinion of him wouldn't change. Then the Duke confessed that he always hoped the princess would be alone. and that in reality he was pretending he pretended to understand everything when he hugged her. But in reality he wished for everything to go wrong for her. The Duke wanted that because then he could be her savior, but with a cursed demon. It's impossible to build relationships where two people trust and support each other. Demonic instincts reject them. Belkellon believed that Alexa was his savior, but he understood that for her it wasn't like that, and she couldn't understand what he meant. He explained that everyone is attracted to the light, and he supposed that he himself had been darkness from the beginning. Then he recalled the Marquis's confession and explained that he wasn't even a half-demon, but a real human. In love with her, but the princess began to object that she only needed the Duke. And he explained that was because she simply didn't know any other love. Belkellon also believed she deserved to be loved, and that when she is with him, she is despised for being cursed. The girl didn't imagine how heavy the Duke's sins were. That's why he wanted to get rid of everything. He wanted to destroy everything related to the princess, and wished for her to only look at him now he saw how surprised Alexa was. And he added that this was him, the real him, and the man she knew didn't exist from the beginning. Afterwards, Belkellon apologized for only talking about this now. He also declared that she loved a monster, not a man, and with that he planned to leave her alone, but Alexa didn't want to accept a single one of his words, but instead ran to him and hugged him tightly. She didn't understand where he was going when she was right in front of him, and he just let it all out and decided to leave. The girl wanted to know why he was doing it, but the Duke was sure that even if he explained, she wouldn't understand. Belkellon tried very hard to make her happy by being by her side, but in the end he achieved nothing. Alexa begged him not to say that as he had already made her happy, only the Duke kept denying it. He explained that the princess was only intoxicated by the happiness he gave her, but in the end, he would destroy her with his own hands. He also confessed that his father was a demon, but she replied she knew his mother was the demon and his father was King Leotard. Bella clarified that the king was just a puppet, deceived by her father on the condition of securing the kingdom. Her pregnant mother became queen, and her real father turned her into a demon, and she chose death to avoid that fate. Only then could she be free. Now the Duke feared that, like his father, he felt he was only pushing Alexa to her doom. Then he pointed to the Marquis and asked the girl to see what he had already done. He was a monster. He considered himself a being who was not allowed to love, and if he continued like this, Alexa could end up like Belford for this reason. Belkellon couldn't be near the princess. Then he wished her happiness and prepared to leave again. The girl didn't know with what words. More she could stop Belkellon and stood there watching him walk away. A while later she woke up with a headache and remembering everything. She prayed it was a nightmare. Then she heard the worried voice of the first princess who was waiting for her to open her eyes. Ariel instantly asked how she felt, admitting that she was shocked when she found out what happened. Alexa only replied by asking what her sister was doing there. But then she just asked her to leave. The second princess was blunt. She didn't feel like talking to her sister at all. But Ariel insisted she had been unconscious for 10 days. And a royal guard brought her. Imagine that. Then she dropped the bomb. The Marquis is recovering at home, and everyone was worried about Alexa. Ariel begged her to tell her everything, but Alexa refused, asking, "And what do you care, huh?" Alexa also confessed that her presence was eating her up inside, that it was driving her crazy. Right after the second princess demanded to know, "What else do you plan to take from me, pretending that you care?" Then, with a thunderous voice, Alexia declared that she wouldn't let anyone take him from her, and her sister understood that it was all because of the Duke. But the first princess wanted to make sure that her sister was in that state, precisely because of him. The maids Lily and Jen were also in the room, and Alexia immediately began to question them about where Belkellon was. Lily, with some fear, advised the princess that she should first take care of herself, but Alexia demanded that she answer immediately. Since she had no time to lose, and Lily confessed that the Duke had returned to his mansion, Lily also added that His Excellency had left. Right after informing His Majesty the King, the princess couldn't believe the Duke had done that, but Ariel confirmed that he would not return to the capital. In the coming years, then, she reminded her sister that the Duke and their father had a tense relationship. And Raphael did not waste such an opportunity in the future. The Archduke will stay at the border, but he himself agrees. Since he has no reason to return here, Belkellon couldn't deal with Alexia, so he fled, and in reality, the man who promised to be by her side turned out to be a coward. The second princess headed for the exit, and Ariel became very worried about her. She explained that she needed to check because she believed the Duke would never abandon her. And she opened the door, instantly ran to the horse, and upon arriving at the mansion, she confirmed that there was indeed no one there. Alexa felt devastated and abandoned, but she went inside and kept calling for the Duke in desperation, wandering through hallways and rooms. She begged for someone to answer at least one of Belkellon's servants. She shouted that the Duke had promised her that no matter what happened, he would always be by her side, and then she heard a familiar voice. It asked in surprise where his friend had gone. It was the priest Gabriel, and he also wondered how the princess had gotten there alone. They were surprised to see each other, and the priest reminded her that the princess had doubted him. He no longer needed to pretend, and then Alexa saw that his eyes were also black. She understood that Gabriel in reality was also a demon like the Duke, and he begged her not to compare him with that half-breed. He doesn't want to be treated the same, and decided it was time to introduce himself, officially grabbing the princess by the neck. The false priest declared that his name was actually Abraxas. He also confessed that he is the Duke's brother. In addition to having the same blood running through their veins, although Bellairs is mixed, then the demon threw the girl aside. He asked her to be careful, but he thought that wasn't enough because even after a prolonged hunt for priests, in this country he knew he needed Alexa's power precisely. Then he extended his claws and began to direct a magical flow towards the girl in order to achieve his goal. But in that instant, there was a small flash and the demon thrown to one side fell to the ground, cursing loudly. He was also injured and realized that he had completely forgotten about the necklace the princess was wearing. Abraxas repeated that Alexa has no idea what it is, but she still keeps wearing it, but none of this matters now. The demon needs the princess's magic. The girl asked what all this meant and what was going on with the necklace. He said he didn't have much time. The demon even promised to show her the way to the afterlife as a gift if she wished. Then he explained that the pendant is a magic stone that contains someone's magic. This powerful magic was created by a soul. But the demon noticed that Alexa had no idea who it could be. Then Abraxas revealed to her that it was the soul of Belkellon himself. Now trapped in the jewel, and the heroine with such a gift ignores the truth, the Duke is guilty for falling in love with a human. But Abraxas expected it. He considered Belkellon a fool for being a half-breed. He explained to the princess that demons only have two destinies, destruction or disappearance. That's all they know. They only live for that, and the Duke will soon kneel before him. Then he added that the more stubborn the princess was, the more terrible her death would be. Abraxas begged her to simply hand over the necklace, and thus he could make everything painless. But then Alexa declared that it was all his fault, that he was the reason the Duke had left her and gone away. The demon replied that Belkellon had brought his own destruction upon himself. As he was a cursed half-breed from birth, Bel desperately tried to go against his instinct. Rooted in his blood and wished to live a normal life for a woman, for the demon, everything went according to plan. And when he killed the princess, the Duke would weaken. After that, Abraxas could easily kill him too. Now he was sure that's how it all worked. Then he grabbed the princess by the neck again, stating that this was how it had to be and that he could handle that magic. But suddenly, at that moment, the demon felt how a green energy began to envelop him, and he let go of the girl. He understood it was her doing it, and she kept squeezing the impure one with magical force, trying to destroy him. And then she threw a simple punch. But with so much force that the demon went flying again, Abraxas couldn't believe it. The power that empowered him, a demon, was now turning against him. The princess told him that he surely didn't know it, but she was no ordinary human. She reminded him that she was a beast. She herself felt stronger than ever and remembered Moira's words. That power depended on her determination. If Alexa could go back to just before the Duke left her, she would do things differently. Before she thought she had no place she could return to. But in a life where she couldn't even decide for herself. Someone appeared willing to lend her a hand. Belkellon, Alexa also remembered that her father had murdered his own brother, and his mother couldn't escape the murderer's grasp. And after what happened to his family, the princess didn't want him to lose his beloved too. Now the girl was determined at all costs. She wanted to stay by Belle's side, and if anyone gets in her way, Alexa will not forgive that person, whoever it may be. Then she created a ball of energy and declared that if the demon wanted her power so much, he should take it. Then she threw that orb at Abraxas, who instantly felt pain and coughed up blood. The girl then began to interrogate him sarcastically, asking him why he was resisting if he wanted that power so much. The demon was feeling quite weak, and the princess grabbed him by the neck, preparing to deliver another blow. Lifting the demon, Alexa explained that because he tried to attack her before her magic was radiating a lot of energy. He began to scream and beg her to stop, but the girl clarified that this was only weakened magic. Then Abraxas threatened that if she didn't return his power, he would tear her to pieces. She didn't like that threat and became even more furious, asking him how he planned to kill her. Then she remembered that Belkellon had changed. After the appearance of that false priest, she understood that the demon had tricked him with his vile flattery. She knew it from the Duke's expression when he made that sad decision. Alexa could never forget this, and now she knew for sure that it was Abraxas who forced Belle to stay away from her. Understanding that this man was a true villain, the princess was ready to punish him with all her power. From her energy, a powerful burst emerged again, while the demon gathered all his strength to repel Alexa at the point on his shoulder where she hit him. A dark spot formed proof of the impact's magnitude, and Abraxas's hand also darkened, but he was still glad to be alive after such a confrontation. He understood that the princess was still human. Even though she was a beast with immense strength, the demon remembered that when he first met her, she was different, and now he understood she was hiding her power. He also planned his next moves for before his body could recover. He had to land another blow. First, Abraxas once again concentrated his power in his hand and immediately directed a flow of dark energy towards the princess's wound. The demon enjoyed seeing the girl's pain, but this time, everything was different than with her father. He knew Alexa expected that if she killed him, the half-breed would come back for her. Abraxas thought it was better to end her life right there and threw another blast of energy at her. He knew he should have done it sooner, and he decided he should send his stupid brother after her. But he felt a powerful magical blow from the princess and was astonished, believing it was impossible. His attack hit her right in the heart, but he didn't understand why she was still alive and still attacking. The girl just repeated that if he wanted her magic so badly, she could give it back to him without a problem. Realizing his life was in danger, Abraxas began to beg her to stop for a moment. But his pleas were useless, and the next moment he was engulfed in a brutal energy. After the attack, the demon fell to the ground, showing no signs of life, and the princess watched him. She decided to spare his life if Belkellon didn't eliminate him first. There's something between them. The princess couldn't break their relationship just on a whim. After all, they are family. Now she understood what it meant. No matter how much she hated her family, she couldn't abandon them. Even without blood ties, Alexa knew getting rid of that wouldn't be so easy. When the maids returned, they were frightened by her appearance and her wound and asked where she had been. Alexa said it was just a scratch and they shouldn't worry, and she asked Jen to treat her wound. Jen reported that even when her lady left the castle, Princess Ariel stayed there. An atmosphere of unease reigned in the palace, but Alexa stated that she had decided to leave. When the maid finished treating the wound, the first princess entered with a look of disgust. Alexa didn't want to see or speak to her, but Ariel suddenly slapped her. Ariel ordered them to go for a walk while she spoke with her sister. Then she started asking Alexa where she had been, since she had been clearly told not to go anywhere. Ariel was also furious because her sister had not only escaped, but had also returned injured. But Alexa wasn't going to listen to that and asked her sister to leave, nor was she going to tolerate what she was doing. Then she asked the first princess how much longer she was going to pretend she knew nothing. The second princess openly declared that her sister had been playing with her all this time, taking her to Connecticut and locking her up. Ariel even snatched Marquis Belford, with whom the young woman was very much in love, and thus took her life away. The first princess began to object, explaining that all of that was done for Alexa's own good. She also reminded her that on the day she left for Connecticut, they made a promise to each other. Ariel now thought that her sister had forgotten that promise when she got rid of the curse, but the second princess didn't understand anything and begged her to leave. Tired of her whining, Ariel insisted. They were her sister's words. Only she was important to her sister. That day, as children in the carriage, the first princess asked her not to cry, that it wouldn't be forever, but she refused. Ariel wouldn't be in Connecticut, and she explained that the palace was dangerous. Now she added that strange people were sneaking into the palace, and that they were surely looking for their father. Alexa nodded. Since they arrived, the king had become even more terrible, and she was very afraid of him. Still, she didn't understand why Ariel couldn't stay in Connecticut. It was dangerous for her to be in the palace too. The girl only needed her sister and said she could live without her father or anyone else. Everyone hated her except the first princess, but she explained, "I must stay in the palace." In return, the first princess promised that when they grew up, they would escape the capital and live together. She believed they had to escape that horrible place to live happily. However, for now they had to wait, since they both knew their father, Raphael. He was capable of anything to get what he wanted, and Ariel feared that same end. Although they have different mothers and someone might think they aren't family, her sister was the most important thing. Their father only cared about his own safety, and their brother Wilhelm was his spitting image. They forgot their humanity. That's why the sisters opened up to each other in that palace. Now Alexa has forgotten the promise and rejects Ariel, who doesn't understand her change. But the second princess became enraged, believing she was blaming her for everything. Alexa explained that it's because she returned to this world and the other girl couldn't take it anymore. She admitted that Ariel mattered to her, as everyone said she always obeyed her older sister. If that girl had someone so important, then it's not understood why she gave up her life. She had no place in this world except beside her precious sister. Perhaps the reason was that another loved one took her place. And now Alexa was beginning to understand that Ariel didn't want to lose her younger sister to Marquis Belford. That's why the first princess took everything she touched and imprinted her existence on her. Because the only person she loves is that girl. But her love was too much, it was terrible, and she lived in constant fear. And when she decided to go out into the world, Ariel isolated her and made her look foolish. The first princess thought her sister would only look at her, but for her, it was true despair. But Ariel was mistaken, because the sister she cherished left this world because of her actions. So understanding that her sister didn't want to leave Alexa, decided she would leave herself and headed for the exit. But she asked her to wait and listen, explaining there was no time. Because their father had noticed, the king suspected that Duancaron wanted to install Felipe as the new leader for Alexa, and he knows the Ergen family supports him. Then the first princess confessed that her father is planning a surprise attack on the Marquis and the Count tomorrow. Now, because of Alexa's sudden escape, there's little time left and Ariel has already prepared an escape route. She advised her sister to use it, but she didn't understand why she should. The first princess explained that the king fears Alexa more than anyone and her turn will be soon. And if Raphael III interprets this as a rebellion, there will be no turning back. She reminded her how evil and terrible their father is and added that he will simply kill Alexa. The young woman wondered if the king could kill his own princess, noting that she's not even a real princess. Then the second princess confessed to her sister that her father is not Raphael. But Prince Alexis and Ariel was surprised. Alexa declared that she would not flee her final word, but the first princess took it as a joke. She explained that even with her and the beast, she would face her father's entire army, and it wouldn't be just a scratch. Then Alexa revealed that the young beast had been locked up for years by Ariel's decision. That girl just wanted to be happy again, and now she had become a simple house dog. The second princess would not hide and decided to face them head-on without hesitation, because if she fled without doing anything, that person would also have no place to return to. And if Ariel still considers her family, she must think very carefully about what the right thing to do is now. Later, at the Duancaron estate, they were informing the Chancellor that the army was ready and in position. All that was missing was the signal for them to attack immediately. And just at that moment, the Marquis arrived. He confessed to Duancaron that he had heard rumours and asked what the hell was going on. The master explained that the aristocrats' private army is arming itself to the teeth, and that means rebellion. Belford was astonished by the suddenness and knew that tomorrow the royal army would attack, and they had to oppose it. The Marquis still didn't understand how the king could carry out a raid in secret, as he had no right to do so. Louis clarified that it was an emergency order, but if the king accused him of treason, he had many justifications. Besides, the Prime Minister confessed to the Marquis that he sensed the king's end was near. Belford declared that in that case, they couldn't send soldiers to their positions. They had to meet with the other ministers and discuss everything. And then the Marquis suddenly understood that if the situation escalated, the princess could also be in danger. But the master asked him not to worry, explaining that Alexia was already very close to His Majesty. A few hours earlier, the princess had gone to see the Chancellor, and he had made sure that she was ready and hadn't run away. She couldn't flee because she had to clear the space for the person who was supposed to return. For that reason, she was going to counterattack, but not for the suffering people or for the peace of the country, Duancaron. He understood that the princess would fight for the Archduke, but he also declared something else until she takes the throne. She intends to guarantee the safety of countless people, and the fact that Alexa doesn't act for a greater cause should already be known by the Chancellor. He confirmed it as it was very much like the princess, but he didn't know how she was going to control the palace. The girl agreed to explain and spread a map in front of him, clarifying that they would go to the North Gate. She was going to attack the main palace directly, instead of spying and snooping around. Because if a tiger doesn't want to be attacked by its prey, it must be the first to slit its throat. Afterwards, the princess went to Count Ergen's mansion. Where Kilian was surprised by her late visit, the Count was in his office and the boy understood that Alexa had some business with him. Then he accompanied her, and when she met her uncle, he also asked the reason for her visit. She immediately confessed that the next day, the king was planning a raid against the Ergen family and Chancellor Duancaron. The reason for this is an accusation of treason, consisting of a conspiracy to take the throne. The Count just sighed heavily. as he expected something like that, and confessed to the princess that he couldn't protect Camilla before for fear of the family falling into disgrace, and cornered her in a very dangerous place. But this woman's sacrifice was in vain, since Raphael's arrow wasn't aimed only at her. Until the Count can make the king pay for his crime, he doesn't care what happens to him and his family. He considered this the only redemption and offering he could now give to Camilla's sister. He advised Kilian that if he wanted to dodge the arrow, he should go after the Master Mage. The Count also asked his son for forgiveness. For only having been able to show him the worst side of his family, the boy understood his father and swore that he too was determined, and he would never abandon him. Then Kilian asked the princess for her plan. The inspection would start tomorrow at dawn. The Count added that the Ergen army was 300 strong, including secretly recruited soldiers. Alexa believed it would be enough, as she had a plan to stab the king in the back. Upon arriving at the palace, Kilian asked why they had to enter from a different side. He thought the North Gate would be enough, but Alexa clarified that they were intruders. An unexpected alliance had joined. They had to be very cautious. The princess asked Marquis Belford to stay behind. He would command the soldiers. While she entered the palace with Kilian, he was to watch the escape route from an attack. He still didn't understand why he had to stay behind. He would fight and endure. Despite his wound, Alexa explained that it was only a matter of time before they knew they had made the first move. And the army will attack the Chancellor and the Count. The knights have already witnessed the king's terrible behavior, so very soon they will rebel against him. The Marquis must declare his innocence and tell them about Raphael's cruel injustice. The princess explained that Belford must rekindle the hearts of those knights, and he accepted, although he also thought that no matter what happened, he could never be with her. She handed the Chancellor and the Count a royal order, an extraordinary one, to assassinate Belkellon and Ergen. Yesterday, the princess secretly stole it from the palace. It bears the royal seal. But there was no official trial. It was an order to assassinate them with evidence of the case. But the Chancellor can request the abdication of the throne. He accepted, since he had never made such a proposal, and therefore he must do it today, much earlier. Just at dawn, in Raphael's palace, the king summoned the general and the vice-captain of the Carrion Knights. He ordered the general to execute them instantly. The Chancellor and the Count and Carrion asked what to do with those loyal to the royal family, but the king doubted their loyalty. He was sure that they were all plotting treason against the state. He was furious that his subjects dared to question his decision. But the vice-captain assured him it was not so. He also thought about immediately summoning the knights from the Iris Palace, pointing out that if they moved soldiers to the palace, Alex would know. Then Raphael allowed his subjects to leave, and immediately the butler approached him with a report. The king commented that he arrived just in time and asked how things were in the palace, and he reported that Ariel had been there since yesterday. Raphael understood that she truly cares for her younger sister, with whom she doesn't even share blood ties. Then the king recalled that if Alex suddenly left the palace, they had to carry out his order immediately. The butler also explained that the mages were already in their positions and that he had chosen and placed the most outstanding ones. The king knew that finding them hadn't been easy, as he had killed the mages who replaced the girl's soul so they wouldn't talk. The more he thinks about Alexa's magic, the more convinced he is that it was a useless expense, because if the Duke hadn't appeared at the palace, the king could have gotten much more out of her. Raphael also didn't think she would die so soon, and if she had listened to him, she could have avoided the worst. Now Alexa patiently awaits her death, and the Duke has returned to the far reaches of the country. It seemed like an excellent plan to the king. He also wanted to sell the magic stone that contained Alexa's magic to Prince Felipe. That's why he asked them not to kill her right there and then. Meanwhile, Prince Guillermo went to that prince for a secret meeting to close a deal, and he can't return while Alexa is alive, because now the once peaceful place has returned to how it was before. At the Ergen mansion, the king's soldiers soon organized a raid and searched for the Count everywhere, but they couldn't find him. A knight informed the vice-captain that the mansion was empty, but he didn't believe it because they didn't have time to leave the capital. At the same time, at the Duancourt mansion, the general began to shout for the Chancellor to come out and receive the royal order. A knight approached to inform him that His Majesty the King was in danger. The general understood in disbelief that the palace had been attacked. He ordered to summon the outer guard immediately. They had to stop the rebel army at all costs. Their target was the Chancellor and the Count's troops. Upon arriving at the palace, the archers prepared themselves, but their arrows bounced off the enemies. Kilian explained that the armor was made of monster hide. Now he was grateful he had gone to the trouble of getting them. Alexa ordered them to minimize casualties, try not to die, overpower them and take their weapons. Meanwhile, the terrified king questioned his subjects about how the enemies had gotten in. They reported that they entered through the north gate with strange armor that was impossible to damage. Raphael remembered that the mages were still there and asked where Princess Alexa was at that moment. The door burst open. It was her. "If my father calls for me here, I am." She noticed the king seemed extremely disturbed and apparently wasn't expecting her visit. Raphael didn't understand what was happening, as he believed the second princess was in the Iris Palace. But since things had turned out this way, he thought he should now dissuade her and lure her closer to the mages. He explained to the young woman that she arrived just in time and that she had to judge the people who posed a danger to Felipe Alexa. Suppose the king was talking about those who were plotting treason against the state. He confirmed it, furious that they dared to threaten the throne, and Alexa now had to defend the honor of the royal family. At that moment, the girl also took a bow from a soldier and saying she understood she aimed at the king. But she didn't shoot him, but the approaching mage, and he immediately collapsed to the floor. Raphael didn't understand why the princess did that, and she explained that the man seemed suspicious to her, but the king declared that wasn't the man she was supposed to get rid of, and that her enemy was the rebel army. But Alexa clarified that the king didn't know if they would remain a rebel army or become revolutionaries. Raphael began to suspect that the princess had figured out his plan, but he insisted that she was mistaken. Then he ordered the other mages to finish off Alexa immediately, and they began to attack her with magic energy. But their combined attacks did nothing to the girl. She remained standing in the same spot. However, she prepared to reflect their magic, despite the warning that it was extremely dangerous. And in that instant, the mages received a counterattack of flows of magic that defeated them instantly. From the explosion of energy, the columns and the ceiling of the castle halls began to collapse, and an evacuation was ordered while the soldiers fled. The princess saw Moara in the crowd. The redhead, who was also looking at Alexa the witch, greeted her and then prepared to attack her immediately, throwing a powerful beam of energy. The blow was quite strong, and the princess felt that the woman was very powerful. But the next moment, she noticed she was on the street with Kylian and didn't understand what had happened. Looking towards the gate, the girl saw the soldiers scattering. Fleeing from death a little further away near the bushes, the king was also sitting more scared than hurt. But he kept questioning the princess, asking her why she would do that and attack her own father. Not only was he her father, but also the king. So she was committing treason against the state, but she demanded that Raphael stop talking nonsense, since he himself had seen perfectly what happened. She reminded him again that there was a suspicious mage in the palace and she took care of him, so he couldn't call her a traitor. Then a soldier implied that she entered the palace with the rebel army, and the king agreed with that. He also started shouting that Alexa tried to kill him and ordered the knights to arrest the traitor. But she again pointed out what the mages did, since they were the first to attack her, which is why the palace was destroyed, so she shouldn't be punished, but those mages. And the knights hesitated while Raphael shouted for them not to stop, but another problem arose, and the soldiers reported that an Aphilic army was attacking and heading straight for the capital. They explained that on the road where the prince was travelling, Wilhelm with the ambassador, the imperial army attacked from an ambush. The king was also informed that when the Aphilics threatened Prince Wilhelm's life, he surrendered and was taken prisoner, and now the palace gates are also under attack, and the enemy army is about to enter the capital. Raphael ordered that they should first destroy the rebel army, as they had to get rid of the people who wanted to take the throne. And although the soldiers hesitated, the king ordered them to carry out the order and also get rid of Princess Alexa. But then an order was heard for everyone to drop their weapons immediately, and this order came from Marquis Belford. He also explained that at that moment, the Aphilic army was preparing to enter the capital and seize their territories, and if they started killing each other now, it would be equivalent to self-destruction. He also asked the soldiers to think about who had protected Felipe until now, and who was protecting them from the enemy. The king ordered the captain to be quiet, since they had already lost against the Attilian army and the country's security no longer mattered. He then ordered the knights to accompany and protect him, because even while being occupied by the enemy army, they had to think of the king first. He also gave the order for the people to evacuate. But in addition, the knights had to collect all the royal treasures at that moment. Alexia shouted at Kylian and the Marquis to regroup the troops immediately. Raphael didn't understand what she was going to do, since he had just ordered a retreat, but the young woman did not agree. She was not going to protest the measures against her independent behavior, but she would accept the king considering her a traitor. Then Alexia addressed the soldiers, telling them they could retreat with the king if they wanted, but she would remember all the cowards who fled. The princess herself declared that she was not going to flee and was staying to defend Felipe. Moreover, the princess, aware that they were scared, reminded them that in all this time, She had not lost a single battle, but she also assured them that they too once heroically saved their homeland from monsters. In their homelands, and as long as a single inhabitant remains in Felipe, the princess will do everything possible to protect this place. The young woman also hoped the knights would help her in this, and immediately, cheers in favor of peace in Felipe began to be heard. The king, furious with his subjects, began to question them about why they were doing this. When he had given the order to protect him, he also shouted for them not to be influenced by her words, and to return to their positions immediately. But the princess explained that if he so wished to stay there, he would undoubtedly end up a captive of the enemy then. She shouted to the soldiers that when the war was over, the king would pay for his sins and ordered him to be taken to the palace. Raphael couldn't believe Alexa was doing this and demanded to be released immediately. He also shouted towards Alexa, hoping she would come to her senses, but she ignored him. Then the Filia troops approached, and the crown prince confessed that he didn't think the war would start as soon as he became king. His brother Felipe supported him, assuring him that everything was going well and that it would soon be over. They had nothing to fear even if they had a beast. He reminded him how Prince Felipe begged for his life. The emperor of the Eiffel Empire thought that boy was pathetic. He didn't believe he was a prince. He also understood that a country that treated the lives of its loyal nobles like flies did not deserve a good ruler. Still, he regretted having lost the beast that way. They wouldn't have to take the prince hostage. Felipe explained that she was crazy and that it would be easier to convince the archduke. A soldier informed the emperor that the beast was ambushing nearby and that he should go to a safe place. But at that moment, the emperor felt a pain in his shoulder. Then he saw the blood and understood he had been wounded. Looking towards where the arrow came from, he saw the princess was aiming at him from the tower. He suspected that was the beast of Felipe, as the soldiers were shouting that Alexia had come to rescue them. The Aphilic soldiers, upon hearing that the beast was approaching, were terrified, and many were hit by arrows. And now Felipe's soldiers were ready to attack. As the princess had opened the way for them, Prince Felipe asked his brother what they should do, aware of the danger they were in, but he replied that if Alexa received them like this, they should respond in kind. The emperor instantly drew an arrow and aimed at the tower from where the princess was shooting. The girl saw that the enemy king was very accurate, as the arrow flew straight at her face. However, she was agile and experienced and managed to catch the arrow with her hand. Before it pierced her, the emperor considered the trick amazing and decided to use special magic arrows. Then he shot at the princess again, who didn't understand what kind of arrow it was, as she had never seen one like it. But then she understood that it contained magic. As it moved at an incredible speed, the girl knew that even with all her willpower, she highly doubted she could stop it. She barely had time to close her eyes to receive the blow, and upon opening them, she noticed blood dripping nearby. It seemed strange to Alexa, as she felt no pain, and began to suspect that someone else was injured. And when the princess turned around, she saw the broad back of Duke Belkellon in front of her. Alexa called him, but he remained silent. And then she saw the arrow sticking out of his hand. The girl got scared for her beloved, but the next moment his power acted, and the arrow came out on its own. Then the Duke used his abilities, and that weapon, as if obeying, flew in the opposite direction. The arrow landed at the enemy's feet, and instantly there was an explosion, but the emperor remained intact. Observing everything around him, he understood that that man was not aiming at the soldiers, but at their magic weapons. Then the emperor looked at the tower again, and saw a man with black hair and eyes. He understood that in Felipe not only was a beast fighting, but that someone powerful was helping her. Meanwhile, the princess couldn't stop worrying because her beloved's wound was still bleeding. The Duke explained that it was an arrow made of magic stone, and that if it had hit Alexa, she would have suffered, but the princess thought it was not the time to worry about her since Belkellon had taken such a strong hit. He assured her he would be fine. And then the girl saw that his wound began to close quickly. Instantly, Alexa took his hand and asked him why he had come. When she had told him he couldn't be near her, then the princess confessed to him that she would become queen of that country, and that many responsibilities would fall on her shoulders, a heavy burden it seemed to the young woman that just yesterday she was sharing her worries with the Duke, and he would reassure her. But she understood that upon ascending the throne, he would no longer be by her side. As he had told her in their last meeting, Alexa understood that the man named Belkellon, the good and sweet one she knew, no longer existed. He was hiding his darker side from her, believing he didn't deserve to be by her side. The princess understood everything and clarified that she would look for another if the Duke wished it. Approaching the window, the young woman asked him not to come back no matter what, But suddenly the Duke appeared by her side. He took her and pulled her away from the window, protecting her with his body while whispering that all this time he had been thinking about her words and that he himself knew it was complicated, but Belkellon could not give up and began to ask Alexa for forgiveness for behaving however he wanted. The Duke explained that if she was not in his life, he could not continue to exist. Then the princess turned around, and to his surprise, she hit him on the forehead, and it was not exactly gentle. Then she called the Duke an idiot and told him it would have been better if he had told her the truth. From the beginning, he explained again that demon blood ran in him and that a demon could harm a human. But Alexa declared that demon or not, she did not care. She only wanted to love him. Then she repeated that she wanted to love him and no one else, and that she did not need anyone else, but if Belkellon remained obsessed with something that did not even happen and kept running away, she would be forced to choose later. The girl reiterated that she wanted to love and be loved, and the Duke stated that he was willing to do whatever she asked. Belkellon also assured her that he was going to atone for his guilt, not only with words but also with deeds. He understood that he had made a mistake by hurting his beloved, and he wanted to pay for it even if it took him an eternity. Then the Duke knelt before the princess and kissed her hand, asking her for permission to be with her. Alexa was a little stunned. She was still angry with him, but she also loved him very much, and now her feelings tormented her. But calming down a little, she declared that she would become queen, and that to achieve it, she needed that person. The girl pointed to the Emperor of Philia, and the Duke understood that he had to bring her his head. Alexa wanted to prove who would win this war, and then she looked at Belkellon with a certain flirtatiousness and asked him if he would be capable of going that far to deserve the right to be by her side. Then the girl jumped out the window, preparing to attack, and the Duke now wondered what he had feared all this time, because Alexa is so much like him. And the next instant, he also jumped out the window to carry out the order. The enemy knights, upon seeing the Duke jump from such a height, were astonished and at the same time terrified. But Belkellon paid them no attention. He only headed for his target. And then the soldiers understood that they had to stop him. The next moment, the Duke was already near the Aphilic Emperor, and upon seeing him, he got really scared. Then Bel raised his hand and the Emperor fell instantly while the Aphilics tried to understand what he had just done. Suddenly one of them saw something in that direction and caught the attention of the others, stating that the Duke had their emperor in his hands. The enemy soldiers could not believe that their king had been attacked in the blink of an eye. His brother Philip collapsed on the floor in terror, understanding His Highness's fate. Philip's soldiers, who witnessed everything, could not believe that the Duke took a life in an instant. If the Archduke were on the side of the King of Philia, they could only imagine what would happen to them meanwhile. Belkellon took his trophy, put it in a sack, and headed towards Princess Alexa. Then he threw the sack at her feet and explained that he had carried out her order just as he promised. Then the Duke also knelt before her, and with the utmost respect he kissed her hand. Showing his loyalty, Bel declared that he offered his queen the head of that man, and swore eternal loyalty to her thus. Philip managed to repel the sudden attack from the Empire of Ophilia and obtained a brilliant victory. After the loss of the young emperor, who underestimated Philip, the army of Philio returned in a hurry, as Philip is smaller and weaker. In comparison to their empire, the Emperor of Philio obviously expected to win this war, but he forgot something crucial: a girl called a monster and a demon capable of defeating anyone instantly. And so their joint victory became known throughout the continent. Far beyond the borders of Philip, rumours also spread that the Duke delivered the Emperor's head. On the order of the princess herself, it was even said that she opposed her king, who wanted to surrender to the Empire, and declared war on him. Considering the royal family, it is quite possible what can be expected from Prince Wilhelm, who fled to the Empire and the people considered him their prince all this time. But compared to him, Alexa is a true heroine. They treated her like a monster, and she spent her childhood outside the capital. It was also rumoured that she was plotting treason, but the people did not believe she was capable of such a thing, because she is their heroine, and they believed she was loyal to her country. They also thought the royal family wanted to keep Alexa away from the court. Under the pretext of treason to the homeland, a few days later Count Ergen and his son arrived at the Iris Palace to see the princess, and it was their first meeting after the war. The girl inquired about the opinion of the aristocracy and discovered that it was favourable. King Raphael had many enemies at first, and these events justified the Congress Party. Besides, the king will not be able to leave the palace for a while, and the princess loved that news. Then she asked about the atmosphere in the capital, and he explained that there were practically no rumours that they brought soldiers into the palace. Nobody believes the king's declaration that the princess was plotting treason. On the contrary, people believe that Raphael conspired with the empire. because he wanted to get rid of the princess. Therefore, the people cannot be loyal to a king who abandoned his own country. After meeting with her relatives, Alexa went for a walk, and there she met Ariel. She immediately asked her younger sister, if she was okay, showing that she cared about her, but Alexa suddenly wanted to know why. The day she escaped from the palace, she did not tell her father. Ariel confessed that she thought she was doing it for her sister, as she had to weigh her actions, just as she had advised her then. Alexa thanked her and decided to tell her little sister something. Since she had helped her, she explained that the young Alexa, who suffered so much when going to Connecti, no longer existed, and whatever Ariel did, it was impossible to return to those times, because she was no longer the Alexa she knew. But if she wanted to, she could connect with the new Alexa. And with that said, she went on her way, but then Ariel asked her to wait. Now she understood that she had become the new Alexa the day she returned from Connecti. For her part, the second princess thought that, having resolved everything with Ariel, all that was left was to end all this, while the country celebrated Alexa's heroic victory. Raphael was locked up in the Iris Palace. His own palace was destroyed by the consequences of the war, and he could not avoid punishment for the surrender. Raphael III not only rejected Philip, but also it was discovered that he had stolen money from the treasury. To flee the resentment towards the traitor grew endlessly while all his corrupt acts came to light. Even the nobles of the royal faction turned their backs on him, and in the cabinet his fate was already being debated. And after meeting with his sister, Alexa went to visit her former king Raphael. Upon seeing the princess, he ran towards her, but he was not kind, nor did he ask for forgiveness. On the contrary, he was furious and demanded that she explain how she dared to treat her father like that. He declared that he was King Philip and her father, and she dared to do foolish things without knowing her place. But Alexa called him shameless, as he still had the audacity to call himself her father. Raphael did not understand what she meant, and the princess revealed that she was not his daughter, but Prince Alexis's. She also knew that he had obtained the throne by murdering his own brother, and that it had never belonged to him. He was completely shocked, not understanding how Alexa could know that when he was sure their souls had been swapped. But the girl explained that when one soul decided to end its life, the spell was broken and the other soul returned to its place. And not only did Raphael sacrifice his brother's life, but he also committed a terrible crime to manipulate another's soul afterwards. The princess declared that it was now his time to step down, and noticed that at that moment he was very scared. She also asked him how it felt to sit on a throne bathed in blood, and declared that his rightful place was only in hell shortly after in a cabinet meeting. The unanimous decision was made to remove King Raphael from the throne, and a few days later, Princess Alexa became the legitimate ruler of this kingdom. A luxurious banquet was organized, in which the aristocrats gave a sincere welcome to their new queen. She, in turn, thanked the people for so much trust, and after ascending to the throne, she achieved a great deal in this. Ariel's support also played an important role, whom the inhabitants of Philip simply adored. Because of this, even the disgruntled aristocrats agreed to recognize the new Queen Alexa. During the banquet, the young woman, feeling tired, went out to the balcony to rest a little, and there she heard the voice of Mawara, who also came to greet her royal majesty. The woman congratulated Alexa on her ascension to the throne, and for that reason she brought her a small gift. Mawara explained that it was a reward for Alexa having done what she herself wanted to do. The woman clarified that she could completely free her from the beast's curse if she so wished. But the princess suddenly declared that it was not necessary, and that she was fine as she was, because if she did not have the strength of the beast, she would not have achieved all this, nor could she protect what she loves. Therefore, the princess explained that she had already received a gift from Mawara, along with old Alexa. Then the redhead decided to leave, since the young woman did not need anything. But she proposed that she stay and enjoy the party. Mawara refused, explaining that she did not want to be a bother, and just then Alexa saw the Duke approaching her. The woman only added that he was always precious, and decided she would write their story as Beauty and the Beast. But then the princess asked for an explanation, since Belle always told her that she was the most beautiful in the world at that moment. The Duke approached and asked who she was talking to, since he had not seen any woman. Alexa did not elaborate, saying only that she was muttering to herself, and then asked if he was tired. She understood that the last few days had been busy preparing for her coronation, and the Duke thought she was more tired than him. He also got curious about why she was not in the banquet hall, and Alexa explained that she had come out to rest a bit besides her sister. Ariel is helping her a lot with the banquet, since they have now reconciled. Then the young woman confessed that she had seen a man who claimed to be the Duke's brother, but it seemed to her they were not very close. Belkellon asked her not to worry about it. Since his foot would never again step on Philip's lands, this made Alexa happy, and then she asked if Belkellon had reconciled with Marquis Belford, but the Duke clarified that he never fought with him, although the girl replied, as she saw everything, she also explained that he can resolve it without rushing along with the people around him. The princess also declared that they now have a lot of time, as Belkellon is now the Queen's right-hand man. Besides, he will now always be by her side, and he will not be able to escape from her anywhere after this. Alexa kissed him tenderly, understanding that he could never give up their love.